Welcome, everyone, to this first hybrid EuroDIG. That's not the official opening yet. You know, day 0 is the day that we dedicate to groups to have their own meetings. And for us, it's basically the first run of a sort of a dry run on how we have to organize hybrid meetings. So I'm a little bit excited at the moment. I will not be your moderator for the rest of the 2 days, but I will guide you through that day today. We have some session rules, because I will also be the one who is your connection to the online participants, and I will be responsible for the panel. So you are the moderator, and we should stay in eye contact, because I will give you a sign when remote participants would like to intervene and speak up. For the remote participants, I would like to ask to respect our session rules. They are just monitored in the Zoom room and here in this room as well. And with this, I would like to announce our first pre-event, and I think that's a very important event. I'm very lucky that the Polish colleagues who were the host from the Global IGF in Katowice last year, took the initiative and came here to continue the promotion of the messages that came out of the Katowice IGF. I think that's a very important element in particular, because the connection between the global IGF, the regional IGFs and the national IGFs is, to my opinion, one of the most important areas where the most potential lies in order to develop our internet governance debate. So with this, I hand over to you, and you have the floor, and I stay your contact to remote participants.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Welcome to the first day of EuroDIG. I'd like to welcome the audience here in the room and all those joining us online. Okay, that's probably better. Okay, when I was preparing to the panel, I thought that maybe the question of this panel, if you ever made up a list of the most frequently asked questions on all IGF events, this would be in top 3 questions. Right? How do we put IGF Katowice messages into practice? So maybe all messages, IGF messages into practice. This question should always be asked, and I don't want to take it lightly, but I want this session to be informal to some extent, right? And the question boils down to me: how do you really make what you do for the IGF community meaningful? How do you make it meaningful for your constituency, for your society and stakeholder group, and how it relates to the big IGF picture? I'd like to propose that whatever you do, if you really mean that, you will find yourself working for the big IGF work at the end of the day. And if you ever think about the IGF messages as one big homework, so it makes us one big classroom, and we take a bit of this homework home, do it, right, and this is how this big work is being fulfilled. And if you do homeworks, you know, you have bad students and good students, and I'm privileged to have good students on the panel here with me. Let me start, and let's present them. Starting online, we have Ignacy Święcicki, a good colleague of mine. He's online from Warsaw. He's leader of the digital economy team of the Polish Economic Institute. Hello, Ignacy, can you hear us?
Thank you for inviting me here.
Hi. It's good to have you with us. We've got Thomas Schneider. who is head of International Relations Service and Vice Director at the Swiss Federal Office of Communications. Hello. And he's, by the way, he's a very talented a guitar player. You're going to see that tomorrow and hear that tomorrow. We've got Nigel Hickson, who's head of Internet Governance at the British Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. Hello, Nigel. It's great to have you with us. We've got Anya Ganga. We all know Anya. She's Associate Program Expert at the UN IGF Secretary in Geneva. And last but not least, we've got Jake Block. And Jake is a very busy man, and he's got his hands in many establishments, but he's mostly known for his work in the Your Profile Foundation and Digital Rights House Foundation. So lots of hats for Jake, but that's good. We like to have a lot of experience and insight for this panel, so we're great and delighted to have you on the panel. My name is Michał Pukaluk, and I'm representing Prime Minister's Office. I represent government and the last host of the annual IGF in Katowice. I'll start with Ignacy. Ignacy, if you still hear us, you are author of a major analysis, research on how much data is worth for those who possess them and for the social media that we share the data with. Would you like to tell us a few words about this research, and is there any regulatory consideration you would like to share with us? Thank you.
Thank you, Michał, and I really regret not being there with you, especially not being able to discuss it live with you in Trieste, and maybe even more not being able to hear you at the concert that you just announced. But coming back to what we did as a research in the Polish Economic Institute, which is a public research think tank here in Poland, we really tried to measure how much is our data worth, meaning the data that we share with the largest platforms, namely Google and Facebook. We try to do this research because we clearly all more or less know how the platform economy works and where the money comes from. But it is very difficult to precisely pinpoint how much value do the largest companies gain from each of their users. So, and this is clearly not a public information. Those platforms do not often share that information for many reasons. One of the reasons is that it may be quite difficult to measure because the value comes from many sources. There's technology, there are algorithms, and there are data. So it may be difficult to measure it precisely. But also, of course, this information has a key importance both for regulation, for taxation purposes, and for competition. So in our research, we took the revenues of those largest companies and tried to divide it to separate regions where the services of Google and Facebook are offered, and then to particular countries, especially Poland. So in our research, where we took the data from fiscal year 2020, the result was that the monthly value of an average Polish user data for Facebook was around €2, and monthly value of the average Polish user for Google was €2.50, which may seem not that much, but if you take into account that the majority of Poles use Facebook and even larger majority uses Google, it sums up to quite a large amount of money. We also, in the same research, in the same report, we ran a survey to see, first of all, if Polish internet users do understand and do know how platform economy works, and the majority does understand the basics, meaning that they know that they pay for the free services with their data, and also the majority agrees that something should be done about the tech companies power, and that their activity should be subject to greater control. So the result, to sum it a little bit up, is that we see that there is understanding and the critical mass that something should be changed in the way the platforms work, but there were differences and many disagreements on what should be done. This is maybe not very surprising. The average internet users are not experts in regulation and do not need to know what exactly should be done in terms of regulation. But fortunately, at least in our assessment, there's a lot of regulatory activity in the EU going on right now, as you all probably know, and probably most of you follow it much more closely than we do. But this is one way that this is important is that this really can shape the global regulatory environment in two ways. One is that other regions can take our best practices and use them in their jurisdictions, or they can also learn on our mistakes. In particular, what we think should be the avenues for further research and for regulation is probably the different models of governing the data commons or the data intermediaries. This is something we see as an important solution, as clearly just something that someone might read our report as asking for simply giving ownership rights to data and then having data sold on the market is not a very good solution, as platforms has much more bargaining power than single users. So what we think should be the way forward is, as I said, regulating on different models of governing data commons and establishing data intermediaries to overcome this difference in bargaining power between the platforms and users. Thank you.
Ignacy, thank you very much. If you work for the government, you perfectly know what challenges are lying ahead in terms of data management and content management. Whoever worked for the government in this hall, I think they remember their experiences in pushing the DSA through, which is a Digital Services Act. Right now in Poland, negotiations are now done, and it's going to be binding law maybe in 2 years from now. But making government aware is one of the things that we do. The problem is when you try to reach out to users and raise awareness among them, and I think here is where Jake Bloke and his experience comes in handy. Jake, can you tell us a bit about what you do to raise awareness on data? Do users know what threats are lying before them, and tell us a few words about how you animate the communities that you work with?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Also, thanks to the EuroDIG team for having me yesterday. I'm looking forward to the session. The particular question, do you think that users are aware of what happens with their data and stuff like that? I would, for sake of discussion, say not enough. I think the more and more competencies that people can be online and know how to be online, that is growing. There's a lot of efforts being done at schools, for instance, but certainly not enough, but at least there's a lot of movement there. But if you are, say, for instance, very practically good at TikTok, it doesn't mean that you necessarily know what TikTok does with your data. Say you're good with Zoom or Microsoft Teams in COVID times when you do your video conferencing, it doesn't really actually mean that you also are aware of what these organizations do with your data. So When I was, invited to IGF in Katowice, then the first thing, more or less, that came to mind is it's an Internet Governance Forum, but if it would be, say, IFG, Internet for Good, what would the direction of IGF be for the coming, years? And then from that perspective, I can also try to answer the questions, and that is, I'm more or less a co-founder of two separate organizations. One is called the Your Profile Foundation, which focuses on real stories from people that go online and experience something with their data. I call that deep, so that no one can really ever say it's not happening here and now. The other organization is called Digital Rights House and focuses on, say, what I call a high, and that is trying to stimulate more and more discussions by, for instance, governments, but also certainly cities, local governments, that they have to be more active in providing transparency, what happens with actual data they're collecting themselves or in the city, what controls are there in place for citizens to be able to, say, delete data or edit it. For instance, if you ever make a mistake, are you ever able to correct it yourself, or does it go into the global memory for the rest of your life? And when you focus on these broad themes called, say, transparency and control, and you do not have enough in place, then eventually discussions will take place about ownership, who owns my data. So obviously sovereignty, I just heard the previous speaker say something about the commons approach to data. All these, topics will grow, in my opinion, in the next years, because it's so fragmented how we use the internet. And to wrap it up for now, when we first experienced the internet, it was like a promise. We can move freely. We all want the benefits of technology. Obviously, there's still a lot to be done that everybody in the world can have access to this internet. But if you move one topic further, and how you use the internet, then I think we need to speed up rapidly that the awareness on what happens with your person data, that more and more people should be aware about that topic. And that's why, I'm fortunate enough to be part of the two foundations. And when I was at IGF in Katowice, I saw that these topics were discussed. So one of them, what I hope is that during EuroDIG, topics like transparency, what's happening with the data, control, which tools are being developed so that citizens can actually do something to alter, for instance, their profile. But also the understanding that governments are an interface to the citizen, and that they need to play an active role, and that they foremost need to make a decision what type of government they want to be. And in that would be my, biggest, takeaway from IGF, is that the discussion on what type of organization you want to be, what type of government you want to be, because you are actually shaping this global interaction platform where you give the promise that everybody can act freely, but you really have to take more responsibility so that everybody also feels safe on that internet. And otherwise, there's no future for the internet, would be my, topic to debate.
Thank you, Jake. Well, bringing new people to the process, this is an ongoing task for any IGF stakeholder. And it's a responsibility lying not only on the governments, but also on any other people who are, to whom the IGF principles are close, right? And that was actually our notion our priority when we did the IGF in Katowice. How can we reach out to those who've never been at our table before? This is what we do. This we're trying to do, and I'm going to have a story at the end of the panel because I was trying to answer the question myself, and what I do after the IGF, the big IGF, what still can be done by me and my team, by the government, who are always often not trusted enough, okay, to be trusted, and to be given credit in that regard. And there's one person among the panel, which is Anya, who's the facilitator of facilitators. And what we did once as Poland, Anya has been doing for years. And Anya mobilizing IGF communities around the world is value in itself, right? And of course, I can imagine you must find it kind of difficult. Finding that inspiring all the time, and that's one. And secondly, have it transferred to other people. How do you do it? I mean, how do you keep people that you work with mobilized and inspired?
And the IGF is now approaching almost 2 decades of its existence. Very soon we'll be discussing the review after 2 decades of WSIS. And I think we are certainly seeing a change in terms of who is not just coming to the IGF for the sake of coming, but who is really participating in the process throughout the year and who is making a change and a concrete impact. And the latter is probably the most important for the internet governance ecosystem. In that sense, I want to say that we are in a much better position to reach and engage the weak and missing voices, as the Secretary General called for in 2018 at the IGF in Paris, than we were, let's say, 10 years ago. And one of the main reasons for that is basically this forum, together with now over 152 forums. I speak about the national, sub-regional, regional, and youth IGFs. It's very difficult for a small secretariat that resides in Geneva, for a host country where it's somewhere in the world, for the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF that is comprised of only around 40 people, to reach some which are somewhere placed in the world where you don't know what the ecosystem is about, you don't have a contact. And through the NRIs, we are now in much better position to do that. I can tell you that we've been struggling with, for example, engagement of small island developing states for years. Now we are finally in a position where we are having established processes in those countries. So not just individuals that would be our focal points, but really a whole IGF process that's happening throughout the year and is hosting basically what EuroDIG is hosting today in the next 2 days. How do we do that? I think the key is really about always having those, I call them agents of change, ambassadors. It always starts from one, either organization or individual that can connect you then to others, and then it's like a domino effect in a positive way. The regional IGFs, the role of the regional IGFs is really probably the most critical in the whole ecosystem, because through the regional IGFs, you reach out those small communities that are somewhere in the world, probably experiencing the same problems as all of us in terms of internet governance, if not even bigger. But unfortunately, they don't know us, we don't know them, and there's no way to connect with them. And so always from the regional IGFs, we end up with new contacts, with understanding of new processes, and from that we build on that relationship. I also want to say that one of the probably critical and the heart of the IGF, what we call, is the multi-stakeholder advisory group. So once the multi-stakeholder advisory group is appointed, you can notice that their composition is always very carefully selected. It's a competitive process through which we're lucky, we receive a lot of applications, but then for us, the most important is that composition really corresponds to the composition that's going to be representative of all stakeholder groups, and then within the stakeholder groups of all disciplines. And that's very important, that we are having an evolution in that sense as well. Having just regulators, let's say from the technical communities, having just NGOs that by the nature of their portfolio are dealing with matters that are digital, or having just government entities which are by their work portfolio are dealing with digital is not enough anymore. So now we need to have those that do not traditionally cover the digital processes or policies by their work portfolio, but by the fact that they're just mere users organizationally and individually makes them very relevant to be part of our process. That's the challenge we are facing now, and we are very much focused on looking into particular disciplines. One of the concrete examples in that sense are the parliamentarians. The IGF has been lacking that discipline within a stakeholder group for really years. Who made a concrete change was the German government, and in that sense, they have to recognize the important role of the host country. So the German government, obviously aware, probably because of many of the changes that their digital policy framework was going on in those years, and understanding how the parliamentarians are important really to be with us as equals around one round table before the hard decisions are made and turn into laws. And in that sense, we have the parliamentary track. We've been facilitating it since 2019. For this year, for the IGF in Ethiopia, we are preparing again, particularly to engage with the African parliamentarians, and then on that build a cooperation between the African parliamentarians and between the parliamentarians from other parts of the world. And finally, another example on how you do that, since we're here organized by our last year's host country. Last year, the IGF, statistically speaking, saw the biggest number of participants coming from the private sector. And I'm very confident to say that's really due to the strong strategic outreach and engagement strategy that the host country was applying. Obviously, most of those, indeed, private sector entities, especially small businesses, were coming from Poland and around the region. And we are seeing, especially this year, the benefits of that engagement, just because we're seeing through our, let's say, call for session proposals that just concluded a couple of days ago, many more from private sector engaged. And note that those are not just those coming from Poland, but usually those small businesses are part of certain networks. As I said, there's that domino effect where they invite others as well, and we are in a very good position in that sense to also engage. Certainly, we have challenges, with so many challenges. The world is, as you know, in terms of the stakeholder engagement, unequal in so many senses. Women and girls are something that's very important to the IGF to have engaged. We are fortunate to have countries where it's been reported that the digital inclusion in terms of the gender obviously was not equal. We're happy to have them onboarded, have good processes there. I want to recognize the Afghanistan National IGF in that sense, who invested quite a lot in creating women's track and creating tracks for engaging girls from early stages into understanding why digital policy, why internet governance matters also to them, and why they should work on their own digital literacy and use the opportunities which are not just in the country but around the world to be engaged. So sorry for not having a simple answer, but the question is not simple at all, and happy to respond to any of the follow-up questions.
Thank you, Anja. I think I can provide a punchline to what you just said. It was very useful remarks, and I would say that the key task is to organize people around you, and sometimes you have to start from scratch. You mentioned Poland. What we did for the IGF was a very simple strategy. We just organized a series of meetings with different communities, and sometimes very far from the core digital business. And sometimes we had 20, 30 people on the meeting, and in 9 out of 10 cases, at least one person or two came back to us and said, okay, I want to do something for the IGF. And that was enough. Those people stuck with us for the IGF, and they are right now ready to help us in the Lublin local IGF in Poland. So if you manage to find one person for whom IGF work is meaningful, that's sometimes enough. And who knows the future. So right now we have a network of people who work on their own accord here, and I have this impression that this will pay off. Start slow, start low key, and then watch it grow. Let people share their stories, their success stories. Let them be inspiration for the others. So that's kind of what we did in Poland, and we'll be doing the same for the local one, because what we do right now is we take local IGF from Warsaw to local cities. We kind of do kind of city hopping, you know, from and go local to smaller cities, right? And we're surprised how resilient and how anxious the people down there are to work on the IGF. They might not even know what IGF really means, but they see the government who's paying for all of this. That's okay. They have other people from different walks of life around the same table. Let's make it meaningful. Maybe something good will arise from that. Decision makers. This is one of the groups that we have to reach out to. Thomas is a decision maker, and Thomas, you are a decision maker. And can you tell us about your experiences in getting IGF messages to decision makers? How do you make them engaged? How do you make them listen to you?
So now it's on. Ha! Yes, okay. Yes, hello everybody. Hello Michael, good to see you. Good to see you again. And actually, let me first thank you and your government for the energy and the persistence, which is necessary. Not everybody is willing to do that, to actually give some meaning to what you've been doing, what we've been doing at the last IGF. Because I'm now in this since 2005. I've been to all the IGFs, and it is still a challenge, like what you said, to get the results of the discussion at the IGF, which have always been rich of content, full of ideas, get this to the public, get this to the people in the cities, in the towns, but also get this knowledge and insight to the decision makers. And we've been struggling and discussing, a number of us for almost 20 years now, how to do it. And I think finally we introduced, after 10 years or 12 years of debate whether we have the rights to or not, we as Switzerland, when we were the host in Geneva at the IGF in 2017, dared to introduce messages, which is something that we took over actually from EuroDIG, where we introduced it from the beginning. And the system of messages has grown, and I think you're the first one now to actually, and I hope that is going to be an exercise that is happening every year all over, to actually organize a discussion on the messages, on the implementation of the messages, because it is one thing to see that the messages get more and more tangible. The format is very easy readable this year, so it's getting better every year. It's getting more concise. It's a document that you can use, that you can show to other people. But we need to do this. We need to look at the messages. We need to talk about the messages, convey the messages to our ministers, to decision makers in the industry and elsewhere, because otherwise it remains paper. And so I really welcome you for taking the initiative and actually making us talk about the messages here in Trieste and online. And this is something that we all should do on national level, on local level, but also on global level. And maybe we can also go a little further on the global level in maybe using AI to compare and analyze and map all the messages from all the national and regional IGFs, or somehow be innovative to give the messages more weight, more visibility, because then it's, of course, it's always a chicken and egg thing. The better the content of the messages, the easier it is to use them, and the more you use them, the more attention they get, the better the incentive, or the bigger the incentive to actually formulate messages that can be used, that have a meaning, that show a direction. And so let me really thank you for this. And this is also something that we were very keen on at our national IGF, the Swiss IGF, which we held early this month. And we again try to streamline the messages like it's going to be done here in EuroDIG. We were producing them the very same day, so it was not there was no negotiation on a document. It was the best effort of the teams to reflect the discussion. We put them up on the website of the Swiss IGF the same night. We sent them around. We encourage people to look at them, to agree or disagree and discuss them. I think this is really important. Question to you, should I say a few words about the part on climate now? Because one of the if you look at the messages of Katowice, point number 6 is an issue that has grown in importance over the last years and will continue to grow, which is the notion of digitization and its positive or negative effects on sustainable development, on climate change, on environmental sustainability. And this is, for Switzerland, has always been an important issue. We are a small country, densely populated, with intense nature and water and energy issues and transport issues. So for us, it has always been an issue, on the one hand, how to use digitization to use limited, scarce resources more efficiently. And this is something that you also see in the messages. And we have, for instance, we have an energy strategy 2050, where, in line with what you also read in the message, we try to digitize our energy management, not just the production or the consumption, but actually, in particular, the matching with offer and demand, where data and AI is helpful. We try to foster digitization, because even in Switzerland, some people still go around by foot, go into people's houses and write down the numbers on the counter. So this is how, in some areas, we measure energy consumption, and this is, of course, not where we would want to be. So there's a strategy to digitize this completely in the country, so that people also can choose the ones that want more only consume renewable energies and so on, so that you can choose your own plan. And with the rising consumption of energy, with the current situation, with trying to get rid as quickly as we can from oil and gas from countries where we do not want to support activities that they're doing, of course, this gets an even more urgent issue. So I think the messages are very timely in regard of using digitization to use scarce resources more efficiently on the one hand. And the other big issue that you also find, I'm just picking out two, that you also find in the messages, is the one about trying to minimize the damage that actually the use of ICTs can cause to the environment. And I will concretely talk about e-waste. We also have use the messages to raise political awareness in Switzerland on the notion of e-waste, on strengthening and expanding networks of taking back, recycling ICT material, try to get political support of banning basically the exportation of e-waste into developing countries, where you have children that are then separating dangerous materials. And the messages help us in the sense that we can refer to a global discussion and say, this is something that we need to do worldwide, but we also need to do it in our own country. Thank you very much.
Thomas, thank you. IGF Katowice message is a very broad document. It ranges from economic and social inclusion, universal access, environmental sustainability, climate change, trust, security, stability. The good news is, I mean, the bad news is this is a very broad document, right? And the good news is that you don't have to do it all yourself. You have to delegate people and sometime find one person and make them engaged. And it's a story that they have to share. I have my own private commitment meeting climate goals. I made my dad not burn plastic in the furnace. He was doing that. He was doing that. I'm ashamed to say, but he was doing that. And he's not doing that, but that's not all. He's now putting the message across to his neighbors, please don't do that because this is not good for the climate. So that's my little contribution for a meeting Katowice IGF messages. All the more reason to bring that up because that happened during winter. And people use furnaces to burn stuff through the winter. Now, Nigel, you are internet governance veteran, and I would like to think that whatever you say is relevant to the IGF community. Out of your experience, what would you say were the best ways are there to put any IGF messages into practice, any written word and make it work in the real world?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning. Those asleep in the back, please come down to the front and wake up. No, it's really good to be back, so to speak. It's great to see people in person again. And thanks so much, Sandra and the Secretariat, for organising this meeting. It's a real pleasure to be in Trieste, and it was a real pleasure, I must say, to take part in Katowice. Unfortunately, I could only take part virtually. But I think the Polish government, the Polish authorities need to be congratulated and were congratulated and deserve to be congratulated for holding the hybrid meeting that you did and putting on such a wonderful meeting that brought people together after the pandemic or towards the end of the pandemic to really have meaningful discussions. And that was very important indeed, so thank you. Thank you for doing that. I was going to talk about two things, but the first thing I was going to talk about was the importance of messages. And my friend Thomas here, Ambassador, sorry, I do apologise. I'm not very good at bowing, but no, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Thomas and I just used to be civil servants. He was in the Swiss authority, and I was in the. But now I got left behind, and he's forged ahead. But and also for those of you on panels, don't ever don't ever sort of agree to follow Thomas when you're speaking because he nicks all your lines. But so I was going to talk about two things. Let me just talk about messages very briefly. And I think, the importance of the messages, as has been said, is that they're out there. They're comprehensive, they're understood, they're articulate, and they need to be understood and they need to be followed. Because if the UN IGF just comes out with words, and those words do not translate into actions, then we're missing a trick. Yes, it's necessary, yes, it's beneficial, yes, it's great to be able to come together to discuss things, to get a better understanding of policies on the internet, whether it's the governance of the internet or the governance on the internet, and really have a great discussion and a good time. But what we also need to do is to be able to take that multi-stakeholder dialogue, take that opportunity we have, which we're given from the Tunis agenda and which the IGF Secretariat work on so diligently. And, you know, congratulations to Anja and her team, Shangataya, and, you know, you do such a wonderful job. But those messages have to be understood. They have to have an effect. And it's so important that they do, that they're heard at the UN, that they're heard when the Global Compact is being discussed, that they're heard in the open-ended working group, that they're heard at the ITU, that they're heard at the OECD. And I don't think they're heard enough. And it's a duty on us as governments and other stakeholders as well to ensure that there is that translation of the messages into the policy forum. We can't have a situation going forward to the WSIS plus 20, as Anja mentioned. We can't have a situation where we have this dual track, where we have somehow the UN taking decisions in some unrepresentative, non-consultation environment on the digital compact. We can't have that and a parallel track on multi-stakeholderism that we have at the IGF. They have to come together. We have the opportunity from the consultation that the UN has to be able to put that into practice. So I think, you know, that's the importance on messages. And the second point I wanted to make was just on two particular messages, which I just think are so important, and I really felt were articulated well in the Katowice Declaration. The first being universal access and meaningful connectivity. And we tend to skip that sometimes, and we tend to look at those words and we don't perhaps give them sufficient attention. But listening into the discussions last week in Kigali at the WTDC, and I know some people were there, but I must admit, I was amazed by the Partner to Connect discussions in Kigali. The passion and the articulation that governments brought to the table in terms of their pledges on access and universal access and meaningful connectivity were great to hear, as long as they're put into practice. And I think it's so important that we're able to discuss this in an environment like the IGF, what it means to us. Because access is incredibly important, but unless it's meaningful, unless it includes people, unless it's multilingual, unless it's open, unless it's affordable, then it's not going to really do what it's supposed to do. So I think, you know, these messages are very important. Meaningful connectivity is a concept which I think is growing in understanding that we need, for connectivity, we need an open internet. We need a non-fragmented internet. We need something that everyone can be able to take advantage of. Education being so important, of course, and also competitive infrastructure that people can select and consumers can select services from. The second area, just to touch on, and I should have said under universal access, of course, that the next session is on the multilingual internet, where we're going to dive slightly deeper into some of the aspects of multilingualism, which I think is just so important as we move forward. The second area, and let me finish on the second area, inclusive internet ecosystems and digital competition. So inclusivity is just the cornerstone of what we're doing here. Unless the internet ecosystem is inclusive, then it really does deter from its future use. The youth element is just so important, that, and I'm glad to hear that, you know, so much attention has been paid on the youth aspects. It used to be a bit of a sideshow, you know, in the early days, and now is rightly an integral component of all discussions that took place. I now understand in Kigali as well, there was a real focus on the youth element. Because to have a sustainable internet ecosystem looking to the future, we need the youth, we need more diversity of stakeholders, we need more participation in this system if it's going to continue. And of course, we have the opportunity to do this through the UNIGF, through the NRIs, which are just so important in fostering this collaboration, in fostering this inclusivity. So I'll stop there, and no doubt we'll continue this discussion, but thank you very much.
Nigel, thank you very much. We still have a couple of minutes left, and it's time for the audience to speak. I'd like to welcome you to ask questions. If you have any questions, please, we have plenty of microphones.
Okay, I think it's on. Yeah, okay, great. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Carvell, and I'm another veteran of the IGF history. My history of EuroDIG and internet governance is available in the
on-demand experience.
Like my publication. I'm a former UK government policy advisor on internet governance. I've been to most IGFs and EuroDIG events. I'm a member of EuroDIG's support association, and I'm a member of the IGF's working group on strategy. And I was very interested, I think, in particular, what Thomas described about the value of mapping messages, both at the global level and at the NRI levels. Where are they having impact? And I think there needs to be some systematic approach to this, to monitoring, for example, references to messages in government policy statements, in corporate mission statements, what ministers are saying about the IGF and so on. So some approach to that I think would be valuable. And the other thing I wanted to mention, which nobody has referred to yet, is that within the IGF ecosystem, we've got two new entities. We've got the tech envoy about to take up his position, Amandeep Singh, and secondly, the leadership panel of the IGF. Many people here may recall that this is the result of a proposal that was in the report on digital cooperation, which the Secretary General of the UN commissioned, that there needed to be some bridging between the process of multi-stakeholder dialogue and reaching the decision takers in governments and the corporate sector. And as I understand it, the leadership panel, which is a multi-stakeholder entity comprising senior executives from industry, government ministers, and leading civil society advocates, will perform that function. That will be one of their functions. So I was wondering if there were, what the hopes are for the panel, of the leadership panel in particular, but also the tech envoy, in actually promoting the messages, both from the global IGF, but also from the national and regional IGFs, in the direction of the UN system that Nigel talked about, so that the awareness amongst member states and missions in the UN is increased about the IGF outcomes, but also, as I say, to decision takers across the world. What are your hopes for that from the leadership panel, which I understand, after a long wait, is about to take up its role? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Very, very important questions. Part of them, I think, they are directed to me, and especially those on tech envoy, maybe to Anya, if she has any remarks on that. Let me start with the how do you map IGF messages, I think this is a responsibility mainly on governments and especially those who have been responsible for forging the messages. I can speak of my own experience. I can tell you what we do as the Polish government. Of course, we are very much engaged into the European process, right? And we work heavily with other member states in the Council of the EU. There is plenty of legislation going there, plenty of initiatives out of the Council. And what we do basically is we take IGF Katowice messages and try to make sure that bits and pieces of it are inscribed into the legislation that are being formed at the EU level. And we are on a continuous campaign with Krzysztof Schubert, who is plenipotentiary of the government for the IGF, that this approach is adopted and taken up by other member states of the EU. And we hope that this process will eventually produce outcomes in EU legislation more reflecting the messages. I think this is the task for other governments too, not just within the EU formats, but in different formats, right? And this is the job for the IGF, who whatever event we have, whatever format of political significance we have, we make sure that the messages are broken down into concrete actions and brought to the attention of the decision makers. We have what we do is easy. We use the good offices of the EU. We have working groups, council, and it's kind of easy for Poland, kind of easy for other EU member states. It's not so easy for other UN member states. But I think this is the direction we should be going. On the tech envoy, I understand the tech envoy mandate is being shaped right as we speak. So Mr. Gill has just been appointed tech envoy. I personally don't know what his modus operandi will be on that, but I'm sure that part of his work should be to make sure that IGF messages, whatever they are, whatever country and city they come from, should be high on the agenda. The people that he meets, he meets. That's for me. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but I'd like to hand over to Anya, maybe for more insight on the from the UN perspective.
So yes, then thank you, Mark. It's so nice to see you as well. Thank you for the good question. We are waiting for the appointment of the leadership panel any day now. As you said, for the tech envoy, we've heard recently for the appointment. In terms of the leadership panel, the terms of reference, so the tasks of the leadership panel are publicly available. And one of the key tasks there that's clearly outlined is really to help promote the outputs, but also the outcomes of the IGF and to foster engagement with the high-level stakeholders, which is very important because that means with those that are making the final decisions. We are also going to see, obviously, in the coming months how the strategies will be developed around those tasks. But one thing is for sure, in the nature and in the spirit of the IGF, you will be engaged if you want to be engaged. That's just the heart of the IGF bottom-up decision-making, decision-shaping process on anything that relates to the process, and that also includes the work of the panel.
Does any one of you want to? Yes.
Thank you. Just to quickly react, if I may. If we look back on where we were in 2005 when the IGF started, you had basically two fields in the UN. One was countries and many people in the middle between these two fields. But one was countries that were asking for an existing or a new UN body to somehow have a role in regulating, or whatever you call it, the internet. And then there were other countries, mainly, of course, from the West, plus the industry that was doing everything to avoid that any new competence or even let's say, would arise for governments in the field of digital or internet, because it was felt like the private sector is the best to develop this space. And the IGF was, let's say, the least common denominator. Okay, it's good that something exists where everybody can talk about things, but it should have no effect. This is why it took us more than 10 years to be allowed to even formulate messages, like what I said before. And I think, fortunately, we passed that stage. And fortunately, we do have, thanks to the high-level panels report and the initiative of the Secretary General and the push from many stakeholders, including governments, but also from other stakeholders, to actually make it more meaningful, make it more action-oriented, because dialogue is necessary, but it needs to, as Nigel, of course, said, it needs to somehow develop into action. And for us, Switzerland, we've been very strongly behind all of this, setting up the high-level panel, asking for a tech envoy, asking for a leadership panel, preparing its mandate, because we do believe that these are instruments that can help build the bridges, that can help make the voices heard of the IGF, of EuroDIG. And we know Amandeep quite well, because he was the co-secretary of the high-level panel secretary, together with Jovan Kobalje from the Geneva Internet Platform. So we're looking forward to engaging with him. And it is important that he helps to bring the IGF discussions and the messages to decision makers in this function. And we actually hope that the leadership panel will have a similar role, that they do not develop necessarily their own ideas, but transport the voices of the community, of all IGF structures, to decision makers, and also make sure that, and this is why we're happy that the IGF has organized its discussion at the end of this year along the lines of the Global Digital Compact, because as Nigel said, it cannot be that we have two parallel worlds, one where governments discuss about the world and one where the rest of the world is discussing. This makes no sense. So it's good that we bring this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Does you have time to allow for one more question? There's a gentleman waiting at the mic. Maybe a comment rather than a question, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Sébastien Bachelet from France. Not a participant as the previous speakers at all IGF's events. I am the chair of the EuroLO. EuroLO is the home of the end user within ICANN. And I wanted to say a few things. The first one, it's you say that everybody can participate. Yes, look my pocket. You can participate to anything, but if we are not as end user supported, we can't. That's very few people who can do that, but end user are not here. And when you talk about messages, and immediately, oh yes, we will use that to make laws, to make rules, to make regulations. It's not what I dream as internet and how we want to have the internet. If everything needs to be done at the end by laws, then please, government, do it. And we will struggle against you. And the last point is that we talk about I will say, here it's a multi-stakeholder event. And who are talking to us about the messages from IGF? The government. I think it's not the right image. You are not the only one to bring messages. You are not the only one to take care of the messages. You are not the only one to push for a multi-stakeholder environment in internet. And I really feel sad about all that, because it was not my dream when I participate with this. And yes, not just the private sector was again a place to decide. It's because it's not organized to be a place to decide. Therefore, I like that we have messages. I hope that it's messages from everybody. But no, those messages, it's not to be just transformed in laws. And thank you very much for the organization of this meeting.
Jake, just one small comment and we are wrapping up.
Yeah, of course. I think the last gentleman says it pretty accurately. So when looking forward, I think what was the original promise of internet when it was created? And we all agree, I think, because I'm also a newbie for the whole IGF, that the messages are very important. But we must not exclude certain groups. And at the end of the day, there's a definition for trust. And a good friend of mine created this, and it's called My Trust. And it's who gives who trust. And you could say that the user gives the rest its her or his trust. So if you create this internet, which at the end of the day, maybe enables that governments are less and less trusted, and there's a big dependency on say, big tech. How can an IGF and how can the IGF messages positively have an effect to the future so that the youth can experience the internet as it was promised? The Secretary General of the UN said this year, people first digital world. So at the end of the day, how do we accomplish a people first digital world? And I think all of us want to have more and more dialogue on that topic and make it actionable. Yesterday at the Youth DIG, everybody is looking for how can you play a role actively in creating that type of internet. So I want to thank you for your comments, but also thank you for being that I was able to be here. But in Katowice, one of the messages that I saw over several sessions was, what is the role of the user? What's the role, the position of the citizen? And how can we shape a future internet that is for all?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. The final word for me. Thank you, Jake. Well, the governments are not the only ones who are tasked with making IGF messages a reality. I'd like to say that the main takeaway for me from this panel is take ownership. It doesn't necessarily have to have an IGF relevance. If you do what you do right, and if people follow you, you are fulfilling IGF messages. And take ownership. That's the motto I'd like to leave you with for this panel. Sorry, we'll take in the conversations in the corridor right now. The time is up for us. Thank you all the panelists for your input.
I would at least make a comment on one of the online participants, because we said we want to include them as well. There was Nicolas Fumarelli from the Youth IGF of Uruguay who said, and he asked me to read it out, interesting points you raised about using AI in the multi-stakeholder process. I could add that the necessity also comes from the expansion of the hybrid audience, contributing at the discussion from the year to year, but it's also the link with existing public policies processes. The role of the regional IGF was mentioned as a key articulators to direct the messages and the work from a bottom-up process that is improved year after year with refined processes. The Katowice messages are in a comprehensive format, and this could bring a better perspective for the local replications factor as mentioned. Local action, global change. The role of young people are also mentioned regarding inclusion, and I believe that the natural formation of these groups promotes the expansion and inclusion of the IGF, making people aware of internet governance processes. And I have to apologize now, I'm being your moderator in the room again. We really have to hurry up because we are actually eating already in the next session. We have now parallel sessions going on. One is the workshop, and if you would like to join the workshop, you have to connect to your device. Otherwise, you will not be able to join the workshop. Workshops will fully be organized as virtual meetings. However, we do have a room which is called Fab Lab, and signs will guide you to these rooms where you have internet connection, where a session host will be there, and where you can come together. To go there, it will take you about 5 minutes at least, depending on how quick you walk. So follow the signs to go to the workshop room, where we will now have a session on DNS abuse. And in this room, we are continuing with multilingualism in the internet. and we have to change the panel now.
Here in my heart, you are the one. Let me be part of that magic you do. Say
online speakers, please state your full name when you want to ask a question or when you raise the hand. We will unmute you. When speaking, it would be important that you also switch on the video and, of course, do not share the Zoom links with other ones. The moderator is Rebecca Ryaketipombo. That was probably totally wrong. Rebecca, I think you are already online, and you are co-host, and you could actually speak up, and I would also like to see her here on screen.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Rebecca. Good to see you. Just a minute, and then we will also have you on the screen, because you are moderating the panel, which is Nigel Hickson and Roberto Gaetano. And we have another speaker, which is Richard Delmas. Okay, I have to stop sharing. Okay, and now we will see Rebecca soon.
Hello, I'm in Brussels. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm online on Brussels.
Okay, so there you are. Rebecca, the floor is yours, and I will be helping you with managing the room.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to today's session on multilingualism on the internet. My name is Rebecca Timbo, and I'm joining in from Tanzania. I am a Common Voice Fellow at Mozilla. Welcome to today's session. This session will be exploring multilingualism on the internet, and we'll particularly look at some of the key things such as barriers that impede a truly multilingual internet. We'll look at how best we can be able to use languages to ensure that we push for diversity, and that diversity will help us to be able to get the inclusivity we're looking for on the internet. So this session will explore the role of the internet in promoting linguistic diversity. Thank you everyone for joining us from wherever you are, online and virtually, so and physically. So we'll kick off with a video that will be shared. This is a video presentation of the International Decade of Indigenous Language from 2022 to 2033. You have the video?
Language is essential to our well-being. Languages allow us to exercise our human rights and fundamental freedoms. They are vital to our daily existence and to building human connections. Through language, we can preserve our history, customs, and traditions, convey our thoughts, express ourselves in a language of our choice, and build our future. Worldwide, there are over 7,000 languages in use, and many of these are indigenous. But many languages are increasingly falling out of use, reflecting the vulnerable situation of indigenous peoples worldwide. This is happening for a number of different reasons: increased globalization, urbanization, migration, climate change, and many other factors are impacting the well-being of language communities and the changes in language vitality. Language users choose to switch to a dominant language to avoid discrimination, stigma, exclusion, or to have more economic and social opportunities. Leading global efforts to address this trend and building on the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, the United Nations has proclaimed the period 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, with UNESCO acting as the lead UN agency. The decade is a global call to action to preserve, revitalize, and promote Indigenous languages around the world. It is only by working together and cooperating that the vitality and sustainability of linguistic diversity can be ensured. The International Decade will help build a better future where Indigenous peoples are empowered to pass on their languages to the next generations. To reach this goal, UNESCO has worked with different partners to develop a global action plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which sets out a global framework for joint action and outlines the major steps that need to be taken in the next 10 years. Over the next 10 years, our efforts will focus on raising awareness to demonstrate the importance of linguistic diversity and multilingualism for societal development, encouraging legal recognition of languages and usage in justice, legislation, public administration, education, healthcare, digital development, employment, cultural heritage, biodiversity, sustainable food systems and Indigenous girls and women's empowerment, Indigenous peoples with disabilities, and strengthening partnerships. Ensuring the availability of the human, institutional, and financial resources that are needed to engage in joint action. This work will be done through policy formulation and implementation, capacity building of Indigenous peoples to learn, teach, and transmit their languages through community-based initiatives, enhancing the professional capacities of teachers, interpreters, translators, language specialists, and technology developers, development of multilingual content, tools, and resources, building institutional capacity, data collection for informed policy and decision-making, mechanisms for inclusion, participation, and partnerships. This decade of action will enhance global linguistic diversity and directly improve the lives of Indigenous language users, including youth, women, elderly people, and other professionals such as educators who play a key role in the transmission of Indigenous knowledge, identity, culture, and world views. The Global Action Plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages establishes direct and indirect linkages with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN 2030 Agenda and contributes to achieving them by facilitating effective interactions between a wide range of stakeholders. The International Decade aims to achieve 4 main outcomes. 1. Empower Indigenous peoples to learn, teach, and transmit their languages to current and next generations. 2. Establish Indigenous languages as a global priority for social development, peace building, and reconciliation by 2030. 3. See widespread legal recognition of Indigenous languages at the national level. 4. And develop an enabling environment through policymaking and strengthening institutions to provide adequate language services and resources. The International Decade of Indigenous Languages will contribute to building a brighter, sustainable, and multilingual future for Indigenous language users, leaving no one behind, no one outside by 2032.
I think the video has spoken. We have over 7,000 languages that are spoken across the globe, and we are learning that part of that are indigenous languages that are slowly disappearing and need representation on different platforms, including the online space, which we're discussing in this session today. So to kick off the session by making sure that we're not leaving anyone behind, we welcome all of you to participate in a small question that you can fill in through the chat, or you can go to share about it. You can tweet about it, or you can share about it on the chat. It's just a simple question that asks, what is your mother tongue? So I'll give you 1 minute to be able to fill in that question and just say, what is your mother tongue? So that we kick off this session knowing exactly what kind of languages are represented today, and we can be able to understand just how far the reach is and knowing how the languages are. So the question is, what is your mother tongue? 1 minute to give a response to that. So you can fill in on the chat. Yes, on the screen there, you can see the saying that if you go to www.menti.com and use the code 34915265, you can be able to respond to this question. What is your mother tongue? So please feel free to go there as well and fill in. If you cannot go there, you can fill in on the chat and we'll be able to read what you have filled in. So while you keep on filling, I'll just read some of the ones that people have mentioned. So there's Spanish, there's Finnish, there's Dutch, there's Bosnian, Angika, Portuguese, Bon Dia. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Portuguese. So there are many people who are filling in the different mother tongues they come from. So feel free to keep on filling in on the Mentimeter, on the link that I shared. So we have Bulgarian, Polish, Armenian, Dutch, Italian, so many mother tongues. I'll just add in my own. I also speak Ikizu. It's a local language spoken in Tanzania, but I do speak Swahili as well. But I guess I'll say my mother tongue is Ikizu. Thank you. Pashto, English, Pidgin, Yoruba, Dutch, Portuguese, Bulgarian, Armenian, Finnish, Angika. Thank you, everyone. Please continue filling in the Mentimeter, and then we'll also come back again and see what responses have been given. So now we're moving on to our first speaker. Our first speaker is Nigel Hickson, an advisor on data protection, Potters Bar, United Kingdom, who is going to speak about the technical roadblocks to multilingualism. Welcome, Nigel.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Good morning to all. Well, good afternoon and good evening. I hope we have some people on the Zoom from lots of different countries, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak in this this session. This is a true hybrid session with some of us here and some of us not here, so I'm glad it's working in that respect. Thank you also to UNESCO for that inspiring video. And that's what this panel is all about. It's about multilingualism. I'm going to talk about universal acceptance, which is an aspect of multilingualism. But at the end of the day, it's multilingualism which is the overriding objective, if you like, for this session, which is so important. And I think we've seen that on the poll that Rebecca just did. There's so many different languages spoken, there's so many different scripts in the world that the internet cannot exist as it is at the moment without tilting, well, not more than tilting, without moving towards a greater multilingualism. And that's, I think that's just so important. We talked about the Katowice messages earlier, and one of those messages was inclusivity. One of those messages was meaningful connectivity, meaningful access. And for that, multilingualism just has to play a key role. So I'm going to talk briefly about universal acceptance. And how many people here know what universal acceptance is? That's a good start. I'm glad Roberto. Roberto's the expert here, so he knows he knows more than most about these things. So it's very interesting that we talk about various aspects of the internet, and universal acceptance is one of those issues which, to many people doesn't really mean much, and I think it's because the words are fairly generic. Perhaps universal acceptance, it has a sort of, generic feel to it, and we probably don't focus on it. But let me give you three, if you like, not definitions of universal acceptance, but three descriptors, which I think, are very important. The first is that all domain names and all email addresses work in all software applications. I'll say it again. All domain names and all email addresses work in all software applications. Now, you might think it's blindly obvious that we need that to happen. if you send an email to a website, if you send an email to Expedia, or if you access Expedia, through your network, you expect Expedia to respond to you. If you access Spotify, access YouTube, you expect these applications, these services, to be able to respond to you. You take it for granted. We take it for granted if we use normal Latin script that someone is going to come back, that there's going to be a response coming back, that our inquiry is not going to disappear into the ether. But as we'll explain in a minute, this is not always the case. The second is that universal acceptance is a foundational requirement for a truly multilingual internet, one in which users around the world can navigate entirely in local languages. It is also a key to unlocking the potential of new generic top-level domains, GTLDs, to foster competition, consumer choice, and innovation in the domain name industry. Because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the ability of people to use their own language, to use their own scripts, the ability to people to use Arabic scripts, to use Cyrillic scripts, to use Hindu scripts, to use a whole variety of different scripts that aren't Latin-based, to be able to take part in the internet on the same basis as we in London or we in New York or whatever, or Rome or Paris, take use of the internet. The ability of people of all languages and of all types of scripts to be able to take advantage on the internet. And the third, if you like, descriptor is to achieve universal acceptance, internet applications and systems must treat all TLDs in a consistent manner, including new GTLDs and international TLDs. Specifically, they must accept, validate, store, process, and display all domain names. Now, these definitions are important. These descriptors are important because we want an internet where if you have an international domain name, if you're using an international domain name, and ICANN have introduced or facilitated the introduction of more than 150 international domain names, if we're going to use those international domain names in different scripts and different languages, then it only makes sense that those people using those domain names are able to access services, are able to access websites on the same basis as anyone else using Latin scripts can do so. And the stark reality of this, that roughly only 6% of applications and services will accept emails in all types of different scripts, only 6%. And it's not just scripts that are not accepted. We know that if you're using a domain name for your applications that's a .com or a .net or whatever, a traditional domain name, then of course those domain names are accepted. Those domain names are accepted for services and applications, as I've said. What is less known, that if you take advantage, and this is not multilingualism, this is just basic use of different types of domain name. If you take advantage of one of the new domain names with a slightly longer, domain, so not .com, but .vehicle or something else, with a longer extension, then some of those names are not accepted either for services and applications. So there is a real issue, if you like, at the moment in terms of what is happening. So why is this important? Well, I think this is blindly obvious why it's important. It's important because we can't have a truly multilingual internet until these basic problems are fixed. And this isn't rocket science. These are not, sorry, yeah, I'm verging away from my microphone. These are not problems that need to go to the UN. These are not problems that are going to be discussed at the ITU plenipotentiary. These are not problems that, beset politicians. These are problems which can be fixed by businesses, by stakeholders interacting with businesses, and by governments ensuring that public procurement and services that they provide as governments also will respect all types of scripts. So this is something which is so obvious that it needs to happen that you might say, why hasn't it happened before? But it takes effort to do this. As I said, at the moment, we have a situation where perhaps only 6% of services and applications will truly take inquiries from emails, etc., based on different scripts and names. So we really do have a problem. So what is being done about this, and what more can be done? Well, I can recognize this as a problem early on in terms of their introduction of international domain names, which they deserve a lot of credit for, because that has, if you like, fostered a more multilingual internet than we had before. But universal acceptance, to be able to truly use these international domain names, you need universal acceptance. ICANN established a universal acceptance working group, which has been, a universal acceptance steering group, which has been working for now a number of years to try and solve some of these problems. And these problems can be solved. They can be solved by businesses looking at their applications. They can be solved by developers. They can be solved by software engineers. It's not, if you like, it's not rocket science. It's something that can be done. But it does take effort, it takes application, it takes resources, it takes education, it takes awareness. And the Universal Awareness Steering Group are working very hard in a multi-stakeholder fashion to enhance awareness. They're proposing that we have an awareness day for universal acceptance, that one day a year is given to promote the need for enhanced universal acceptance across platforms and different services. So I'm going to finish there, because I think what I've hopefully done is given you a taster for this important work that needs to take place on universal acceptance. It is something which is technical in some respects, but it's also something that we need to be able to take forward if we're going to have a truly multilingual internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nigel, for sharing those points, those key points on the session. Something very interesting that I got from presentation was you spoke that only 6% of applications and services are currently accepting emails in all types of different scripts, but we're pushing for multilingualism on the internet, which means we need to start from the very basic. And that involves universal acceptance, talking about the DNS, the domain names and all that, making sure that we have that inclusivity being part of it. So next to our next Mentimeter or question that will be displayed on the screen for you to answer, and you'll use the same mechanism used for the first one, is what languages do you use the most online, web and on social media? What languages do you use the most online? You can respond as usual on the chat or through the link we shared. I hope they can bring it up again on the screen. You can be able to use that link and go and respond there on the Mentimeter. The question is, what language do you use the most online, on web and on social media? You'll also use 1 minute to be able to respond to that one. Yes, thank you. I see people filling in. You go to www.menti.com and use the code 34915265 to be able to address the question. So we have people speaking of Polish, English, Italian, Yoruba, French, Mandarin, some of the languages they use the most online. I think English comes up the most. You have Spanish now as well. Italian, Dutch, Finnish, Polish, Pidgin. What languages do you use the most online, whether you're using social media or when you're accessing the web? I think the most language that pops up languages so far that are now coming up. Thank you so much for filling in the Mentimeter. Continue filling as we continue with the session, and we'll keep on sharing. So right now we'll call our next speaker. Our next speaker is Richard Delmas, the co-founder of Semantis Le Monde des Possibles, an ONG based in Liège, Belgium, former official at the Council of Europe, Strasbourg, and at the European Commission, Luxembourg, and Brussels, who spoke about improved access, user-generated production, and diffusion of local content. Welcome, Richard.
Hello, good morning from Brussels. Yes, thank you, EuroDIG, and also thank you, colleague, for inviting me to speak about very concrete action that we have now in Liège at the Le Monde des Possibles. Brussels and Liège are multilingual cities by nature, by construction. We are faced with refugee diaspora living here in our cities. And this is very important to have concrete action with this population to learn ICT or to learn French or Flemish or English, etc. Multilingualism and the internet, it's a long story, basically, because I remember when a very long time ago, when I was at the commission in Luxembourg, I was managing a language technologies project. And we have a big project for automatic translation called EuroDIG, but it was at that time already identified very difficult to code and to translate all languages with the same kernel. So at this level, there is different systems that continue, that keep on and are quite effective, but also there are still specialized dictionary for the industry, for pharmacy, for health. So that's two different tracks that continue. And then there was the beginning of ICANN, where I was involved also for the commission and the IDN process. And all this discussion at the start, we remember with some colleagues that are present at EuroDIG at present. And it was very intense discussion. And then IDN continued its track, still active. I'm not following that anymore, but I see that it is important, as Nigel has clearly described. And then we followed a different track, if I may say, with UNESCO, OEF, etc. We have produced with a book on the different issues of multilinguals. It's a bit old, it's 10 years old, but it is regularly updated by the Maya network. It's net.lang, and it's available in English and French on the internet. And we try to follow UNESCO approach, the decade, and to understand and to promote and to act what we can do at our level. So very concretely, Le Monde des Possibles is an institute based in Liège, and we speak about 70 languages. There are main languages, Belgian main languages, French and in Liège, Flemish, Dutch, but also many African languages, very rare language. We have identified about 20 rare language that is, coming to our school and courses. including many African language, rare language from Europe also, and from all over the world, including very recently Kazakh or Akkadian or Pachun or Pearl, etc. So we are faced with this problem that we have persons that comes to Liège or to Brussels. They don't speak French, English, or Dutch. So we have to train them and to train also for access to the internet, because it is basic for them to, you know, to learn, to understand what we are we gonna help them to integrate the country. Alors, very concretely, we have three main, well, we run about 10, 12 EU project and our Belgian project, but I'm more concerned with three main projects which are multilingual by nature. The first one is to set up a multilingual library, an open space, an open and online space in Liège, but also online, with as much as language, books, grammar for adults, but also for young, to be accessible free. Our our main model is a bibliothèque in Renan, near Lausanne in Switzerland, where they have this open space for more than 10 years now, and it's very active. So we try to have this open space with books, and we are faced with a problem is cataloging all the library, all the books and image and etc. Because some of the language are not, you know, fully coded, or it is difficult. Unicode cannot accept all the scripts, as it was mentioned. There are still a lot of work going on, and we try to work with some university to try to to identify what are the problems and what could be done, because it is a question of equity simply. You know, you cannot say to a Pachun or to a Latvian person that come from Kazakhstan or Romania that we cannot deal with with these books or grammar. We have to catalog, to offer, and the possibility to have access to these books, to manipulate, but also online. So that's not a simple world, but we we try to to map what are the difficulties and to make progress with some partners, you know, on universities, but also other libraries existing. That's a project which I've just started. The second main project, it is more substantial and important. It is Univerbal. It is funded still by the European Union through different schemes, and it is to set up a service for automatic translation and manual translation and personal translation on a social basis for example, hospital, for administrative purpose, and also for police justice. And we have trained migrant women or women from the diaspora coming from a rare language or indigenous language to be able to translate, and in a social environment, difficult environment, administrative or hospital, in case of urgency. So we have a call center. And again, that raises some difficulty for rare language on the internet, because we have to digitalize paper, we have to digitalize documents. People are coming with documents, with letters that are in rare language, and we are first to translate and then possibly to digitalize to get adequate papers, Belgian papers, for example, which is not easy for a refugee, by the way, not at all. And and it works. In fact, we have now a call center with about 30 language and rare language among them that can be accessible on an urgency. If someone is ill at the hospital, what can be done very rapidly because we don't understand, we don't read the papers that they give us, or for administrative purpose, or also a tribunal for justice. And it is a very successful project with an EU prize, and we keep on. But still, there are difficulties with rare language. A third example, which is also important, it's about the creation of content coming from this community, refugees or diaspora, how they could be accessible to on the web with their content, how they can create content, how they could interface with the local community in Africa, in Asia, for example, and not, translating what is the substance of the text of the message. It's a question of semantics also, not only of scripts, but there are difficulties for scripts. That has been mentioned earlier, but that's true. For some glyphs, Unicode doesn't code all the glyphs, all the scripts, in particular for ideogram, so some kind of Asian language. Even Arabic is difficult for certain glyphs, or how to write exactly, and it could give confusion. But this is important because all this population, they want to interface, to interact, and keep their memories, memories of their culture, memories of what has been done in their country. Sometimes it's difficult. We have also a link project how to literate or to transcribe oral language in Benin, for example, and for women, and how to codify, and we link with some institute of the CNRS in Paris to be able to, to make progress. So it's a question of, not only having access through a catalog or a library, but also to create their own content. And it was, we made some very good experiment in Liège through web radio, through creation of stories, books. But again, sometimes it's difficult. We are faced with this difficulty to put all this content on the web. For example, very a good example, we have produced a physical book of proverb, motto, in about 60 languages of the world, written script. And this book is physical because we can make an image of the book, but we want to interact. People react to what are our own proverb in Mali, in Peul, or in different countries, or the script is written from left to right or right to left, and ideogram are sometimes, but it's very aesthetic, but also very meaningful. If you change, if you change a curve or a point on the script, it doesn't mean anything, or it means the contrary. So we are faced with this, how to put this book, physical book online. It's not an easy job. And we discussed that very recently in Lyon at the Biennale, Language Biennale, when we have, when there was a lot of creators from rare language also, that was also the main difficulty. There is a step, you know, you can create content, but then you have to put it on the web, and then you have to diffuse. And that will be my last and not least message. That's going back to universal access. About, I don't know, I don't have the recent figure, but the Maya network and NetLang also has produced. We still have 1/3 of the world that has not connected to the internet very, you know, easily, frequently. It has, due to the pandemic, there was an increase in accessing internet, in the internet, but still. And among all these populations that are remote, you know, not on the web, many of them are speaking rare, indigenous, endangered language. So what can we do? In fact, increasing access, but also that was discussed in Lyon. There are problems of, you know, connection, networks, price of the connection, price of the interconnection. That's something EuroDIG knows very well. For a creator of content in Africa, you know, that's not so easy to have the capacity to diffuse the content, you know. And also there is this question of physically energy to buy a PC or a GSM, script boards. For example, in India, they have this problem of script boards because they have to use the Latin transcription of English Latin, you know, to express themselves. So it's an ongoing work, important, I think, for administrative and equity and urgency reasons in Belgium. And we follow closely UNESCO approach in the field. Also, Office International de la Francophonie. And we try to find partners. There is the UNESCO action plan. There are some European Union, European Commission projects that we follow. And we try to make some progress. And we are open to, to partners and to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for sharing those important points, and especially for mentioning some of the very important groups of refugees and women and how that relates to creating content that can really help to push multilingualism on the internet. Thank you very much for adding that up. So participants, as we continue following the session, we'll move now to the next phase of the session. And before we do that, we'll have another Mentimeter, just a question that we can answer using the same format as below, as we did before. So what we're asking this time around is, what barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language online? What barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language online? So we'll use the same procedures before. We'll go on the link and be able to fill in our responses. You can also be able to fill your response on the chat if you do not have access to the link. So we'll also take another minute or so to be able to answer that Mentimeter. What barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language online? You can go to the link www.menti.com and use the code 34915265 to be able to answer these questions. www.menti.com and use the code 34915265 to be able to answer the question, what barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language? We already have a response that says wrong translation. That's one of the barriers they experience when using indigenous language online. Wrong translation, incorrect pronunciation, incorrect translation, incorrect pronunciation, no clear translation. What barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language online? Okay, lack of readiness, few references, soft is not ready, bad pronunciation, domains, skip their known content, no clear translation, barriers you experience when using an indigenous language online, skip their known content, forms don't accept scripts, lack of content, cultural differences. So we have quite a number of barriers that have been mentioned that hinder people when using an indigenous language online. Lack of understanding, few references, forms don't accept scripts, soft not ready, incorrect pronunciation, cultural difference, incorrect translations, domains, lack of readiness, no clear translation, skip their non-content, language mistake, cultural differences, lack of readiness, character sets, lack of understanding, squib. Sure. Okay, so we can continue filling in that Mentimeter that talks about what barriers do you experience when using an indigenous language online. Feel free to continue filling it. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Amrit Sufi, a researcher and Wikimedia volunteer who will speak about the challenges and opportunities to assure the presence and use of indigenous languages online. Welcome, Amrit Sufi.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to talk about challenges and opportunities to ensure the presence of various languages online, especially indigenous languages. So I will share my screen. I have a presentation. Yeah. Okay. Is it visible? Is my Google Drive, is it visible to everyone?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now? Is it visible now?
No.
Okay, so yeah, maybe I will just continue with speaking and referring to the slide on my own. So yeah, I'll there are a lot of things to say when it comes to languages. I will talk about my experiences while doing a few projects. So while I was doing Rising Voices project for digital security and digital security needs of indigenous languages. So while doing observation of social media of the participants with their consent, so I saw that how the people, Angika speakers, Angika, which is also my mother tongue, it is an Indo-Aryan language of India. So yeah, that is my mother tongue, and the participants who also speak Angika over the internet, how they use languages. So for example, an Angika speaker would be using the Roman script to reply to a comment, and the reply would be in Angika, or in the language would be Hindi, but the script would be Roman. Or there might be they might post a reel maybe on Instagram with a local song in Angika or in another a language like Bhojpuri. with an English caption, the caption which with the sentence in English. So yeah, internet is a place where we see like multilingualism in action, and there are obviously a lot of dynamics going on there, domination of language or emergence of indigenous languages, which has been talked about my co-panelists before, and the challenges to them. So yeah, I'll talk about one project that I have done, is that I have created this toolkit called Oral Culture Transcription Toolkit. It is a project that was funded by Wikimedia Foundation. So this toolkit that I've created, I will tell you about it in like stages. So it is divided into 3 parts. The first one guides, the onlooker to. Sorry, I think my presentation is still on or something. Okay. Yeah, so the audiovisual part, it tells people how to ensure good quality of content. Then the second part, it tells about how to interview, like maybe interview indigenous people, indigenous language speakers, and interview them about their life. It can be about anything. It can be about a historical event, for example. We have, while testing the toolkit, one of the interviewers, one of the trainees, they talked to their grandfather who told them about the 1947 partition of India, partition into India and Pakistan. So that is oral history. So every every other person has some or other story to tell. They have oral history, which can be documented. So it can be that, or it can be folk songs, or it can be. I'm using my phone, so there might be disturbances. Okay. Then the third part of the toolkit is using wiki platforms as repositories of oral history and culture, or and languages, of course. So before I tell about the wiki platforms that we have talked about in the toolkit, or we have guided people to use in the toolkit, I'll talk about one of the wiki sister projects, that is Wikipedia. That is the most famous one that is used. So there's an attempt by language speakers in general who are aware, who want their language to be on digital platforms. They want that there should be a Wikipedia in their language. So there is a Wikipedia incubator. That is the initial stage before it is approved to become a Wikipedia of its own. So there is a Wikipedia incubator of Angika as well. So, and the requirements for an incubator to become a Wikipedia, full-fledged Wikipedia, are, I will say, it's not hefty. There just have to be 3 editors who are working for at least 3 months and making more than 10 edits per month. That is the minimum requirement. But surprisingly, this incubator has been there since 2011, and there are struggles with it. Like there are not, the editors might not be consistent, or there might be less number of editors. Right now, one of the challenges that is facing, that it has surpassed those challenges, that there are enough editors, there are enough edits every month, and it has been consistent. But right now, there is the last stage, that is the verification, whether the language in which the content is being uploaded or the edits that are being made is that language or not, if it is Angika or not. That is where it is stuck. So yeah, that is the most popular one among language enthusiasts or language activists. Or I'm making a generalization, but I'm just talking in general, that that is the most popular one. But what me and my colleague Nitesh Gill, with whom I created this project, what we suggested, that other wiki platforms such as Wikisource and Wikimedia Commons, these Wikisource, I'll tell a bit about it. It is a digital library of texts. So text, any form of written text can be uploaded over there. And there are, I think, more than 70 texts of more than 70 languages uploaded over there. Then Wikimedia Commons, it is a media repository of a Wikimedia repository. So as I was talking before, that there might be recorded interviews of people talking, of oral history, of or folk song, or just recounting of their lives, or yeah. So they can be uploaded over Wikimedia Commons, the media file. It can be uploaded over Commons, and then it can be transcribed. The words, no, the sentences or whatever the content can be transcribed, and that can be uploaded over Wikisource. So there's simultaneous creation of content over two platforms, and there it is visible. The language has been digitized, and it is visible over two platforms. So yeah, that is about oral culture. Oral culture and history, or oral culture transcription toolkit. So I will share a link over here for the toolkit. So all of you, any of you who is interested can go through it. Just give me a minute. I'll need less than a minute, in fact. Okay. So sorry about the interruption. So yeah, I think for context, that what I'm talking about, having a visual something to look.
Amrit, you're muted. You're muted.
So we have created a toolkit, as I said that I've is it applicable to everyone, every language? No, there are several languages, so there are several contexts. There are several needs according to varying contexts. So in order to improve the toolkit, and in order to understand that what are the needs around revitalization and documentation of languages, so there, we plan to interview like the stakeholders, that is the actual speakers of the languages, and understand that what are their attitudes, what are their needs, what are the gaps that need to be filled in order for languages to be present online. So talking about challenges in general, like coming back to the challenges of multilingualism on the internet. So different languages have different needs to thrive online. Some might have less content available. For example, Angika, my mother tongue, a lot of content, educational content, is not available online. There are texts. There are of course efforts towards making it bringing more content online, but it's not enough. For example, if I'm in my classroom, if I tell my professor that my mother tongue is Angika, and he gives me an assignment to do a syntactic analysis of Angika, and my other classmate who has chosen a dominant language for whom there's a lot of content available online, it is easier for them. So that gap, that lack of equity, as one of my co-panelists was talking about, that is very visible. That changes people's attitude in general towards their language. So less content available, and of course dominant languages benefit because of reasons of economy. For example, I purchased my phone, and several of you have talked about when it comes to using your native language online, there are a lot of challenges. For example, when I purchased my phone, there would be it is initially in English. If I try to use in Hindi, it might also be available in Hindi or any other dominant language, but it might not be as good as English, as developed as the English version would be, right? So there are a lot of challenges and a lot of gaps. So there's a need to analyze what people and culture of particular language might need. So and there are a lot of opportunities as well, right? Every culture and every language has a lot of content. It does not only have to be in the textual form. It does not only have to be I see that there are several languages in India for whom a lot of textual content might not be available online, but there is of course a lot of in my experience, a lot of oral content available. whether it is folk songs or oral history. It does not always, for a language to be authoritative, for it to be respected, it does not always have to have a lot of text in that, right? So I see an opportunity there that it can be brought online in different mediums, not only textual, also in visual, in auditory forms. So yeah, then about challenges to multilingualism. So yeah, we're like, I think most of us are here are aware that how the digital platforms, how they initially it was thought that there would be a lot of they would help in the it was a new world over there where one could it was sort of seen in a utopian terms that every language would thrive over this new platform, but that has not been the case. So in fact, while talking to a few of my other Angika speakers, so I was talking to them that, how do you use the phone, or which kind of media do you consume most? So, and what are the challenges that you face in operating your phone? So several of them had, challenges with regards to digital safety. So many of them had faced either hacking or scamming, telephonic scamming. And the reason is that because they don't understand their dominant languages, or they have difficulty with it. They're not fluent in it. So their opinion is that instead of, they don't think that I'm like not being judgmental, but this is the general flow that it goes that if we are able to learn the dominant language, if we are able to learn English, then everything will be solved. That attitude is also there because English, of course, means more, more job opportunities or better, so it's for climbing the social ladder. So these are some of the challenges, and but there's also, I think, there's hope as well. For example, it's not that people are, because it's not only social, political reasons that dominate when it comes to multilingualism, that how people operate. For example, as I said, there's less text available in Angika language, or there are even less art or entertainment content over the internet that is available. That does not mean that people are not do not want to consume content in their own language. So as I said, the people I was talking to, Angika speakers, they said that they cannot find much content in Angika online, but the language they prefer instead of that is Bhojpuri. Bhojpuri is another language from my state. It is very popular. Lot of content is available on it. So yeah, I see what I see is that people want content to be available in a language that they are familiar with, language which carries their culture, right? So yeah, I think the internet is an excellent medium for to propagate that, and we just have to be creative about that. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrit. Thank you so much for talking about some of the challenges that people face when using devices, and the fact that they usually preset to English. When you buy them already, they are already in English, and then you have to think about how to access your local language. And if you don't speak already the language, that's already a barrier for you to be able to use the device or to be able to use the different services. So now, as we're wrapping up the session, we'll open it to the floor for any questions or comments on anything that the speakers have spoken about, anything that you think they need to address, or any suggestions on how we can be able to push for multilingual internet. So you can type on the chat if you have any question, and we'll be able to respond to it. If you're there physically, you can also be able to ask your question, and then we'll be able to address the questions as they come. Phyllis, oh, yes, we have a question from Roberto. Please welcome.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Nigel about universal acceptance. I mean, we know this is a fairly old problem. It came before even before IDN, in the 2000 round new GTLD, there were a couple of new GTLDs that were 4 characters long, for instance, .info. And we discovered that there was some sites were not accepting them because they were thinking that, they were assuming that the GTLDs were maximum 3 characters long. So 22 years have gone. I understand that the technical community has done what they could in order to solve the technical problems. And so now my question is whether other stakeholders, like governments or the civil society, generally the internet users who are the ones who are suffering more, if there is something that these different stakeholders can do to improve the situation, so that then to push to have an effort that is not only on the shoulder of the technical community.
Yes, thank you, Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto. That's the question for Nigel.
Sorry, Rebecca. Yeah, I mean, I'll be very brief. Thank you, Roberto, for that question. And yes, you're perfectly right. And I should have made the point before. You know, I think I did allude to the fact that this isn't just a multilingual issue, universal acceptance. It's also an issue for, as you said, for domain name extensions which are, you know, longer than traditional ones. And this really is an issue that has to be fixed, both on the multilingual side, but also on the new generic top-level domains. I mean, we had an extension to the availability of generic top-level domains in 2012, where the amount of domains increased from around 20 to over 1,500. And some of those face real problems. An example is .Berlin. Names are applied for in good faith and in good, in the right process, and then the users find that having acquired these domains, that some of the services that they wish to access are no longer available. Are not available. So what do we do as a community about this? Well, as I mentioned, we have the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, which is promoting awareness, which is promoting understanding of these issues. But as you say, something further needs to be done. Now, I'm not, trying to incite a revolution here or a civil society rebellion or anything like that. But clearly, we do have an unacceptable situation here where, we have some of the tools to have a multilingual internet, but we don't have all of the tools. And governments have a role here. We need to do more in the government community, in the Government Advisory Committee, in ICANN, in another fora, to, if you like, ensure our own governments are walking the talk, so to speak, that they have, in terms of their procurement, in terms of their services, in terms of their applications, whether it's applying for a pension or a driving license or whatever, that these services can be accessed by all scripts and by all types of domain names. We need to ensure that the business community stands up more to this requirement, and that they also put pressure, that some of the platforms and other businesses put pressure on some of the applications and services to make sure that they accept scripts. Because at the end of the day, you'd think it's an obvious, really, that if you run a service or an application, that you want maximum usage of that service and application. And if you are cutting off, if you are denying a section of the population to be able to access those services and applications just because they're using multilingual scripts or international domain names in non-Latin scripts, then surely that is something which is, a bit of a you know, is counterintelligent, if you see what I mean. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. We also have a question on the chat, a question to all speakers from Vadim that says, with the growing popularity of internationalized domain names and email addresses, the threat of homogfil and homograph attacks has become more urgent. What do you think? How we should resist of that type of attacks in the environment of growing multilingualism of internet identifiers? Ask the question to all speakers from Vadim. I think we can take a round of responses. And then there's also a question from DG that says, for everyone, how do you think the International Decade on Indigenous Languages will help with these issues? Also, let me invite all of you to connect with UNESCO Information for All program and our working group on multilingualism. I can be reached at, I think just shared an email, ifap.chair@unesco.org. We're very dedicated to mobilizing language communities and how to give them the tools to put their languages online. So we'll start with the first question from Vadim that talks about the growing popularity of internationalized domain names and email addresses. The threat of homogfil and homograph attacks has become more urgent. What do you think? How we should resist of that type of attacks in the environment of growing multilingualism of internet identifiers? So welcome any of the speakers, if they can address the question. So there are basically two questions. The second one is, how do you think the International Decade on Indigenous Languages will help with these issues? So we can pick up any of those questions. Any of the speakers, feel free to answer or respond to the two questions. Nigel, can you help us with the first one that talks about domain names and email addresses, the threat of homogfil and homograph attacks? What do you think? How should we resist that type of attacks in the environment of the growing multilingualism of internet identifiers?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Well, I think others are probably better placed to respond to this. I'd like a sort of welcome a discussion here about why having international domain names or names in different languages and scripts increases the likelihood of these attacks. I'm not suggesting this isn't the case, but I don't quite understand why having different languages and scripts makes a difference. So that would be a good sort of counterpoint, but others will have better understanding, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. We have a person who is queuing on the floor to speak. Please, we'll hand over to the person who has a question on the floor.
Yes, I've got a question. I think it's a comment rather than a question, and I don't know if I'll be drifting away too much from the main topic, but I'd like to bring something to your attention out of my experience. When we were working on the DSA, Digital Services Act, Poland was a country who put forward this claim that social media platforms should respond to any complaints from the users in their own language. So if they are providing service in a specific country, they should respond in the same language to the user. And so we have been campaigning on that, and that was not, it didn't catch much attention among the member states. Of course, it didn't get much attention from media operators, because that would be too burdensome on them. I think there is no easy technical way of going about this, so that would be too much of a burden for social media to respond this in the same language. But if you talk about multilingualism, I think it should be a recurrent topic on events like that, and any best practice and experience should be shared on how to help social media platforms to be able to exchange the same language a complaint was filed, because without that we can't really make it meaningful for the users. So many complaints have not been filed because people simply don't speak English, and they post it in English. Terms and conditions are written in English. DSA will provide terms and conditions in the language of the users, but still there is work to be done on the complaint. So I'd like to see more discussion on that during IGF events on the topic. Thank you very much. Sorry, my name is Michał Pukalk, and I'm with the Polish government.
Thank you, Michał. We'll get a comment from Jaco, who want to speak on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, if you can clarify on that. Jaco from UNESCO. While he comes up, I'll just share some of the comments that have been left on the chat. One is from Carlos, who says, I understand there are several aspects of universalization of access related to the 7,000 plus languages in existence. Of course, trying to deal with all of them is unsurmountable, but we can narrow down to the most spoken in each region. There's also a comment from the same Carlos, who speaks that according to Babel, they are the 8 most spoken native languages spoken in my region, South America. He has given some interesting statistics of languages that are spoken there. So let me unmute Jaco. Jaco is ready to share about the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Welcome, Jaco.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you for all the speakers that have been helping us to understand some of the issues at stake in terms of multilingualism on the internet. Dorothy Gordon, who's the chairperson of the Information for All program, asked how we could use the International Decade of Indigenous Languages in order to address some of the issues that have been highlighted here. No, I think there are 2 very important elements that I could put forward. On the one hand, this International Decade actually does include a chapter on digital empowerment. And within the framing of national actions in order to take forward within the scope of the International Decade, it is very important that the different partners, civil society organizations, but also governments and academia actually include in the National Plan of Action the question of digital empowerment. It's also important that specific attention is given to involve also the private sector. That can also definitely be an important stakeholder in order to take some of the initiatives forward that are included in digital empowerment as foreseen within the International Decade. Secondly, I think exactly through such intergovernmental programs as Information for All, we can also advocate more for the issues to be included when policy discussions actually do take place, so that some of the openness and inclusion of indigenous languages can also be taken into account. I hope those give some ideas in terms of moving forward. I also just want to mention the last speaker that talked about the importance of filing access to information requests in indigenous languages is indeed a very interesting element, and I would invite the speaker also to follow the International Day of Universal Access to Information, that is the 28th of September, that would look at some of those issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jaco. So there's just a few comments on the chat as we wind up. One is from Maria, who says, would it be possible to make a survey by UNESCO to investigate and form a language on the Internet Index, example, to see what languages are the most popular and in use, what kind of online usage it is, what Internet users are doing online on their mother tongues, and in what areas of Internet usage we have multilingualism in terms of content, domains, emails, user interface, etc. What languages are represented in Unicode and how it is changing in dynamic. The most interesting thing, how people use their language in their countries, what are the mental or other peculiarities in this field. There's also a comment from Roberto who talks that even in terms and conditions are translated in other languages, there's often the mention that what counts legally is the English version. So these are some of the comments that have come up from the chat. We also have someone saying hello. There's a chair from the Affordable Internet Access SIG, Internet Society, NS Mafuta. So I think we can leave this session with a lot of questions and how can we drive to make sure we get solutions, how we can push for a multilingual internet, something that we definitely need to address. And especially as we are already within the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, how do we make sure that these languages do not become extinct? But most importantly, how do we push for the linguistic diversity? How do we ensure that we have that representation and inclusivity of different languages that are spoken across the globe and ensure that everyone has a space and has a place on the internet, has a space in the digital space? Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the organizers of these sessions and to EuroDIG and every one of you who has attended the session. Please keep engaging with the session, ask different questions. You can reach out to the speakers, you can reach out to the organizers if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for this session. You see how it basically works with an online moderator and panelists being in the room. The next session of today is also from UNESCO organized. It's about internet indicators. I see Xian Hong is already here, and we have 15 minutes to change the room, or if you would like to commute to the workshop rooms where other workshops are going on, then take your time and go there. And from 1 o'clock, there will also be lunch served outside in case you are interested in having some lunch. So please come to the stage and we change.
Thank you, Roberta.
Without a care and without
our next session, which is assessing internet universalities, Rome X indicators to advance digital transformation in Europe. This is basically an ongoing topic. We had already a presentation in the past years about this topic, so it's good that Xian Hong and their colleagues from UNESCO are continuing keeping the community update on this issue. Again, I will be your moderator in the room, as well as taking care of online participants. And I would just like to remind all of us on the session rules that we state our full name in the chat, as well as here on stage, so that the people are aware who is basically speaking. And with this, I hand over to Xian Hong as the moderator. Xian Hong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, EuroDIG organizer, for providing UNESCO always a good opportunity to engage with European stakeholders on this important project of UNESCO on the Internet Universality project. We are having a very strong panel here online and here in the room. And also it's super pleasure to meeting all the EuroDIG colleagues here in the room, but also I like to say that it's a super, really hybrid model, well working here. So without delaying time further, I'd like to invite UNESCO Director, Madame Mariusa Oliveira, the Director for the Partnership and Operational Program Monitoring, to say a few opening remarks from the HQ in Paris. So Mariusa, floor is yours.
Xian Hong, thank you, everyone. Hello. It is really tremendous pleasure to be here with you, with a fantastic lineup of speakers that has a lot to share. And I want to thank EuroDIG for the support it gives to UNESCO, and give it a plug, for offsetting, the costs, budget constraints that they're having. Hopefully, with small donations to them. We've been working with them for many years. This is a fabulous multi-stakeholder community, and we work on advancing a human rights-based approach to internet governance. Where we are in this important issue. Just as a background, we know that digitalization was already accelerating around when the COVID-19 pandemic started. And since then, what happened is that the internet has become a de facto new public commons and a real sine qua non if you want to enjoy basic human rights, including access to information, to education, to health, to justice. Access to digital spaces and technologies is what made it possible for us to have a relative life continuity, but it also starkly displayed the tremendous digital inequalities and risks we're facing, widening digital gaps between nations and between social groups, safety and security online, destabilizing consequences of election, anti-vax and climate denialism, misinformation and disinformation, fragmented digital spaces that increasingly separate and polarize us. And it's because of that in his report on our common agenda, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for a global digital compact as a set of principles and commitments by all stakeholders to address these issues. It's literally amounts to a new model of internet governance, which is being reflected also in dialogues around the WSIS plus 20 and in the recent IGF evolution. So much of the conversation around the internet has been centering on universal connectivity. However, UNESCO has gone beyond that. Our global commons needs an internet that is universal, not only in connecting everyone, but in being underpinned by universal values, adhering to humanistic principles, focusing on people's well-being, contributing to sustainable development, promoting and protecting human rights. And that's what the Internet Universality Rome principles are about. We've been advocating for a human-centric, principles-based universal internet for over 6 years. And the Rome principles, which call for an internet that is R, human rights-based, O, open, A, accessible by everyone, and M, nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation and governance, is what we propose. Since 2015, UNESCO has developed a set of universality indicators to measure the extent to which the internet in national spaces lives up to these universally endorsed principles. I'm glad to tell you that implementation of the Internet Universality Indicator Framework has been initiated in 40 plus member states at national level and has demonstrated its benefits in two ways. First, as a process, the framework catalyzes a national, multi-stakeholder shared vision for the Internet and dialogue on regulatory and policy changes needed to get there. And second, as an output, the IOIs provide an evidence-based upon which to base Internet transformation in line with international human rights standards. Just as we envisioned, an Internet Universality National Assessment leads to policy recommendations which are formulated to support the holistic protection of freedom of expression, privacy, right to information, transparency, and so on. It contributes to the rights to education and to cultural diversity in the digital arena and informs national stakeholders on pathways to recover from the pandemic. With the critical mass of national reports we now have, we are ready to additional steps, benefiting even more countries and partners through aggregate regional and global Internet universality recommendations derived from the rich experiences at national level. To further advance and advocate for Rome principles, at the IGF 2020, UNESCO also launched the Dynamic Coalition for Internet Universality Indicators. Today, we'd like to invite all EuroDIG stakeholders to join the Dynamic Coalition, as we wish to really work together with you to advance our collective vision of humanistic digital spaces and technologies. Furthermore, we would like to invite all EuroDIG stakeholders to contribute to the ongoing consultations around the Global Digital Compact. We need our shared digital ecosystems to really reflect universal values and principles, and the RomeX framework has done two things that are very important. Number one, it has demonstrated that the global community is capable of such common ground. And two, it contemplates human rights-based principles that must continue to integrate our approach to Internet development. In this session, we'll hear from speakers on the European experiences of applying the Rome framework at national level and on building the evidence and the coalitions that we need so that no one is left behind in the digital age. So thanks again for joining us. And Xianghong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariosa, for sharing your always passionate and visionary remarks. Simply to illustrate what you have said, I like to project a few slides on the screen and jointly share the updates on the implementation of Rome project globally. So may I ask the technician to project my slide? Thank you. To be brief, that Rome project exactly targets to operationalize the 4 broad principles into actions to assess how they are being implemented by the member states. And the beauty of the project is really to not only seeking to connecting the next 2.9 billion unconnected, but really to make the internet useful, meaningful, make sense of internet for every user and for every society and every country. As Mariosa just mentioned that we have been rolling very well since 2019. There have been more than 40 countries who are embracing the RomeX indicators to do a self-voluntary assessments in their country. If I go briefly by region, actually Africa is a leading continent. We are having 17, 18 initiatives there. We got 3 countries completed, and now we are scaling up the assessment in Africa, particularly in Central Africa. We are just securing the funding to launch the assessment in Congo, RC, and Congo, DRC. And then the next continent I would like to mention is Asia Pacific. Rome project is also prospering in this continent. We have just launched Mongolia, Cambodia, and also we are actually going to kick off 5 small islands countries in this region to conduct the Rome assessment to to help the small island country to shape their digital transformation. We are actually triggering a big discussion in Asian Pacific through the Asian Pacific IGF. I saw the organizer of Asian Pacific IGF here, Jennifer's here. We're definitely going there to inform more, engage more stakeholders on this scale-up in Asia. In the Arab states, I must say that we have encountered challenges and the barriers from political dimension, also from the COVID. We have a slowing down in this region. And in Latin America, we are also progressing well. We had the first model project completed in Brazil, and I recently received an excellent report from the Argentina, which is going to publish and launch before the IGF in Ethiopia. And lastly, but not least, that's why we are here, to share the experience from the European states. Now we are having 4 national projects in Europe ongoing from Germany, France, Serbia, and also Bulgaria. We are having a national researcher to share the experience later on. Please download our report and read it. Find this quite an interesting read, I can guarantee you. Now I'll spare just a couple minutes from our international advisor, Mr. Simon Ellis, to talk a little bit on the multi-stakeholder renovation of the approach when we conduct the national assessment of ROMICS. Simon, could you please take the floor?
Often with UNESCO projects, we know that they're aimed at developing countries, but in this case, it's very clear that it applies in Europe too, and especially on the element of digital transformation.
Sorry, we needed a PPT ongoing. Yes, thank you. Simon, please continue.
So I'll stay on this slide, I think. For the moment, just to say that, like I say, that it works very well for EU and for Europe. And in terms of digital transformation, it looks at many aspects of government and aspects which are important in the internet in European countries. So we know in Europe that everybody has connections, but there's still rare groups, disabled, refugees, and those then are brought into the process. The system brings in both quantitative and qualitative data. So not only are you looking at whether measurements of refugees actually having access, but also their perceptions of access, for example. So next slide, please. There are, I should say, there are 300 indicators in the core, but overall, but only 109 core. But that leaves a lot of flexibility to bring in different aspects. And the multi-stakeholder advisory board is a channel whereby we want to widen out ownership of the process as much as possible, involving all kinds of stakeholders from private sector to industry, to government and so on. And again, it's worth saying that not only is the method about quantitative and qualitative, but it's also about taking different points of view. There's not one answer here. The indicators are based on the form of questions, and they ask for an answer to the question. But that answer can be a discussion involving different points of view. So the multi-stakeholder advisory board comes in at the beginning as being a consultative committee, but also a sense of, like I said, building ownership. And then next slide, please. It also comes in at the end, whereby the research team, after the initial consultation, after the interviews with the whole variety of participants, will then, of course, come back to the same workshop, the same people, and look at validation. So there is broader, again, ownership and a sense of building into recommendations so that everybody will feel they have had a thorough part of the process. Back to you, Shanhong.
Thank you so much, Simon. May I just show my last slide? Could you go back to my PPT? We have a last slide to show. Well, it's okay. Basically, my last slide was about the composition of the global dynamic coalition of internet universality we had launched in the IGF in 2019. I have Henriette with me, who has been a strong supporter of having this dynamic coalition. What we have learned from past 5 years of implementation of Rome principles is that without a strong, the widest coalition to support this project, we wouldn't be able to achieve the mainstreaming of Rome principles and at all levels of the digital transformation. So I'm ending my presentation. Now I go quickly to the next segment to introduce the national leading researcher to share their experience in Europe. The first speaker I'd like to introduce is Dr. Matthias Kettmann, who has been a leading author for having completed the assessment in Germany last year. So Matthias, are you with us? Please do share the updates on your side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a huge pleasure to talk a bit about the wonderful time we've had working on the Rome indicator assessment for Germany. I'm with the Leibniz Institute for Media Research, the Hans Bredow Institute. We've been studying media change since the last century. We were created shortly after the Second World War. And out of late, we're focusing mainly on internet issues, which came in handy when, together with UNESCO and the German UNESCO Commission, we conducted the study of the application of the ROMEX indicators for Germany. Leader, Wolfgang Schulz, I had the honor of the interdisciplinary research team, which is already the first important message. You have to approach the ROMEX indicators through an interdisciplinary lens. You can't do that from either sociology or environmental studies alone. Our research led to a number of important insights, namely that the number of the percentage of internet users in Germany is fine. It's above 90%, but that's not the important or the interesting part. The important or interesting part was mainly that the internet has arrived at the center of different political fields. Digitalization is now a topic that every single policy field has to engage in, and a broad whole of society approach, as it's taken by the ROMEX indicators, is a sure way to get that message across to policymakers. Because if you look at the indicators, they're covering all of society, all of societal development perspectives are included within a study of those indicators. We focused on the multi-level system of national, European, and international policies, which was evident in our study. We looked at the legal situation, the way that human rights with regard to the internet were being protected online, and found that to be on the terms of substance largely satisfactory. But we did identify certain points where measures could be improved, including with regards to data available for issues like digital violence, diversity, and gender mainstreaming, including within AI training data. We also identified the issue of competencies for digital policies as an area of improvement. The teaching of digital skills is now mainstreamed into all curricula, but the federal structure, which allows for some experimentation room, can also bring deficits in strategizing long-term changes in teaching of digital skills. We also underlined in our final report the important responsibility of any state, including a developed state such as Germany, to bridge digital gaps, not only within specific socioeconomic sectors, but also with regards to the differentiation dimensions: city, countryside, employed, unemployed, formal, informal employment. We were very happy to partner with the German UNESCO Commission to ensure a strong online presence, to communicate our outputs effectively. We created a website which in German reads Wie geht's dem Internet? How's the Internet doing? .de, which proved to be rather an effective tool to communicate our outputs. Do have a look at that website. It's available in English and German, and it shows you how you can effectively promote the topics that you've covered and teach and use it as a teaching tool, which I have already successfully in a number of courses, and so have others. Our study was able to find broad echo in news media. The German public television station on the day that we announced the results led with our study and underlined some of the key outputs that we made. Our topics, the topics that we developed within the study, also made a strong impact on the coalition treaty of the current coalition, including our call not to use digital issues, not to situate digital issues within one ministry, but rather use it as to mainstream it into the work of all ministries, because digitality is a topic that only a whole of society approach can address, and only if you have the sufficient knowledge and data to back up good policies, and you can only get that through applying the UNESCO indicators. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's on, but thank you. Thank you, Matthias, for your excellent presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Lucien Castix, representing France, and he's leading the ROMIX assessment in France. I just wonder, are you with us in the room now? Because he just texted me that he's on his way. If not yet, we will have him to talk maybe at the end.
I guess he got some trouble to get in. He will be here in a few minutes.
Okay, excellent.
Sorry for that.
It's okay, thank you. So we will give him the floor when he arrives in the room. And now I'd like to move to our third speaker in this segment, Madame Anelia Dimova from online. She will be presenting the updates on our project in Bulgaria. Anelia, are you with us? Please take the floor from the Zoom.
Yes, hello to all.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you and see you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. In December last year, I presented to this audience the status of the project National Assessment of Internet Development in Bulgaria through the adapted framework of UNESCO Internet Universality ROMX indicators approved for inclusion in the Council of Ministers' Fourth National Action Plan of the Republic of Bulgaria within the Initiative Partnership for Open Government on behalf of Ministry of Transport, IT and Communications. Then, in Bulgaria, structural changes have started, so the department dealing with this project has moved to the brand new Ministry of E-Governance, and people are still unaware of the new duties and responsibilities, especially the UNESCO ROM project development in this or another format. So unfortunately, I have nothing new to add to the status of the project from December now, or more precisely, the status is waiting. I am here with you in a new functionality as a freelancer, but still information society people. I am ready to join the project immediately when be invited. The preparatory work was done according to UNESCO requirements long ago, and the start is possible again immediately. Now, instead of news on the project development in my 5 minutes or something more, I will share with you a recent study in the context of measuring the transformational potential of the Internet in multi-stakeholder initiatives, which I think is useful and relevant here for using in terms of Rome initiative. The Inclusive Internet Index 2022, produced by Economist Impact and commissioned by Meta, assesses countries on the ability of their citizens to use the internet for personally and societally enriching purposes. The 100 countries in this year's index represent 97% of global GDP and 99% of global population. The overall index score based on the scores of the availability, affordability, relevance, and readiness categories. As far as Bulgaria is concerned, it ranks 28 overall globally, faring the best in availability. In particular, the insufficient local content, declining trust in privacy, and high mobile phone and broadband costs remain areas of weakness. The COVID pandemic has transformed our relationship with the internet, making it a necessity for many people around the world. While network coverage has continued to expand year on year, access to the internet remains far from universal. 800 million people came online between 2019 and 2021, yet 2 billion people are still offline, according to the ITU. Of these, 96% live in developing countries. Many others remain underconnected. They use the internet, but do so infrequently. Index conclusions are: over the past 6 years, the nature of the digital divide has shifted from a gap in coverage marked by insufficient network coverage to a gap in usage marked by people unable, unwilling, or uninterested in using internet. Different stakeholders, including policymakers, industry leaders, and civil society organizations, must work together and continue to build confidence in online safety and deliver more relevant content to help reduce the usage gap. Consumers need to be able to access relevant content as well as develop the skills required to use the technology effectively. A crucial element of bridging the usage gap is also making sure that people can afford internet services. In order to close the usage gap, we must also close the gender gap. Promotion of digital skills must also remain a priority for stakeholders involved in imparting education across the world, empowering people with the knowledge to connect to the internet and benefit from its many services. With these outcomes in mind, multi-stakeholder initiatives could be designed to capitalize on the transformational potential of the internet, to reduce the gaps in internet access and use, boost financial inclusion, expand access to educational opportunities, and ultimately make the internet more inclusive for all. As far as I'm concerned, of course, I hope to continue the work on our multi-stakeholder initiative assessing internet universality ROMX indicators in order to advance digital transformation in Bulgaria in due time. I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anelia, for your sharing and also your continued commitment to Rome. I think now with this sharing, we are quite ready to come into the next segment to trigger a strategic discussion with all our members of the Dynamic Coalition and the partners. I'm very honored to invite the Henriette to be co-moderator with Mariosa in a very hybrid mode of this segment. So Henriette, please take the floor.
Thanks very much, Zhang Hong. And Marielza is with us from Paris. So this second segment, we've now heard from 3 countries. Sorry that Lucien wasn't here, but of what they've learned and how they've approached the application of the indicators at national level. And I think what stands out very clearly is that you have to adopt a holistic approach. And that's what makes it complex, but also what makes it very rich. In this second segment of the session, we're going to hear from quite a number of stakeholders, institutional perspectives on the dynamic coalition on the RomeX indicators and how that can be valuable and how we can use this dynamic coalition to engage the EuroDIG community. And I think what we've learned, and I've heard this before from Germany, that the value of using these indicators apply in all economic and social contexts. It's not just a tool that works well in a country where there's a lack of internet universality. In fact, even in countries where they believe they've achieved internet universality, it creates awareness about what the gaps are. But we also want the speakers, our panel, and yourselves, those in the room and those that are participating online, to keep something else in mind when you respond to these questions about how we can use the IGF dynamic coalition on the RomeX indicators. And that is to consider the Global Digital Compact. This is an approach which I think most of you are aware of, initiated by the Office of Technology of the UN Secretary General of the UN. It follows out of the Secretary General's report released last year called Our Common Agenda. And the consultation process has started. I think the IGF is one of the foremost, if not the foremost platform where these consultations have started. And why there's a link to the indicators is that the indicators help us assess internet universality. It also helps assess the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, accessibility and human rights. Now, these are all topics that are included in the common agenda. And the Global Digital Compact is potentially a set of principles that can be used to help us hold actors accountable to actually implement these principles. In other words, there's a link with the RomeX indicators, which are an assessment tool, but an assessment tool that also comes from a place of aspiration. We are assessing the degree of internet universality because we want the internet to be universal. And similarly, the Global Digital Compact is an opportunity to agree on some basic principles that can be used to initiate commitments, which they are asking for, but ultimately also to support a framework of voluntary and perhaps regulatory accountability to ensure global access to the internet. So we'll come back to this question later, but first I'll introduce our first speaker, who is my successor as the chair of the Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Paul, you have the floor. Paul Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Henriette, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I'm very pleased to be able to talk about this subject, and I just want to leave you all with a few thoughts. And the grounding one is that what gets measured is the thing that typically gets done in a business context. And this is one of the reasons why the universality indicators are such an important achievement, because they provide a level set that can be discussed and thought about and acted upon at the global context with a degree of consistency. There has always been a need for a common vocabulary about how to talk about the difficult issues that relate to having broadband and the full use of the internet working globally in an interactive, interoperable, safe, consistent manner. Now, the IGF has been around for 16, this is the 17th year. And it's a platform, it's not just a conference. And one of the important features of the IGF has been its ability to adapt and to create new methods of doing things, to be experimental. And over the 16 years of the platform, it's expanded to include 152 national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs, which are known as the NRIs, as well as launched 24 issue-focused dynamic coalitions, and the ROMEX one is one. These are great opportunities to engage across the spectrum of users and suppliers and businesses and governments, all working together to try to achieve universality. And I think the role of the Dynamic Coalition is very much to set this table for multilateral discussions that can provide a roadmap to accelerating deployments. At this point, I think the ROMEX text is the only globally accepted text in 193 countries that has an action plan behind it, that's got a monitoring framework, that has principles. And this is something that can be taken on and promoted and acted upon and developed further through the work of the Dynamic Coalition on universality indicators. And with that, I think I'd like to hear from the rest of our speakers about how and where and when and why we can accelerate the use of the indicators to really make meaningful changes in the way we deliver internet services to the population of the planet. Turn it back to you, Henriette.
All right. Hello. Okay, so well, in that case, I'm hearing an echo. I hope that you're not hearing an echo as well in your situation. But Paul, thank you very much for your fantastic remarks. This is exactly exactly what we are thinking as well. That a common framework for discussing all these issues that tie the internet, that are around the internet. Before I call for the next speaker, I've been asked to ask you all to for a group photo, so that we can have a shared picture as well. So not only a common language, you just like you said, but our common pictures as well. So please, if you don't mind putting yourself on camera, turning your camera on, and we are changing the view for the gallery. So. So please, so that we can have your beautiful faces on our social media. So thank you very much for that. And our colleagues, Victoria and Karina, are going to be taking, a great picture of us. So I hope that we can actually include the picture of our room at EuroDIG as well, so of the auditorium.
Thank you, Mariosa, for this excellent idea. Hi, Lucien, could you please come to the stage? And also, if our participants in the room, do you like to come to the front so we can take a hybrid picture? Sandra, is it possible we can also project the online participants on the screen so we can take one from the room? It will be hybrid.
We will ask the technical person, but for the moment, let's. Yeah.
What happens in the Zoom
Fabulous.
we as a room are participants
Fabulous.
anyway. So we cannot do it from here, huh?
But they can do it from their laptop because we are a participant on their screen. So when they take the picture, we are included.
Okay, thank you. Because I'd also like to include our participants here, but it's okay. Thank you. So I think we can proceed now.
that you're late. I'm not sure that we have time to continue. Shall we give Lucien a chance now, or should we continue with the session?
Lucien, if you don't mind, we will continue our second segment, and then we'll give the floor before we open the floor for Q&A. Thank you.
Sorry, Lucien. Marielza, back to you to introduce our next speaker.
I'd like to call to the screen. Giacomo is actually, I think, on site as well. So Giacomo Mazzoni, who is member of the EuroDIG board, and I think you're on site, Giacomo. Is that correct?
Izzy sitting right next to me, but we're being fully hybrid.
Oh, I couldn't see you there. So great, fabulous. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here, and I accept with a lot of enthusiasm this invitation, because I think that the universality indicators are one of the best tools that we have now in order to measure the internet. In the sense that we need to tend to a new world of internet with different parameters, different from the ones that are at the moment regulating the panorama that we are experiencing every day. In this sense, I think that there are three paths. I stick to what has been asked, the three paths that we need to explore in order to improve the effectiveness of the universality indicators. One is a tighter cooperation with the IGF PNMA. The acronyms are always horrible, but it means Policy Network for Meaningful Access. That means basically the possibility to develop and to explore all existing best practices around the world and also study carefully the bad practices in order to implement the access of the part of the population of the world at the moment cannot access to the internet. But the second mission of the PNMA is also to see the best practices and the worst practices in terms of having local contents and services over the internet, because the key of the success of the internet on local basis is how much it serves the community. And so the presence of local languages, local services, local contents addressed to the community, it's essential to have this on the long run. The second element that I think has to be more tightly integrated into the cultural diversity, into the ROM indicator, is the Cultural Diversity Convention. The Cultural Diversity Convention at UNESCO, that is just one floor different from where Marielza and Sianon lives, is about the cultural practices, how to support the cultural practices existing around the world. This convention, the Conference of the Parties of this convention just 2 years ago has approved a specific document that are the guidelines for the digital world access to cultural goods. So it's essential to reconnect the dots between this experience, because there is a very important element that while the Rome exercise usually involved mainly the government's part that is dealing with the internet access, the digitalization, the economy, the cultural indicators of the Convention 205 are run by Ministry of Cultures. So I think that this is absolutely important to have a permanent dialogue between this. The last element that I want to bring to your attention is the Public Service Internet Manifesto that has been launched some months ago. Signed by intellectuals from all over the world. Among the signatories there is a certain Jürgen Habermas and another one called Noam Chomsky. So people that probably we need to carefully listen when they say something.
Sorry. Can you stop for a minute? Maybe it's, if you can change the microphone. Is that, perhaps, because is everybody else listening to, hearing kind of a mix-up as well?
Can I try again?
Yep.
Is any better?
Oh, perfect. Now it's
probably was an interference.
Perfect now, please.
Okay,
Maybe that's what it is. Please
I tried to
continue.
eat the microphone. I was mentioning the Manifesto of Public Service Internet that was signed recently by many intellectuals around the world, like Noam Chomsky and Jürgen Habermas, among the others, but it is something that comes out from the University of Westminster and by other people around Europe, mainly. And this manifesto strikes a point that for me is very important. It says that the current model of the internet that is purely commercially based in the long term would be harmful for democracy. And so we need to introduce more and more the public interest and the public service concept within the internet. And I think that this marries perfectly with the exercise we are trying to do it here today. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Giacomo. And I think that resonates with the remarks Marielza made earlier about the internet as a commons or as a public good. But I think it also poses the challenge for the Global Digital Compact when there are so many existing statements and commitments and principles. How do we avoid it becoming the sum of the best parts of all rather than just one more set of principles? Next, I'm very happy to invite to speak to us virtually from Paris, Constance Baumler, Area Vice President, Institutional Relations, Internet Society. Constance, are you ready?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this very important discussion. The Internet Society has been a partner of this initiative on the Rome exercise, principles, indicators development since the beginning. I was actually lucky enough to be seconded to UNESCO, working with Guy and Xiang Hong on this project at the time. So it's a project that's very close to my heart. And to build on what my colleagues have said previously, and notably Paul, the value really of this project is lies also in the fact that it is one of the tools that is universally recognized across the UN system. It's been developed in a multi-stakeholder fashion. And at the same time, it's accepted by most of the countries of the world. So in my perspective, it's an ideal tool, I would say, to be able to develop further policy frameworks that not only will be able to reinforce consensus among governments, but also with the different stakeholder communities. And in that sense, it's very, very valuable, as we see the difficulty sometimes to crystallize consensus across digital policy fora. And I think it's very important to capitalize on this value. Looking at the Rome principles, I think their value is going to increase in the future, also because we have a holistic approach here. We're looking at the technical dimension, the values dimension, and any policies actually that have to do with the digital sphere are relevant when it comes to utilizing the Rome indicators. And we see every day as we face emerging issues, consolidation, development of new tools, development of new technical environments. Perhaps tomorrow, metaverse will bring also many new policy questions and challenges to think about, but also beyond. This set of principles is relevant whatever the new technical developments, whatever the new policy challenges. And in that sense, I think the concept is even more universal. So to answer your question on the three paths that through this dynamic coalition, we can perhaps envisage to work together to utilize even better, more effectively this concept of internet universality. First of all, I think the collaboration at the local level. This is a UN principle. It's been developed at the international level, but it is most useful when it's taken at the local national level. Multiplying partnerships with relevant organizations, APC, of course, we have chapters within the Internet Society. We've been able to work together in Senegal and France. Lucien Castet is also one of the leaders of the national initiatives. I mentioned APC, but there are many other organizations who can help work hand in hand with UNESCO to make sure that we're taking these principles at the most relevant and local level. The second point is that although these principles are recognized at the UN level, in my perspective, there still is much to do to share reports about what UNESCO is doing across the UN system. There are now some digital policy issues across the UN system in all UN agencies, whatever the topic. And in my perspective, the Rome indicators could be a good resource for all the UN agencies. And perhaps still remains a few efforts could be conducted to ensure that the principles are acknowledged within the UN family, really beyond just UNESCO, if I may. And finally, really pursuing this methodology, the multi-stakeholder methodology. The Rome indicators are credible and accepted because they were developed through multi-stakeholder consultations. And now that we've reached the implementation phase with these national exercises and reports, I think it's, of course, more relevant than ever to continue engaging with civil society academia. But now that we are at a time where industry is fine-tuning its corporate social responsibility principles, is fine-tuning its policy approaches, its practices, these principles, these criteria can be pointed to as a source of inspiration to the industry, in my view, and especially the digital industry. Thank you very much, Henriette and our colleagues.
Thanks, Constance.
Thank you, Constance. Yes, and you've been an intellectual driving force, behind the IUIs, and now a major partner as well, supporting countries in taking up their reports. So thank you very much for that. Now I would like to turn to Suada, who is co-chair of ICANN's Government Advisory Committee's Working Group on Human Rights and International Law. And I think she's with us online. So, Suada, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. My name is Suada Hadžić, and thank you for giving me here the opportunity to present the work of our GAC, Human Rights International Law Working Group. I would like to give you just a brief description of the working group, of which I am the co-chair. So ICANN Governmental Advisory Committee represents the voice of governments and intergovernments organizations in ICANN's multi-stakeholder structure. We have 139 governments and 38 intergovernments organizations. We have 7 active working groups, and one of these groups is our GAC, Human Rights International Working Group. So the current focus of our working group is on implementation of Workstream 2 recommendations. So these recommendations are approved by the ICANN board on November 2019. And there are 160 recommendations on various aspects, from diversity to transparency. And our working group read the implementation of Recommendation 1, diversity, and Recommendation 3, human rights core value. So UNESCO and ICANN have a long-standing cooperation. UNESCO is also GAC observer and GAC Human Rights International Working Group member. And last year, we worked together, our working group with UNESCO, on providing a definition of diversity from a GAC perspective. So, and of course, UNESCO presented its report on the Internet Universality indicators to the GAC. And in the context of the workstream 2 recommendations on diversity, the ROM-X indicators may significantly contribute to ICANN's work. So last year, we made some proposal and we presented it in October 2021. It was the work, our work together. And this year, in March 2022, our working group reviewed the GAC perspective proposal document on recommendation 1.1 on the definition of diversity. And also last month, we shared this proposal document with the newly formed community coordination group. So this community coordination group was formed to serve as a forum for coordinating, prioritizing, updating, and reporting on each individual groups in ICANN in implementation process, progress, including exchanging best practices. And now we present our proposal document, and we are waiting for their response and further discussions. So the core issue concerning the issue of the diversity revolved in ICANN around the need for a uniform definition of the parameters of diversity and the community discussions on the ones already identified. And we have geographic or regional representation, language, gender, age, disability, diverse skills, stakeholders group, or constituency. And the GAC, it will take between 6 and 18 months to implement all of these recommendations. Once the uniform definition has, for the diversity elements has been finalized, and GAC considers that in order to measure the various elements of diversity, the work done by UNESCO in its Internet Universality indicators that try to measure the situation of the Internet in each country could be a tool and reference for future assessment, and for diversity to be globally considered and measured. And the same reference for the diversity of language could be represented by the UNESCO Atlas of the Languages in Danger. So a lot of work wait for us, but we have a great team, and UNESCO is a great member of this team. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Suada. Next, we have Andreas Salz with us virtually, Program Specialist Communication and Information from the German Commission for UNESCO. Andreas.
Thank you, Maria-Elsa, for giving me the floor and the opportunity today to speak here. Greetings to Trieste and all the participants from Europe and beyond. To supplement what Matthias Kettemann said earlier about the application of the indicators in Germany, I can say that we are not only got broad media coverage on the results and recommendations based on the application, but we also use the findings in our exchange with politicians, not only in the German parliament, but also in the government. We also continue to consult with our networks in Germany and receive broad feedback and support on the indicators and its use. From the experience in the past 2 years with the indicators here in Germany, and from the perspective of the German National Commission for UNESCO, there are some points, brief points I would like to emphasize now. I think together we need to ensure continuous involvement and improvement of the ROM-X indicators, leading to the question on how we gain even more member states to apply the ROM-X principles and indicators. Furthermore, how can we make sure that the principles and indicators are efficiently applied and have effective follow-up? And finally, I would like to close with the question, how can we adapt UNESCO's Internet Universality indicators to emerging challenges such as artificial intelligence? Thank you for your attention, and back to you, Maria-Elsa.
Sorry, trying to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Andreas. This was, sharp and right on, at spot. And of course, Germany has a fantastic report, the most recently published one. So we appreciate all the work that you've done for that. I'd like to now turn to Thomas Komorowski, Project Coordinator of Polish National Commission for UNESCO, who is with us online. Thomas, are you ready to present?
Yes, I am. I'm very happy to be with you in this important meeting concerning this very timely, always timely, I think now, and important tool and concept. Less than 2 years have passed since the establishment of our dynamic coalition, and the question of the importance of developing and applying shared principles for humanistic digital ecosystems recurs in still new modes as circumstances change dynamically and even dramatically. Last year, the world was preoccupied with the still novel situation and challenges resulting from COVID-19. This year, a new situation resulting from Russia's invasion on Ukraine reveals new dimensions of solidarity and further strengthens focus on human rights, media and information literacy, and digital skills and awareness in the context of countering disinformation and also the critical importance of cybersecurity. All those issues are related to UNESCO's Internet Universality concept and covered by the IUI. The sudden developments further stress those evolving more gradually, which have led to the fourth industrial revolution with big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, great opportunities which proved beneficial during the pandemic, but also with questions concerning the future of human rights, democracy, equality of people, personal freedom, and independence. The importance of fostering the development of humanistic, human rights-based digital ecosystems is beyond question in this context. All this confirms the need for the Rome-based IU concept and IUI as a tool to advance and petrify this concept. Already their content can be seen as contribution to the internet governance in line with WIS's principles to achieving the 2030 agenda's goals and to the global digital compact process and the summit of the future in 2023. Open consultations in the global digital compact process can be an opportunity for the dynamic coalition members to promote the concept and the indicators. Over the year from the last EuroDIG, important developments have taken place in UNESCO and in Europe concerning legal instruments and policies of relevance to Internet universality. I mean especially the recommendation on the ethics of AI and recommendation on open science in UNESCO and in Europe, developments within the European Union, such as the Digital Services Act and the work on the 2030 Digital Compass initiatives, and some others, but time doesn't allow to go further with it. And the programs of Council of Europe on digital citizenship are very important now. I think this framework is an important context placing the indicators and UNESCO's Internet Universality concept in Europe today. I can't propose a ready-to-use answer to the question on how to make best use of the IGF dynamic coalition, how to further engage the EuroDIG community and European stakeholders to raise interest from additional countries and so on. But maybe a part of the answer is in the European environment should be to combine the promotion of Internet universality with UNESCO's and European instruments and European discussions on them, actions and programs. In these terms, EuroDIG seems to be particularly important for the concept and for the indicators as a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, being a point where global nature of UNESCO can meet with more regional perspective. It can be, many remarks can be added, but I think that the time is over. So thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Tomasz. And I think those are really good ideas for what EuroDIG can do. And I think, I know we've got more speakers, but just to reflect on that very briefly, I think that the indicators have proven that they work in a multi-layered, Matthias said that earlier, multi-layered policy context, such as Europe, where you've got the Commission with its own layer of policies, and then you've got national policy frameworks and implementation, and then you have the universality of the indicators. And I think that says a lot for the robustness of the indicators, but I think it also means there's a lot to learn and a lot to follow up. I think also just at the level of research and research methodology, having more learning and sharing at regional level, collaborating with EuroDIG makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm very happy to invite to address us a good friend and long-standing colleague, Desiree Evans, co-chair of the RIPE Cooperation Working Group and also on ICANN's GNSO at the moment. Desiree.
Thank you very much, Henriette, and good morning and evening to all. My name is Desiree Milosevic Evans, and today I'll be speaking about the region and one national assessment in Serbia, because I'm very much involved in that part of the world. I am president of the Internet Society chapter in Belgrade, and also chair the board of Share Foundation, the digital rights organization, which is an implementation partner in the RomeX Internet Universality Indicators project. So just a couple of words about the project, where it's seated and how it started before I start answering your questions. It started a couple of years ago, and it's seated at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in Belgrade. And I would like to speak a little bit about the value of the program, but also about the challenges, and then also try to answer your question, what we can do as a dynamic coalition on the internet indicators, and what we can do to prosper this project. While I find and agree with most of the speakers that it is the only project that is so well really accepted and recognized in the UN system, we should not forget that, especially when we have the GDC or becoming a new reality or a parallel process to the IGF. So I think it's extremely valuable to take our lessons learned from the national assessments, but also from the other members from the Dynamic Coalition, to the dialogue at the Global Digital Common, because I believe that the presentation of the findings of RomeX indicators would be valuable, and it would be hopefully easier to implement and buy-in from other stakeholders and other national members who have not started their project. So kudos to all of the 40 members who have started. It is a big challenge to look at some 200 and more indicators And although there are about 109 core indicators, we realized that the list is very long, and that even some institutions for statistics and ICT development and forming a multi-stakeholder board can leave the project, because it's so big and holistic, without some answers. It's a long road to get 55 rights indicators and for example 58 openness indicators, and to have accessibility, some 70 accessibility indicators. So our lessons learned is to work with what you can find, and then if there are questions that we cannot answer, for example, those contextual indicators that deal with economic, demographic, equality, and governance indicators, which are sometimes more difficult to deal with. We were setting up some working groups and focus groups to try to tease out the answers, because they do not exist in the statistics. So outside of that practicality, I believe that the other value of this national assessment ROMAX indicators program and principles is that it is an online and living monitoring system, and we have very few of those. And whilst I accept the additional things that Giacomo mentioned, such as paying more attention to PNMA and working together with a network for meaningful access, I'm also quite concerned about expanding that already big list of indicators and already big list with new questions. So I think we should really try to keep to these basic core 100+ indicators as we can before we expand to the other areas. But certainly, if we, apart from sticking to the core, there will be naturally some new indicators developed, and they would be added as we're learning about the process ourselves or the teams working on it. The team in Serbia has formed the multi-stakeholder board, and that has already helped a lot. So we see nowadays, since we had a first IGF in Belgrade in Serbia on 26th of May, and that now at the next IGF we'll try to work closer with the state actors, but also businesses and civil society and technical community on learning more about the lessons that we have seen through the current process, although the assessment is not complete. Finally, I'd say there is a lot of scope where the ROMAX indicators will be used in different policy frameworks, and the recommendations that will come out of the national assessment. Kudos to Germany as well for doing that, making very valuable contribution. We learned a lot from them as well in their process. But some of the challenges are certainly the resources in the global south and the developing countries. Since our project is just one activity of a much bigger EU project. And connecting it to the sustainability goals would be something as well that we can really support, trying to find links from the findings of the ROMAX national assessment principles and recommendations with the UN sustainability goals. I'll pass it back to you, Henriette, and here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Desiree, and I'm glad that you could join us today. And make these important remarks. Now I was looking for Dorothy Gordon. Dorothy, are you online? Because Dorothy had sent a message before saying that she was having trouble with a power outage, and that she wouldn't necessarily have the ability to stay online because she was running out of juice on her computer. So Dorothy, are you still online? I don't hear anything. So maybe we could hear from Lucien Castex, give you the floor now, and then we, wrap up this session.
Thank you, Mariosa. I just introduced Lucien from the floor in the room, and also signal that we might have a short question and A. So please feel free to prepare your question in the room. You have the open microphone, and also put your question online in the chat on the Zoom. We'll try to handle them. So saying that, Lucien, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Xiang, for giving me the floor. It's a great pleasure to be speaking in Trieste at the EuroDIG. I'll be quick. First, a little history for the French initiative. Basically, the starting point for our reflection was that internet is as a public core and a backbone for digitalization and digital transformation of both businesses and society. The first step that we took in France was in 2020, basically discussing the project with former EuroDIG, Moez Chakchouk, and obviously UNESCO INU team. In France, it was quite, I guess, a long process with extensive delays due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As it slowed down the whole administrative branch and funding and logistics. So we started the research phase, or should I say we restarted the research phase in 2021 after the French second or third lockdown or something. With 3 researchers, we consolidated our research team, and it's still going strong with the idea to build an interdisciplinary team with sociologists, legal scholars, and ICT researchers in the framework of the Internet Governance and Regulation Research Group of the Center for Internet and Society at CNRS in Paris. And then we consolidated our multi-stakeholder advisory board to bring the expertise of the different stakeholders in France and of different stakeholder groups. To date, members include the Internet Society French chapter, the French telecom regulator, the think tank Renaissance Numérique, the employer federation Sinov Numérique, which is representing startups of the digital industry, and a number of researchers and experts. Basically, the idea was to provide and to promote a working space for the different stakeholders in France and to improve collaboration at the local level on substantive aspects of, for example, the rights and accessibility indicators, as well as work with parliamentarians in France and with the different layers of legislation, as Henriette pointed out, at the local level, obviously, but also national and European, which is quite complex at the French level. The process is quite going strong these past few months, as we just hired in May a consultant responsible for consolidating the research and to draft the first version of the French report. So in a nutshell, what are the key trends and topics that we identified in our preliminary work? Basically, first, it is policies on digitalization and digital transformation, and the indicators force us to look at the internet in an holistic way, which is quite important and quite interesting. Also, one of the key findings of the COVID-19 crisis is there is a clear need to focus on digitalization of society and small and medium businesses, and of course, to focus also on digital inclusion. I would also like to stress out the importance of languages and diversity, and to point out a couple issues. One of the key trends the last year was around freedom of speech and content regulation, as you may have guessed, both at the national level and obviously at the EU level. At the EU level, it's mainly discussion on the NIS2 directive on cybersecurity, and also the DSA proposal. At the French level, and we did quite a thorough policy review of the French legislations impacting internet. We had two major laws enacted in 2021. The first one in August, confortant le respect des principes de la République, meaning comforting the principle of the French Republic, and with provision on hate speech and content regulation, and another law in October 2021 focusing on protecting intellectual property online and creating a new authority merging the French audiovisual regulator and the French anti-piracy agency into a new authority with new power, which started this year. As you know, also, we had in 2022, yesterday, actually, the general election, including National Assembly. Last quick word. Obviously, we had also quite a strong trend on cybersecurity with the NIS2 directive and a number of internal policies, and with international instruments also where French plays a big part, mentioning two, the Paris School for Trust and Security in Cyberspace and the Christchurch School. And finally, we had a number of debates at the French level on the environmental cost of digital technologies from, I'd say, 5G to data residency. Well, I'll stop there. Thank you again, and I look forward to your remarks. Merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup for your excellent efforts and also persistence in pushing forward the French project. Now I'd like to open floor for the forthcoming 5 to 8 minutes for you to raise your question, comments from the room, and also the questions from the Zoom. Mariosa and Karen, could you also inform if there are any questions from the chat? And also, please, those in the room, please take this opportunity, this precious physical opportunity to talk. Yes, I saw Jennifer, please.
Thank you, Xianhong. Should I remove my mask? I'm not sure.
Yeah, could you also introduce yourself first?
Thank you, Xianhong. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm actually talking, I guess, with the hat of the Secretariat of the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF. I'm really happy to be here at EuroDIG, and I'm actually learning a lot. First time to be able to participate in a regional IGF outside my own home region, so I'm learning a lot here and taking in all the lessons learned. First off, I do want to note that APRIGF has been a really good partner with UNESCO in the development and consultation stages of the ROMX indicators. And we very happily had Xianhong and her team last year giving us, I guess, updates on implementation on Nepal and various other countries, I think Thailand, Pakistan, and I think there was 1 or 2 more. So we're looking forward to hearing more about that. Very happy to hear your announcement of the implementation starting in Mongolia and Cambodia, and also the imminent implementation in 5 small island developing states. I think for Asia Pacific, it's very difficult when the varied, I guess, economic, social, political, and geographic diversity we have in our home region. So it's really illuminating to learn from EuroDIG the implementation best practices and lessons learned from Serbia, from Bulgaria, from Poland, from, I think, Germany, and also just now from my good friend Lucien from France as well. I think it is really important to remember that this is actually what DCs are all about. I think Giacomo mentioned before, it is worthwhile to look at closer connections and closer collaboration with the PNMA, the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. And also, of course, being here with the NRIs, I think this particular DC is doing everything right. There was some concern shared, I think, earlier with Desiree that, this consultation cannot become a parallel process. The IGF should be the imminent first place platform where we have the community consultations going into the Global Digital Compact. And I think it's more imperative on us being here and online to continue to develop and continue to talk about these indicators. I guess I will just throw one question over to Xianhong. Seeing all these implementations of the indicators, what more can we do? I guess not even just looking at the member states, what more can we do as participants at EuroDIG, at other NRIs, if we really want to see this voluntary assessment in our own country? What more can we do? How can we get in on the conversation and help with the process? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for all your brilliant intervention. And also, before I respond to question, I'd like to know if there are any other comments, questions from online, and also maybe from room. Or I saw Henriette signaling to me. If there are no other, I'd like to give floor to Henriette before we wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks, Zhang Hong, and I hope you also respond to Jennifer's question. And maybe I'll partially respond to that. I think that particularly with regard to the second question we addressed, which are the lessons that can be learned from the indicators process and the development of the Global Digital Compact, I think what the indicator process really did right, and I have to disclose that I was involved in the development of the indicators, but we consulted. We consulted very deeply and very widely. We consulted with governments, so governments were approached as governments. Civil society actors were approached as civil society in focus group format specifically, and similarly with other stakeholder groups, technical community and business. And I think the reason why this consultation is so important is that it created expectations. And I think that's important. It meant that people told us what kind of tool would be useful for them because they wanted to use it. It wasn't a top-down political process. It responded to a felt demand for having a common framework. Secondly, it was based on the Rome-X principles. So the indicators started off being based on principles, and I think that's important because it grounded them, and those principles are themselves linked to international law and international agreed principles. Then thirdly, it's an assessments framework. And I think this is particularly, or maybe fourthly, that is particularly important. And I think something for the tech envoy and the global IGF community to consider as we develop the Global Digital Compact. Because, what we've seen, and I can take here just briefly the example of another process that I've been following, which is international cybersecurity, where we had a set of really fairly decent norms for responsible state behavior in cyberspace that emerged in 2015 that have been endorsed, and we have more guidance on that from the 2021 group of governmental experts. But there's no assessment framework. And now the challenge for member states and non-state actors is how do you develop an assessment frameworks for these norms that can then be plugged into the norms. And it's not easy, particularly once you work in a multi-stakeholder way. So I think this is a really powerful lesson to learn from the indicators. If you want your principles to matter and to be applied, you have to, at a design level from the outset, consider how they're going to be assessed and what you would do with those assessments. Back to you, Jean-Marc.
Thank you, Henriette. You are always a soulmate of the Rome-X project. You have nicely put that how regional and national IGF has been able to make the Rome-X principles indicator safely landed in the local context. Technically, I would say that the regional IGF are really helping UNESCO to orient to building capacity and raise awareness of all the governmental and the non-governmental stakeholders about this initiative. And a national initiative of IGF, you have more than about 200 now. They are really already a kind of a platform to, as embedded in our methodology, to have a national validation workshop at the end of the assessment to trigger national-wide discussion on the policy recommendations. And far beyond this recommendation, national IGF also helps the implementation to translate this recommendation into actions, eventually improving the policies. And for the future, I would really encourage all the NRIs to engage more closely with your stakeholders and also with UNESCO, because we also coming to the 5 years of implementation of ROMIX indicators. So fast as the digital transformation, we also need to update ROMIX indicators themselves, as several speakers already mentioned, to include, to capture the latest emerging technology like artificial intelligence, like the environmental climate dimensions of the digital transformation. So we do need a full range of engagement with all of you to eventually having a roaming everywhere. I think we are really coming to the end. I'm going to give the floor to Mariuza, the strongest supporter from UNESCO, to give your final words. Mariuza, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You know, wow, what a rich discussion and so many important points to cover. You know, that it's really hard to even tease out a few, but I'll try to bring some highlights out. We've heard that the Rome principles and indicators are for every country, as everyone has groups left behind that need attention. We heard that the experience of producing national assessments helps to identify the areas for improvement, as well as ensuring that data is collected, attention is given to specific thematic areas that are not necessarily highlighted on a normal basis. But it's not an easy one, as countries face political capacity, data challenges in order to produce these kinds of assessment. But collecting data is important, since what gets measured gets done, but that's not all. The Rome framework is actually a common vocabulary that helps us to organize conversations on the future of the internet and help us to tie up this vast range of thematic areas that pertain to the internet, that go from digital device and infrastructure to cybersecurity and safety to gender equality, cultural diversity and inclusion, and so on, into a holistic conceptual framework. It can do that, since it's not only a conceptual framework in itself, but a tool that is universally recognized across the UN system, endorsed by 195 member states, and that gives the Rome a unique value, which it can leverage if we build the global and that we have is the policy network, which has been changing the conversation of access from an issue of infrastructure to how to include issues of affordability of devices, skills, responsibilities of the platforms in providing an enabling environment, and so on. So the Rome is a multi-layered policy framework that has implications and contributions at national, regional, and global levels. And we are here talking about Europe. We also heard about Asia Pacific. And that says a lot for the robustness of the indicators and how they can contribute to internet governance. But the number of indicators may be a challenge too, which is why it's not really, so easy for countries to follow up. Many do not exist in the statistics, and we need to figure out how to tease out this kind of evidence, perhaps in different ways. There may be a way to streamline that we collect base core indicators before going beyond, particularly when we consider new emerging technologies and ecosystems such as AI, extended reality, blockchain, and the changes that the internet is going, including, for instance, metaverse. We need to take into account resources and capacities when doing the assessment, especially in developing countries. But these are really important, rich, lived experiences and considerations that we must share to support the development of the Global Digital Compact. The Rome principles actually should be part of it, because our coalitions and networks should engage and contribute to this consultation process. Because, I love the way Henriette put it. An assessment framework is essential if you want principles to really matter. So we count on you all to continue advancing a principled human rights-based internet around the world through the Internet Universality Rome Act framework. And so I end here by thanking all of you, the co-moderators, Shanghong, Simon, Henriette especially, the excellent speakers, the EuroDIG and the UNESCO team supporting this session, and the audience for your rich insights. So thank you so much. Have a great day and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, Mariosa. I just echo you to thank everybody online, those in the room, and also thank you, EuroDIG, for having process so smooth the hybrid. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this interesting session. Well done. A lot of input. Thank you very much, Xianghong, for organizing it. We have now a break for 10 minutes, and then we will have our traditional assembly.
and what we're going to do in the next 90 minutes is have a closer look into what the digital transformation means for youth participation, how we can, as young people, participate in the IGF 2022 and beyond, and what different modes there are for youth to get engaged and stay engaged in internet governance. My name is Elisabeth Schauermann. I have in the past coordinated several youth initiatives, and those of you who are here interested have seen me run around the room because my main role at this EuroDIG is to manage the stage production. I am joined on the stage by Nadia Chachia, who is the current EuroDIG coordinator, among many other things, and she will start us off with a presentation on different mechanisms and also funding mechanisms for youth participation. So thank you, Nadia, for being here. And also with me on the stage is Anya Gengo from the UN IGF Secretariat, and Anya will give us a close insight into the IGF 2022 and the youth track, which is kind of kicked off today at EuroDIG, so we are very honored that this is happening. Online we have Daniel, Sandra?
Am I on? Because I just want to give you assurance, because the room is quite empty, but we have participants, nearly 50 online joining us, and they registered from across the world, from really all continents, because what we are discussing now has not only a European angle, but indeed a worldwide angle. And I think this is something what is kind of new in this NRI assembly, which in the past focused on the European NRIs, but the topic this year is a bit broader, and that's why most of the participants are online, but from across the world.
Thank you, Sandra. I actually wasn't worried because we knew that the people would turn up from all corners of the world, but it's also good to hear. And also online joining us is Daniel Emejulu from the Microsoft UN Affairs team, and he will speak in a little while on the digital transformation and how we can all participate in that regard. So without much further ado, Nadia, I think it's your turn, right? We have your slides. If we could share them, Sandra, then Nadia can start with her presentation. Wonderful, thank you.
You need the clicker?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello to everybody worldwide joining us today to talk about youth in internet governance. I wanted to start off this session and talk a little bit about my journey into internet governance and why internet governance. I come from a communications background myself, and I worked on a project, and I was working on fact-checking and media literacy, and I was looking around for opportunities to further my progress, to learn more about the different opportunities that are available, and how are decision-making being done regarding education on media literacy and fact-checking, and how can we incorporate doing that better. So I started attending activities, and one day I came across someone who said, "Why don't you go to the Internet Governance Forum?" And I asked him, what is internet governance? He couldn't quite explain it to me, but he said, if you go into internet governance, maybe a lot of your questions that you have will then be answered, because the way that you're looking at things is, how is this phenomenal tool that you're using, the content that you're using on it, how are we governing this? So your question about education, media literacy, the internet, but also questions about disinformation, fake news, it brings together people from over different places. Why don't you go there? So when I turned up there, I learned a lot, not only in terms of what is my subject area and how does it feature in kind of a wider sphere. You always look into your kind of niche area, but going to the Internet Governance Forum allows you to put your specific area into a wider and broader context. you realize the impact your work has on other areas in your communities, but also beyond your communities, and realize how broad your audience could be if you knew more about the ecosystem. And this is why I was so happy to be at the Internet Governance Forum. But to get there wasn't very easy. My very first Internet Governance Forum, and you never forget your very first one, was in Geneva. And an EasyJet flight from the Netherlands to Geneva was only 30 euros. But it's a trap, because Geneva is very expensive, and I had to pay for a hotel about 200 euros a night, and the Internet Governance Forum is 5 nights, so that meant I'd be broke or eating rice for maybe a few months. So to have that opportunity to be able to go to the Internet Governance Forum is in part really a great privilege for learning and experience, but has an access issue. But I wanted it so bad because people talked about it so wealthily. I looked for different opportunities. Some of them, the deadlines had already passed. But most of all, I went then towards the private sector, and finally, after a few months, I found a private sector stakeholder who was willing to fund my way to the IGF. And this is why I would like to start talking about mechanisms to attend international opportunities. And at EuroDIG, therefore, we would like to launch the call for funding opportunities. Could you please click? Oh. So the call for funding opportunities is realizing that there are opportunities for us out there. And with the announcement of 2022 as the European Year of Youth, there have been a lot of schemes coming out in the field. And the thing is that we need to use and collaborate with each other to get into these opportunities, because sometimes these are part of larger schemes, and sometimes it requires a larger group of people to get involved in them. Could I have the next slide, please? So for example, if you look at Belgium, if you're a PhD student or a postdoctoral student, if you study at a Flemish university, you can apply up to 2 times to attend an international conference. They pay for it fully. The conference fees, the travel, the per diem, the travel fee, the local transportations, and the only criteria that you need to have is you must be an active participant. And EuroDIG and the IGF, unlike any other forum, gives you that opportunity of easy access to participation, because you can speak at the open mic and present your ideas and thoughts. You can reach out to the different sessions in EuroDIG. You can join a session organizer, and those things show how much you can be involved within the community, and this is what they want to see. And what is really great, because you can apply twice, you can go to EuroDIG and the IGF. If we have a look at Switzerland, there is a national agency called Movetia, and they have a project called Youth and Politics. So if you're a young person between 13 and 30, you can participate in this. And what is great about it is that if you are 30 people and you wanted to go, for example, to EuroDIG, so say, for example, you were going to come to Italy for your EuroDIG, and you wanted to do a participation from Switzerland. In Switzerland, you can then apply, you and 30 of your friends could do an exchange to come then to EuroDIG to learn, and then you can set out a program. This program could be attending specific sessions, preparing to do an open mic. You could join an org team, you could request a big stage, you could set up meetings with all the people that are coming to EuroDIG. We see people from ICANN, RIPE NCC. We see people who are individual consultants, activists. We see people who are academics. So we see so many different stakeholders, and bringing these communities together could be an amazing learning experience. I'm sorry, it's really hot, and I'm starting to run out of air. So the great thing about this is that you don't have to be a specific groups, so youth IGFs, you can apply. And these things are really great to then access EuroDIG, and we hope that Switzerland will absolutely consider to do that. So when we look at the European Union, the Erasmus Plus has a few youth exchange schemes. And this is also amazing because, say, for example, you are a youth IGF somewhere, and you say, I'm going to do a youth exchange with a youth IGF Italy. Then you can come here, you can join EuroDIG, you can go perhaps do a tour of Italy, so you have a cultural bonding experience. You get to meet some of the people who are involved, and you can also learn a little bit about the different types of community that you're involved in. This is really a great way to then have a large group of young people to come to all these different events and give them the exchange opportunities that we perhaps may not have had at such a large scale. But although I've mostly been talking about youth, I would also like to talk a little bit about organizations. Could I please have the next slide? There is also in the Erasmus Plus scheme opportunities for organizations. These organizations can send students or staff or trainees or apprentices, youth workers, a variety of different kinds to get involved. One of the things that we've been saying is to get youth involved is to educate the educators. And this is one way of a scheme to get educators more involved in internet governance and giving them the tools and access to teach them how can you go from these different spaces and then access the internet governance sphere. And to access these, it's very, I wouldn't say it's per se easy, but they provide the accessibility because they're offered in your national language. Every country has their own national agency, and because you have your own national agency, you can stay at home. You have the opportunity to talk to them in the language that you are comfortable with. And this is extremely important because it gives you the most access when you do applications. Applications often that are only done in English restricts those who have not a very strong or a very comfortable way of expressing themselves in English. And being allowed to submit the work in their national language, but going on an international exchange in English gives more access and opportunity for people. With that being said, I would then like to give the floor back to Elizabeth, and I hope that you will join the call for funding opportunities at EuroDIG, because what we would like, if you go to the EuroDIG wiki, you will find that we have set up slides like these, and we are calling on the NRI Assembly to please have a look at the opportunities that are available in your country. Please add them to these slides, and then when people want to get involved, and find ways to bring large groups of people, or even you yourself, an individual application, to go to EuroDIG or to go perhaps beyond EuroDIG, then we can make sure that we have all the information in one place. And then when we have this information in one place, we can see what kind of opportunities we can coordinate between each other, things like exchanges, providing support to each other. And I think that would be a great start, and I hope that you are willing to build with us on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadia, for that insight. And as we all know, as we have been in this space for the longest time, is that one pillar of participation obviously is how to get to the places where you can participate. Are there questions or comments from the room or from online? Because Nadia will not be with us the whole time. So anything that is directed at Nadia, we can take now.
What is a question online? Would you share with us the link? And I think since it is published on our website, it is already publicly available. And it leads you to a cloud space where everyone is invited to add more content on the country of which he or she is aware of what funding opportunities exist. And our aim is actually to have an overview about all the funding opportunities which is available through the EuroDIG website. And there's no other question, at least.
someone requested the floor, you said? Sandra, can you maybe check in the Zoom room? There seems to be a request for the floor. I think we can take it. We have enough time.
Did I miss it?
It should be right on the top of your participants list.
Ah, you mean the hand raise?
Yes.
Sorry, my brain is a bit slow today. Yes. Anna Krupnik has raised a hand.
Yeah, please, Anna, you can take the floor, ask a question, or make your statement. We will unmute you in the Zoom room. Maybe, Sandra, you have to make her co-host or help her unmute.
Or unmute her.
Yeah.
To unmute. Can you unmute yourself? Now you should speak.
Yes, now I can. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Krupnik, and I represent the Youth IGF movement. My question will be the following. How can the EuroDIG community, let's say, contribute to involving more policymakers to these programs where youth meet and youth exchange, so that young people can be given, let's say, more possibilities to talk to decision makers directly? Thank you.
I like this question. Oh, nope. Thank you so much for your question. I like your question a lot. In Europe right now, we're starting to prepare for the European elections next year. And what is very interesting about that is that, of course, with the digital transformation being high on the agenda, and later we'll be listening more about the concept of digital transformation, this is a great opportunity for young people to reach out to policymakers and ask them questions, to then actually get them involved in these things, but because this is the time that they're actively campaigning. So they're really reaching out to young voters specifically. They've noticed in the polls lately in Europe that young voters are strongly voting in very radical patterns. So now it's more crucial, more and more, that they have that kind of face-to-face campaign to get them people involved. So when we want to have policymakers at the table, to make them realize how important digital transformation is, or the concept of internet governance, they should be knowing that this is a high issue on the agenda worldwide, really. And because of this, they should be paying more attention to this, but also when we reach out to them, we should tell them and remind them, we are voters. We are going to vote for the elections. We are interested about digital issues. I would like for you to come and talk to me about digital issues. And if they don't want to engage on this, they're going to be left behind, because digital issues are going to be extremely important over the next few years. You see that also at the UN level, that this is more and more an active engagement. Policymakers should be on top of this, and if they don't know about consultations like the Global Digital Compact, if they don't know about things that are happening in the digital community, when we address them, we should tell them, this, and this is happening. We want your opinion about this. This might frighten them on one hand and actually make them shy away, saying, I don't actually know about this topic, so I'm going to shy away from this. But hopefully, this will inform them how important it is, and also will bolden the people who do know about these topics and make them come to the forefront and then acknowledge these topics that are important to you and fight even harder for the things that we want, listening specifically to the youth voice. Next year, so the end of this year and next year are very important years for the European elections. So if you want to engage policymakers here in Europe, then this is what I would say. Go and reach out to your policymakers, remind them that you're voters, tell them about the issues that are happening in Europe and worldwide, and make sure that as much as you can learn from them, they can also learn from you by raising the issues and challenges in the communities that you face, wanting to bring it to their attention. Just because they want to, engage, so the youth community, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to listen to a lecture. You can offer saying, we would like to raise some challenges to you and have a discussion about how you could see the future. There are very many different ways, forms, and patterns, and we can all collectively have a discussion about how can we approach this. We'd be happy at EuroDIG to continue this discussion about how we can engage policymakers during the European elections.
Thank you, Nadia. And I just want to second what you just said, because last year, when I did a project specifically on policymakers and youth, it turns out sometimes it is hard, but specifically to get parliamentarians to these spaces. We've tried at the IGF and at EuroDIG and at the national IGFs, but what many policymakers, parliamentarians are actually very open to is talking to young people. So I think it's a good leverage point for us to approach them and really not hold back. We don't need an intermediary necessarily. We can do that ourselves, especially if we organize. But yeah, I think now maybe would be a good time to talk a bit more about the Internet Governance Forum 2022 in Ethiopia. And Anya, if you could just give us an overview of what the youth activities are going to be, what we maybe already need to bear in mind before we go further in this session.
Yes, thank you very much. And I see that my colleague Abdel Dialil raised his hand in the meantime, so maybe I'll ask my dear friend to wait a couple of more minutes until I just give a very brief overview, and then it would be good to hear from Abdel Dialil. He has a lot of experience in running the Chad IGF. So it's a great pleasure again to be here, and I want to thank Elizabeth and Nadia, of course, for supporting to organize this workshop. And I especially would like to recognize and thank all Youth IGF's coordinators. They are the drivers of this year's youth engagement. The IGF Secretariat, together with this year's IGF host country, the government of Ethiopia, is working together with all the Youth IGF coordinators, but also a number of international organizations that run youth-focused work on internet governance, to design a track within our capacity that will fit the needs of young people for their engagement in internet governance processes. In terms of the mission of the IGF Secretariat, but I'm sure that I can speak for other partnering organizations organizing the youth engagement activities, and also for the MAG as well, we do sincerely believe that it is critically important to engage young people from early stages in internet governance processes. We do see them as next generations of experts and leaders, as next generations that soon will be making concrete decisions on internet governance. And the earlier we start to equip them with knowledge, with experience, which is very important when it comes about interpretation of certain policies and norms on digital domain in general, the better, and I think with that we guarantee sustainability for our internet governance processes, including the IGF and IGFs that are set around the world. So with that notion, we are dedicated to this year continue building engagement with young people, building of course on the work that's been done in past, starting from especially 2019, Elizabeth and her team were really important in building the youth engagement processes there, and then of course Poland last year. So this year our idea is to work with the youth IGFs through the youth IGF coordinators, the number of international organizations such as, for example, ISOC or the youth IGF movement that Anna mentioned, and a number of others, to understand what's a concrete demand and then to respond to the demand of young people. Here's what we know so far. The young people have spoken very clearly during the taking stock process at the beginning of this year, that they're thankful for all the opportunities that young people are given in internet governance processes, but they are strongly objecting to creating processes within a process that are just for young people exclusively, meaning that we are isolating young people from the current generations of experts and leaders. And so we are certainly this year trying to respond as much as we can to the best of our ability to that criticism, very honest feedback, which I think was very reasonable to come. And the idea is to create synergies between the current generations of experts and leaders, decision shapers and decision makers, with those that tomorrow will take those positions. It will be done in a form that, for example, is this one. This is obviously the pilot. We are launching this project. But what is up front of us are 3 capacity development workshops, which will be done in cooperation with the regional IGFs. We are certainly going to Malawi in July for the African IGF to host the 2nd workshop. And we are hoping for cooperation with the Youth Asia Pacific IGF and to have our presence there in Singapore. And then also probably one that will be completely online, hopefully maybe also in cooperation with the Youth Latin American IGF. Young people also spoken last year, and one of the priority topics that we saw that they mapped was around digital transformation. Now, this is a very broad concept. I think for all of us, it needs a lot of unpacking and understanding what particular issues and topics young people want to focus on. But also we are looking at what's the focus of the senior stakeholders, just to create synergies in that sense. And that's why today this pilot basically serves to understand what digital transformation is all about. What are the issues? What are the policies that we need to focus there? Is there a need for capacity development? If yes, who can do what and how? And we are very happy to have a colleague that we've been working on quite a lot last year. Is from Microsoft, my colleague called Daniel. And he will be providing us a high-level overview of digital transformation. And then we will need your help. We're hoping that once Daniel presents, we will understand from you what is of the biggest priority for all of you, regardless if you represent youth in a formal age criteria or you are the generations that are now outside of that group. But the idea is really to understand. This workshop will inform all other workshops. That means that whatever we see as a priority here, those particular issues and topics will be the focus of the subsequent workshops that will be happening starting from July in Malawi. And then going into Addis, all these workshops will basically feed into one big global youth summit, which will be a meeting point between young people from around the world, but also, as I said, senior stakeholders. We are going to strategically aim to have everyone present there, especially parliamentarians, as I was speaking this morning on the panel, are very important to us, and we're hoping to have really a roundtable dialogue as equals between those that are internet users and represent youth generations with those that are currently making policies or not making policies and making our problems being persistent. So that is the overall plan, and we are hoping on cooperation and strong collaboration with all of you. It will also certainly include a lot of planning between the Secretariat, the involved parties that I mentioned, the youth IGFs and the international organizations, the host country, with the members of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. As you know, the IGF, I said this morning, is all about people. The program really is dependent on session organizers, and I think the youth engagement will need strong cooperation also with the session organizers. So that's the step we are also entering in. Complex process, but I think we're on a good way to, within our capacity, manage to create an effect where we will conclude this year with young people, knowing young people regardless where they live, if they're interested in internet governance, but also to create synergies between, as I said, the senior experts, senior stakeholders, decision makers, and young people in their respective communities. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Anja, for that insight. Before we come to Daniel, you said your colleague, I lost the name, was requesting the floor. Sandra, can you maybe check if we give them the floor for an intervention?
Yes, Abdel Jalil Bahar. Abdel Jalil, can you try to unmute? You should be visible.
Yes. Hi, everyone. So, do you hear me? It's okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, but now we can't. I'm sorry. There seems to be some kind of issue.
Yes, now it's okay, I think.
Now we can hear you, yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, EuroDIG team
for this opportunity to bring young people voice, and thanks to Anja also. So I need to add that young people, we need to have only one voice in this ecosystem, because we don't need to have many voices. And what you have said about exchange programs for the youth is very important, it's very key. So we need to have a program like dialogue of young people, dialogue between South and North also is very key. And I think that also many young people don't speak also English. For Eramis program, we need to look at the language barriers also to include everyone. Everyone is very important. For the exchange point, we can see if there are some French-speaking countries like France, we can bring people there, in Belgium, in Geneva, and for the English speaking also young, and for the Arabic also, and Spanish, and it's very important. And also what we have seen for the most of Internet Governance Forum, we have problem of visa also for the young people from South to come there. So we need to address that also for the European Union delegation. So for the visa issue, something like this. And as IGF chats, we are open to host also people from EuroDIG youth, also for European, to come in Africa to explore and work together. It's very important also. And what I need to add also here in Chad, like in our national IGF, we have many young people. So we don't need only to say that we are young people, we stay young people, but we need to look around, and to go to the EuroDIG, like continental IGF and national IGF. We need to push and to have leadership there, and also to work in ICANN and other side of internet governance, like ETU, International Telecommunication Union, like IGF, like ISOC, everything. So just I need to add that, and thank you for this opportunity. And we are open to work only together to bring the voice of young and the internet governance ecosystem. Thank you so much, and thanks to Anja and EuroDIG team.
Thank you very much for raising these points, and I think we have more time also after our input to kind of talk about the input itself, but also the more general questions. But now, I think Nadia, you have to go. Is that right? Yes, but we have time for questions later. So I think in terms of looking at the time. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. Yeah. That would be preferable, because I think for us to get a good overview of what we're talking about, it would be preferable to hear very brief comment. Yeah, sure, of course. Please go ahead.
I just want to thank you for raising those issues. You said so many of them, but I really appreciated it. Notably for me, two things. The North-South collaboration, the European Union is recently had the EU-Africa summit in which they were focusing on that kind of collaboration. So there's increasingly more attention to this. Let's ride on this new initiation and have more conversations about this, how we can connect with that. And my second very brief comment was about visa. So when I was the WEOC representative for the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, I set up a scheme in which people could submit their visa applications to me, and I would correct all of them. And it would help build, I would have conversations with you to talk about your background, the things that you do in your community, things that I thought would be really good on your applications. So we went through this scheme. I hope that the time to build that scheme further, but at the time that only one person got their visa at that time. Only one person. And that was extremely painful, and we got that person on stage at the IGF to tell his story from his very small community in Pakistan, and it was an amazing experience for him, and he had the opportunity to meet Angela Merkel, and that was wonderful. But I hope that we can find more opportunities of young people collaborating with each other, so we can do things like visa checks. Maybe if one person who speaks English can take one other person, we can overcome these boundaries, but also have a better connection and knowing each other better. Thank you for allowing my brief comment.
Of course, always. Thank you, Nadia. With a look at the time, as to not to keep our speaker waiting, I would now ask Danielle to take the floor and tell us more from your perspective about digital transformation, what it has to do with sustainability and youth. So Danielle, I hope you're ready and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Also, let me thank Nadia, Anya, Sandra, and the broad EuroDIG community. It's a pleasure to be here. I am representing Microsoft, and specifically a team at Microsoft that is called the UN Affairs team. And we have worked with the IGF, as Anya mentioned, on various initiatives. We work with them on capacity building, and one of our capacity building initiatives is called Our Digital Future. And that is actually the title of my presentation today. Before I go into the presentation, I just want to acknowledge that we are here at EuroDIG, and we are focused on the youth track. And this is, as I understand, the official launch of the youth track. And a lot of the topics that we cover today on the digital transformation topic and how they apply to different sectors and different areas of life, I think will be ongoing conversations in this youth track and in this intention that you have with the IGF. So it's quite a task on my hand to try and cover a broad range of topics. And I hope to do so with a very clear focus on the ways in which some of these digital transformations in various sectors interact with each other. I think by looking at digital transformation on a sectorial level across education, agriculture, etc., you get a specific idea of what our digital future can look like and is already starting to look like in each sector. And I'm just pleased again to be here with the EuroDIG. I'm in Geneva, where the weather is 33 degrees. As Nadia said, it's also quite hot here. And as we work with the IGF, as mentioned, we hope for more opportunities to see you all in person. I will just mention at the start of my presentation that I plan to ask you some questions. So please use this chat box and let's talk to each other. I would rather not present at you the entire time. If there are questions that come up and the moderators wish to share that question, let's also feel free to go back and forth and make this interactive in that specific way. The other thing I will say is I will share 1 or 2 videos and maybe even 3, depending on time. And I think it will just be a way to bring some of this discussion to life. So with that, let me share my screen. I believe that this will be the fastest way to make the presentation. So bear with me as I get this up. This is the part where you see all my tabs and don't judge whatever you might see. Okay, so can you all still hear me fine? Can we have an indication?
We can hear you, Danielle, and we can also see your slides.
Fantastic, fantastic. Those are good news items to hear. So, pleasure again to deliver this presentation at the official IGF Youth Track launch. And I just want to start out by sharing Microsoft's principle on technology and how our technology interacts with the world. And you can see this in the box on the left. For those who may not be able to see, I will read it out for you. The principle is set by our president, Brad Smith, who is the vice chair of the board at Microsoft, as well as his chief of staff and executive communication manager, Caroline Brown. And you can see more of this in their book, Tools and Weapons, which was originally published in 2019 and updated to reflect the pandemic activities in 2021. So here is the quote, and I just want this to sit with you and see how you reflect on it. When your technology changes the world, you bear a responsibility to help address the world you have helped to create. And I think that this is so applicable to digital transformation. Digital transformation is going to change the world. It's going to have many challenges. It's going to have many opportunities. And I think as we are here at the Internet Governance Forum, we have to think about how to do digital transformation in a responsible way. And part of that responsibility is with the private sector, that owns and operates technology. And part of that responsibility is blended across all stakeholder groups to set governance, to agree on policies and best practices. So that is just what I want to say is the grounding of this discussion. So next, I'm going to pivot to a question. Okay, we have a question from Vlada. Does somebody want to moderate that? I did say it was open floor.
Yeah, I think we, if that's okay with you, Danielle, we can take the question after your presentation.
Sure. Yeah, that works. Vlada, don't forget your question. We'll come to it after.
We will have an eye on it. Sandra is moderating the chat.
He might have sent it to him directly because there's nothing in the general chat.
Okay, that might have gone to you directly, Danielle, also. But still,
Just so that I might be able to. Just so that I might be able to focus on, may I just suggest that we use that Q&A box separate from the chat box or the everyone selection box so that we get to all your questions. I'm really keen to hear them. There's still a bit of an echo. I will move on to the next slide there. Okay, so just to make sure that the chat box is working, let me see, please, if we can do a quick exercise. And that exercise is to know, at the moment, what percentage of farmers, or farms, I should say, are run by people under the age of 40 in the EU region. So do we think it's 10% of farms in the EU that are run by people under the age of 40, that's youths? And what is the age of the average farmer in the developing world? So I'm just really curious to see, before I share the answer, one or two responses in the group. So I'm seeing 20% from someone who's quite close. The actual answer for the EU is 13%. It's 13%, according to EU data. 11 to 13% to be precise. I'm seeing somebody say 25%, but the answer for the developing country question is 34 years old. So the average age of a farmer in the developing world is 34 years old. Now, this was very striking to me because a lot of times people think of farms and farming in terms of the elderly populations or the aging populations or the older populations. We have an average image of a farmer as somebody who's usually quite old, and they do exist, but as we are at IGF and as we are at EuroDIG and as we are looking at the youth track, I just want to let you know that farming is very relevant for young people around the world. And as you may have suspected, this is an area of digital transformation I plan to cover. I'm sharing Microsoft's views on and projects in this area. And what better project to start than looking at SDG 2? In this context of SDG 2, you have zero hunger as the goal. And if you look at the World Resources Institute and the UN DESA statistics, together they project that we will have close to 10 billion people in the world by 2050, so by middle of the decade. And we have finite arable land. And so with that growing population and with finite arable land, the projection is that we will need to have food production increase by about 70%. And so how are you going to increase food production by 70%, which is aligned with the goal of zero hunger, in a sustainable way? And Microsoft's view on this and position on this is outlined by two projects in a very notable form. One is something we call FarmBeats. FarmBeats is using the power of AI and data and giving that power to farmers. It gives them, through sensors in the ground, through satellites in the air, through drones hovering around the farm, as you can see in the picture, a very accurate reflection of their soil in terms of pH levels, moisture levels, acidity levels. And with that accurate picture, not only are they better able to use limited resources in a more precise form, such as water, precision irrigation, which is beneficial for SDG 6. We talked about a lot of the interactivity, but they're also able to increase their yields. And I think that this is a key area where digital transformation is playing a role to meet the goals that were agreed in the SDGs, always a great framework for discussion, as well as to benefit the lives of, now we know, not just the traditional farmer, but increasing populations of young farmers around the world. We have a similar project, which is called Sun Culture. It's active in Kenya and many other countries. And so what I would like to do is play the first video for you. So just bear with me. I want to get this up and hopefully the sound comes through as well. So I would appreciate from the stage if there was just some indication when I play it that the sound is working. So I'll start this very shortly now.
Danny, we can hear a sound but not see a video, at least not here on stage.
Okay.
Make their money from agriculture.
And also the
So
sound
I
comes
think-
through a little muffled. I don't know if there's a different way to.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is share the screen in a different way. Just bear with me.
They'll spend hundreds of billions of dollars every year. We need to increase the productivity of smallholder farmers so that they can feed the country. So at Sun Culture, our goal is to help smallholder farmers become more productive. And we do that by combining solar technologies with services and financing. And then we allow them to pay for it over time. So you can sort of think of us as a one-stop shop for smallholder farmers. In the field with our farmers, and our farmers are our partners. So when we build technologies for them, we try to understand what they need first. Now, most farmers start with the big challenge of water. The first product that we generally sell to farmers is a solar-powered water pump combined with micro-irrigation, allowing them to save 2 or 3 hours a day and do other work while that's happening.
Very kuna shida kwa sababu tumetumia petrol na ikapatia mimi masaa meeting na kupeleka huku drone sasa nikipiga button maji yanatoka.
Wakati tulikuwa tunashota kwa mikono, mtu alikuwa anashota tu kidogo. Sasa unachoka wewe unaenda kulala. Lakini wakati pump ilikuja, unashota kila wakati unafanya kazi.
So a few years ago, we started on a journey to develop a lower cost water pump. Rainmaker 2 is the second generation of our initial solar powered irrigation kit system for smallholder farmers. Rainmaker 2 is an affordable, high quality, high powered water pump that gives farmers enough water that they need for up to 2 acres. The Rainmaker 2 kit comes with a climate smart solar energy system, which is IoT connected, Internet of Things, lithium ion battery. With Sun Culture soil moisture sensors and weather stations, we're able to use that data, send personalized recommendations to farmers. Some farmers we can deliver it to via phone, some via SMS, some via WhatsApp. So we can help the farmer understand when it's going to rain, what's happening in their soil, and we can provide them with the information and knowledge they need to be really good farmers. For our farmers right now with the Rainmaker 2 pump, we're able to do predictive maintenance, meaning that if we detect an issue, we can remotely monitor it before the issue becomes a problem for the farmer. And then it also enables dry run protection. So if the well runs out of water, the pump will automatically shut off.
Kwa nyumba mtu anapika nayo inakusaidia na mwangaza, hata kwa television imewezeka. Sasa kila mtu anataka kuwaona juu asaidike.
A couple of years ago, we had a dream to evolve our business from just providing the best hardware technology for farmers to developing a software platform that allows us to give our farmers the information that they need to succeed. And the only partner we went to was Microsoft. Microsoft has been a huge support for us. So they gave us a grant under the Airband program, and they've been an amazing partner in guiding us through this journey and providing support, providing resources, and we hope to scale this up with them, not only across the continent, but around the world. the future of farming in Africa and around the world is going to be founded in giving smallholder farmers the ability to master their environment. These technologies that Microsoft are developing in partnership with us allow us to just reach so many more people than we ever would have been able to before.
Okay, I believe I'm back to the main hall. Is that correct?
You are.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I'm just going to share the PowerPoint again. And thankfully we have 30 minutes and only 2 more videos. So we're in good time. Now, what I hope you took from that was 2 things at the minimum. The first is that there is technology that is helping farmers in a digitally transformative way. And it is helping them not only to create better yields, but to earn more significant income as a result of that higher yields. And this is something that digital technology is enabling. Microsoft is not the only technology provider in this specific solution area. However, we do hope that you see that there is a room for technology and digital transformation here. I mentioned at the start that I want to point out ways in which digital transformation interacts across sectors. And so in that spirit, I want us to just think about the fact that a lot of what we saw in that video relies heavily on one thing. And maybe some people are already thinking about this precondition, and I'd love to see ideas thrown into the chat. But there is something that this relies on. And that thing is connectivity. You cannot have data being fed into clouds from sensors and drones and satellites and farms unless that farm is connected to the internet. And so one of the ways in which we need to see digital transformation work for development is to connect people in remote and rural areas. We know that there's already a profit case for connecting people in urban areas, but too often private sector investment does not go to the proverbial last mile, where farms often are. And the reason they do not go to the proverbial last mile is because it's not considered as profitable. The gold standard for internet connectivity is broadband fiber optic cable. And just to give you context, that costs about $50,000 per square mile. So you can already do the formulations to see why it's seen as unprofitable to get a return on investment. And so the only investment that goes to the last mile is a social impact investment. It's an investment made in the benefit of corporate responsibility, usually by owners and operators of infrastructure. And our exercise in this area is the Airband Initiative. As the subtitle says, it's connecting the unconnected. So I would give you a sense of how this digital transformation is occurring from Microsoft's vantage point in remote and rural areas. We're using a mix of technologies. We're using satellite technologies, we're using wired technologies, we're using dynamic spectrum. One of the other technologies we're using in that mix is called TV white space. And I'm sure that we have people here, even if we're youth as a community, but I'm sure we have people here who are old enough to remember being in your house at home and using a TV antenna, either on the rooftop or on top of your actual television. And like I often did, trying to pick up a signal from a TV tower that would clarify the TV reception that you were receiving at home. And essentially, I just say at a very essential level, this is the concept of TV white space, as the name implies, being repurposed. And what TV white space refers to are spaces in between different stations, different television stations with a blank to separate 2 channels receptions. And in that TV white space, as the name is called, from the towers, from the station towers, you can now emit wireless signals to, again, unused white spaces. And those wireless signals can reach people in 50-kilometer radius. And so this repurposing of technology in remote areas takes something that was analog and brings to the topic of this presentation a digital transformation that is helping to connect the unconnected and helping to enable all that comes with connectivity, including farming. This is the link I was seeking to make at the beginning. And so TV white space is, as I said, one of the many technologies that enables the airband projects. This is a representation of where we are around the world. As a company that is originally American, it's important to Microsoft to connect people in remote and rural areas in the US. We forget that even within OECD countries, there are often high levels of people who do not have access to broadband internet. And around the world, especially in developing countries, the same is the case. And Microsoft is aiming to reach over 40 million people around the world with this initiative. And so I come to where this fits under the SDGs. If we look at SDG 9, and specifically target 9C, which is focused on connecting people, especially the most deprived of people, we have to look at this from a human-centric standpoint. And as it says in the slide, Microsoft has done so since 2017, just 2 years after the SDGs were adopted. And of course, it's not doing it alone. It's working with telecom equipment makers, nonprofits, local entrepreneurs. You saw in the last video, Sun Culture is one of the partners that we have in this suite of offerings. And Airband is essentially in the countries you see there, about a dozen or so countries. I want to play another video, and I just think this will give you a very accurate picture of how this is working in practice. You see some of our partnerships on the Airband front. They range from Al Jaldi in India, which is the video I wish to play, in Ghana, and the Wingu networks in Kenya. And so I'm going to play this video for you. Bear with me as we go through those gymnastics as we did earlier. And I'll be grateful if someone could just send me a chat to confirm it's both audio. Ready?
Yes. Yes, we can hear and see with a bit of a lag, but we can.
Thank you.
They share many. Rural areas in India tend to be more densely populated. On the other hand, they share the qualities of rural areas elsewhere, lower levels of income, lower access to services and amenities, all the way from education through financial inclusion to health.
पूरा विलेज ऐसा विलेज है जहाँ आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी नहीं मिलेगी और यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा टेलीकम्युनिकेशन भी नहीं है. हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. अगर लोग यहाँ पे नहीं पढ़ रहा है, आगे नहीं जा रही है, ये तो साहिबगंज में ये कमी है कि यहाँ की फीमेल इतना आगे नहीं जा रही है. ठीक है.
EuroDIG focuses on designing, building, and providing broadband connectivity in rural areas. We're catering to over 240,000 registered customers. Our partnership with Microsoft has helped us reach further in terms of geographic locations.
लोगों को गांव से भी बैंक आने के लिए 25 से 30 किलोमीटर का डिस्टेंस तय करना पड़ता था. अगर वो लोग फॉर्म फिलअप करने जा रहे हैं, अभी क्या होता है ना, लोग अपने गांव में ही सीएसपी खोल करके वो अपना लोकल एरिया का सारा काम वो खुद से हैंडल कर रहे हैं.
People in rural areas really go to these common service points for any online services, licenses, school graduation certificates, land records. They just pay a rate to the common service point operator and they get their work done.
पहले एक कंप्यूटर था, फिर आपका कस्टमर बढ़े तो 2-3 कंप्यूटर बढ़ा दिए हैं.
और आगे बढ़ाने की है। फैमिली का भी इनकम हो जाता है, इससे अपना भी इनकम हो जाता है।
That's why I think our work with Microsoft is so important, because the Airband team realizes that without connectivity nowadays, you cannot talk about improving people's livelihoods, well-being, voice. It's just not possible.
तो अभी जैसे इंटरनेट वहाँ पहुँचा है तो वो लोग बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हैं, क्योंकि अभी इसकी वजह से वहाँ पे बहुत सारा सबका अर्निंग बढ़ गया है। फीडबैक तो बहुत अच्छा मिलता है, क्योंकि हम लोग सच में वाकई में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं रूरल एरिया में इंटरनेट पहुंचा करके। फ्यूचर में हम लोग सारे गांव को कवर करना चाहते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं कि देश के कोने कोने तक जल्दी पहुंच जाए।
Okay, thank you very much. I believe we are back to where we were.
Daniel, we're having sound from your side, I think. That I believe should not be there.
Okay, are we back now? Is it fine?
Yes, we can see your slides. Just a quick reminder, if we could wrap up in the next 5 minutes so that we have enough time for questions and answers, that would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you all for, bearing with this hybrid presentation format. This is the world that we live in now. I hope that you saw how the world that other people are living in is also being enabled with online transformation. You see communities that didn't have it before having it. There isn't much time, as we've just heard, so I'll just highlight one more area for you. And I think this is to quality education. What I wish to is, we know that during the pandemic, there were millions of displaced children from schools. According to some estimations, over 200 million children were displaced from schools. And when children are displaced from schools, if we look at the education sector more broadly, through a pandemic or through a refugee crisis, their learning is often interrupted. And if we look at the pipeline from learning to earning, that disruption is often solvable with a digital transformation solution. And so one of the things that has happened is that, working with UNICEF, who have pioneered this initiative, and Microsoft has digitally supported this initiative, we've come up with what is called the Learning Passport. And the Learning Passport has helped to continue education because it gives children and young people a digital record of learning that they can use and gain readmission back to their prior levels of education or an advanced level of education by holding that digital certificate and presenting it after the disruption has ceased. So during the window of time that they're away from school, they have a digital application and a digital technology that is able to keep them learning while they're offline. And Microsoft and UNICEF have worked on this and moved it into the next frontier, which is after school, what sort of skills, and specifically digital skills, can be offered for free and are based on roles that are in high demand in the real world. And so there's a program that we developed there called the Passport to Earning. And so you can also put that under SDG 8, the Passport to Earning, because this is about skilling people in a way that allows them to go out into the world of work and to have the skills that will get them an income. And they can do this, again, from remote areas through the promise of digital transformation in these spaces where oftentimes they don't occur. So there was one more video I wanted to play and a few more slides I wanted to talk you through, but I think we might pause here and I'd love to take your questions. Do we have time for one more video?
the video, because could you say that again, please, Daniel? Did you ask about the video?
We have time for a short video on this learning passport, just to round off the presentation.
Sure, we have a minute that I can give you.
Okay, so let me play that and bear with me.
This is what school should look like, but sometimes, due to wars, natural disasters, disease outbreaks, or crises, school can go away in an instant. UNICEF has a long history of providing education in times of crisis. Temporary learning centers address important needs. Schools in a box are valuable. But now, from UNICEF, in collaboration with partners, comes a life-changing innovation for children and young people, the Learning Passport.
Estoy yendo a la escuela presencial porque esta enfermedad vino que se llama COVID-19 y ya por medio ya no he ido hace mucho tiempo.
The Learning Passport is an education solution that helps children continue learning from anywhere at any time. It's highly flexible and adaptable for teachers and students, customized for each country's language and cultural context. Powered by Microsoft and partners, it can provide access to quality curricula on virtually any digital device.
I think that the learning platforms helps us as students to be able to get more information about this certain subject you're doing and different kinds of other subjects we missed out during the lockdown.
The Learning Passport also has an offline model to enable those located in low to no connectivity areas to continue their education, helping bridge the digital learning gap.
Pues el Learning Passport me parece que es una excelente opción o una innovación porque contiene, como le mencionaba al inicio, videos, contiene todas las situaciones que el niño necesita para poder implementar, mejorar su lectura, mejorar su escritura, mejorar todas esas habilidades que tenemos en español.
And the Learning Passport allows children to record and track their progress to help ease the process of re-enrollment when children are resettled. The Learning Passport is currently being used in over a dozen countries by more than 1 million children, teachers, and young people.
It's one of the most exciting developments for education in Timor-Leste in the past year of turmoil.
Every child has the right to an education. All children have big dreams.
وهذا الشيء ساعدني انه كوسيله لتحقيق حلمي لانه حلمي انا اللي هو بيتدرس.
Me gustaría estudiar robótica porque yo quiero hacer robots.
The Learning Passport helps keep those dreams on track.
So let me just say thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure. There were more areas to cover, but I hope you've seen digital transformation in at least those sectors and the comments that this enables people around the world.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I don't know if it's the sound in the room or your microphone, but I couldn't hear you so well. But thank you very much for covering this broad topic of digital transformation, giving us examples of the work that you are doing. We now have, I would say, 15 to 18 minutes time for questions, statements, either from the room, and I promise this time I will look at the microphone, but also from our Zoom room, which I believe is very active. So, Sandra, do we have anyone who wants to take the floor or comments from the online?
Hello? Yeah, indeed. Vlada Tatarova has raised his hand for quite a while already, and then we have Shiva Subramanian Muthusanami. Those two have raised a hand, and I will also check the comments.
Okay, I think we can give Vlada, the first one, the floor.
Vlada, can you unmute yourself? And
yes, can you?
Super, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. My name is Bara. I'm the part of the team, and I would like to thank Daniel for such a great presentation. And Youth IGF is cooperating closely with Microsoft, especially the topic of cybersecurity.
Vlada, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you properly.
Okay. Maybe if I stop. Can you hear me well now?
You seem to be breaking up.
Can I just go after the next?
Okay, so maybe we take the next person in the speaker queue, and then we take Henriette's statement, and then we come back to you, Vlada.
Yes, let's go with Shiva. Shiva, you have the floor.
The vision for farming future as presented involves something like sensors in the farm field, drones, satellites, and artificial intelligence. Isn't this all making farming complicated? Maybe this is a vision for a farm of a typical size of 1 million hectares or more, but most of the farmers in various countries, including in developing countries, are small farmers, and aren't you making farming far more complicated than starting and running an engineering factory? It's like a farmer traditionally planted seeds, waited for the rain, or otherwise brought water to the plants, and the plant grew. That was as simple as that in the past. Then came fertilizers, then came pesticides, and then genetic engineering, then all kinds of scientific techniques, and then biosphere and everything, and hydroponics, and now artificial intelligence. It's like it all requires a farmer to have an investment outlay to have a crop. It requires him to go to a bank, take a loan, get into a debt trap, and makes each harvest a struggle for him. It was not like that before. I think the technology vision is flawed. Can you explain that?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I understand the question. So if we can move on to others that will get a chance to ask as well, and then I can take all of them collectively.
May I suggest, unless Henriette, your question is also directed to Daniel? Is it?
Daniel, but it was to the topic preceding the input from Microsoft and the promotion of the Microsoft project. But I will respond to that as well. Just on the issue of agriculture, I think that it is interesting that you raise the age of farmers, Daniel. That is a concern in many countries in Africa. I just want to sort of build a little bit on what Shiva said. I think that average age of 34 is pretty meaningless if you don't look at what type of agriculture. Is it cash crop, subsistence, commercial agriculture? If you don't look at what type of economic and social context it is. So it varies, very, very widely. So, but I look forward to the IGF village at the global IGF being used for us to see these initiatives by companies. I think they are very welcome, particularly in the IGF village, not perhaps necessarily in the main sessions. I wanted to respond to the question, Elizabeth, about policymakers and youth, because I think it's so important. So my name's Henriette Estes, and I'm currently on the MAG of the African Regional IGF. And we had a discussion, because this year at the IGF in July, we'll be launching the African Parliamentary Internet Governance Network. Anya can correct me if that's the wrong term. And we also have a youth forum. But they're taking place in separate silos. And I do not think that is how it should happen. So what we're trying to do is to create at least a lunch where the youth participants can talk to the members of parliament and get them together. And I think that really, for me, is the lesson of the IGF. And of really integrating youth effectively. If we can get to a point where young people can talk about internet shutdowns, about human rights on the internet, about data protection, or about the open internet and internet protocol and DNS, if they talk about those issues first and then say, I'm a young person, then I think we would have succeeded. I think we have to put the issues front and center. Young people are not just future stakeholders, they are stakeholders now. And I think the IGF needs to expand and be more inclusive, but not by creating separate drawers and a huge big filing cabinet for different constituencies in each drawer. The value of the IGF is that it's a huge, big, open marketplace or forum where everyone can come together. But I think particularly, we want young people to say challenging things. We want them to confront decision makers, confront companies whose policies they don't like, and network with governments. And I think we've got to be very careful about not creating silos where we go and put our young people and then use them for advertising and promotion purposes.
Thank you, Andriette, and very much agreed. Okay, because I think, Daniel, if we collect questions, we might end up in a situation where questions are directed at different people. So do you want to come back to Shiva, and then we see where the next questions go, because we have people in the room who are lining up and probably also in the Zoom.
Okay, so thank you for the comments in the chat, and so happy to answer the question. I was very careful, I think, to project that the stats which relate to the world, I think there's still a bit of an echo. I think we don't mind the stats which relate to youth and in fact the global population, mean 10 billion with a B by 2050 requires an increase of agricultural productivity around the world, not by 5%, not by 10%, not by 20%, not by 50%. We have to increase agriculture productivity around the world by 70%. And if we want to increase agriculture, or we need, I should say, to increase agriculture productivity by 70%, according to the World Resources Institute, according to UNDESA, in order to have a fed population, we need to move beyond subsistence farming. That is the calling. We do not propose at Microsoft that we have all the solutions. There is no one technology company that has all the solutions. But what we do know from the SDGs is that it calls for a mix of means of implementation for the SDGs, including technology. And so, given that the topic of this discussion is digital transformation, and we want to look at key challenges in the world today, it's only relevant that when we think about scaling up technology by 70%, scaling up productivity, I beg your pardon, by 70%, we look at how digital transformation can help that. There is no intention to replace subsistence farmers. This technology is giving farmers that wish to produce at scale, an enabling technology that supports them in their yields. It cannot replace them. So again, I've used the term human-centric. On the second point, let me just share that I happen to come from Nigeria, and I've lived in Africa, I've lived in Nigeria. I am blessed to have friends that are working there close to the age of 34 and who are using not necessarily Microsoft technology, in fact, not at all Microsoft technology, but they're using technology in their farming ventures and enterprises. And a big part of the reason you see this is because many countries, especially resource and commodity-based economies, are diversifying their streams of revenue at a time where commodity prices are volatile. And oftentimes the agriculture sector is one sector where the government funds engagement of people who are moving in, especially young people. And they're not doing this with hoes and with shovels. They're doing this with digital technology. As I said, I'm fortunate to live there and come from there and seen it firsthand. So I think the future is promising. To members of the audience, who are also from communities that are using agriculture to escape poverty, to escape the effects of pandemic. I just want to encourage you to think about the ways that digital technology can support what you do, regardless of where and who you partner with. Microsoft partners with UNICEF in these presentations, Agile, Sun Culture, and many other companies. So I just want to emphasize that this is not something we do alone. And if we're promoting anything, we're really promoting the great work that some of our partners have led and asked for our support on. So those are the initial responses for now.
Thanks, Daniel, for getting back to the question. I suggested we take at least one more from the Zoom room and then at least one more from the room here in Trieste. So Sandra, do we have a request for the floor? Should we try Vlada again?
We could try Vlada again. We have also Wisdom, who's waiting for quite a while. And now we have again, or as well, Tokolice Mia, and I have 2 or 3 questions to read out, and one very short one that Daniel could possibly answer with a yes or no, if it's possible to share the PowerPoint slides with the audience, and then
yes.
more to read out.
Okay, we will see how far we get. Maybe we'll try Vlada again, and then the room, and then we see where we land.
Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me well now?
Can you say some more words for us to see if that works? Just keep talking, Vlada, so we can see if we can hear you. No, we can't hear you at all.
No, she's again muted. Vlada, you have to unmute.
Okay, maybe, sorry, Vlada. Say that again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please continue talking, so otherwise we can't say.
Okay, as I was saying, I was thinking
No, I'm sorry, we're having like big audio issues with you. Maybe you can put your statement or question in the chat, and we so that Daniel sees it and Sandra also sees it. I don't know if we can take it now, but maybe we can take the next one in the queue for a please be brief question or statement.
Yes, Wisdom Donkor is next. Wisdom, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from Ghana. So I have some small contribution to make, and then I'm going to speak with a perspective of Africa. Yes, I really like the presentation of Daniel, but then there are a few things that I think we need to address if we really want to solve the issue of agriculture in Africa. And the first one is the youth that we currently have are not attractive to agriculture because they don't see agri as a field that when they venture into, they'll be able to make it. That is number one. We need to look at that. And if you look at the age grouping within the agric, those that are involved in agric, it's mostly the elderly, mostly 50 and above. Those aged people, those are the people that you see mostly in agric. And as I'm speaking now, the trend that is happening now is even the farmers themselves don't even want their children to go into agric, just because it's not lucrative enough for them to venture into it. So we need to look at that and see how we can address this with technology. That's the first one. The second one is you did mention of the TV white space. Yes, I agree with you. I think a few years ago, we tried to implement that in Ghana here, and then it was very difficult. The first thing is that if we really want this TV white space thing to work, we need to look at spectrum allocation. Currently, the spectrum that we have
are more geared towards the bigger companies, let me say Vodafone and the rest. They are leveraging these licenses, and then they don't even want the smaller organizations to come and then take some of these licenses and then begin to go into the rural areas. So this is one area that we need to look at and see if portion of this license can be made available to non-governmental organizations, CSOs and all that. And then that is when we can begin to see maybe an impact with the technology that you have. The other thing too is...
I don't want to interrupt you too rudely, but I guess I am now. I really have to have a look at the time. And I think as you kind of lined out your statement, I think it's very interesting.
Yes.
But I have to cut you now, if that's okay. And maybe you can continue your discussion afterwards. I think there's many people who are interested specifically now in the topic of agriculture and digital transformation there, but I would like to give one more person here in the room interested to also make a contribution, then we have to wrap up. So, Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elizabeth. My name is Jennifer Chung. I guess my hat is varied, but I'll just say I'm speaking on behalf of the Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. I guess my comment, I'll try to be as brief as possible. It's more tied to the first part of the presentation, how the youth can effectively participate in a meaningful manner. And I think Henriette touched on the most crucial part of it. We need to make sure the youth are not siloed. However, we also need to give them agency to be able to create their own agenda as they are speaking among the youth to tease out issues and policies and topics that are interesting to them. And at the same time, we need to balance quite deftly how to also give them space to talk to policymakers, to talk to decision makers, to be able to participate meaningfully in an equal manner. I think I'm not part of the youth coordinating team in my own region. I have a colleague, Jenna Feng, who does that. But we also face the same issue in Asia Pacific, where we need to make sure that we are not siloing the youth in their little buckets when they're meeting, and making sure that they are part of the main program in a very meaningful way, in the way they would like to be. We don't want to prescribe anything to the youth because they can speak for themselves. They are stakeholders, and they could, of course, in the future also move to different stakeholder groups. But the youth themselves are already stakeholders. And one thing, I regret not being able to participate in the 2 days prior of EuroDIG. I think it would be extremely helpful and useful for all of us here to be able to hear more of the youth voices. And I hope, as Anya mentioned, and as Daniel mentioned, that this is a launch of the youth track, that the outputs that are discussed at EuroDIG are captured well going into other regional, other IGF, other NRI and youth meetings. So by the time we get to Ethiopia, there is a rich tapestry from all the different regions, from all the different national initiatives, from all the different youth initiatives, that it can become the basis of a very meaningful conversation. I don't want us to lose any part of that, and I commend what you're doing right now. And one last point is the point that Nadia put out regarding funding. That is an extremely great initiative. I will take this learning from EuroDIG and try to implement it or suggest to my colleagues that this is something that is always a big problem and hurdle for youth to be able to participate in person. That part of the experience is absolutely invaluable, and kudos to having this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for pointing that out, and that we all can learn from each other. And we see that there's a lot to be said. A lot of people want to take the floor, which is wonderful. But this is not our last time that we can exchange. So, Anya, maybe you can just briefly line out what the next steps are for the youth track.
So the next steps, I think we've heard a lot of very useful inputs. You've given us quite a good homework. So we are taking all these inputs thanks to our great rapporteur, Ms. Lily with Ghana Youth IGF, that's now online with us. And then next week the group is meeting. We will be then setting up the program for the session that will be in Malawi at the African IGF that Henriette mentioned. I think you brought a lot of important points for the format and the fact that we need to create synergies and dialogue between everyone with young people, and that's something that we will carefully be working on. You are all invited, of course, to continue advising, suggesting. We all only can benefit from it, and once again, I sincerely thank everyone for that. Just a quick point as well, because I heard a comment on that. This whole track is of multi-stakeholder nature. So just that we hear today from a colleague that comes from the private sector means that in the subsequent workshops we'll be hearing from experts coming from other stakeholder groups, because the idea is to really unpack all the aspects coming from different stakeholder groups, going into different regions to also learn what are the specificities there. So thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Can I just quickly tag on the back of that? I know we're at time, but I'm noticing this trend across the multi-stakeholder groups you referred to, and I think it answers some of Wisdom's question and some of Courage's question. And it's really about creating government and enabling policy, make agriculture and other sectors lucrative for youth to enter. And youth just is very desirable. So I think that if we have a mix of solutions, it's not just private sector, the whole government helping to make sectors.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Anya. Also, she's not here anymore, but also big thanks to Nadia for her input. Thank you to everyone who participated. It's great to see that this is so dynamic and that we can also create a bit of heat in this discussion. As you heard, this discussion specifically will be carried on over the next months until we meet in Ethiopia. And here in Trieste at the EuroDIG and also online at EuroDIG, we now have a short break of 10 minutes, and then we continue with the second part of the NRI Assembly, looking into structural questions of the IGF within the UN system. So thank you very much. See you soon.
Please let me add that coffee is served outside at the moment. So if you want to take a coffee, do it before that session, because afterwards it will be removed. going to enter into the last session for today, and I must say I'm pretty much amazed how many people showed up already and what kind of remote participation numbers we can see. I was a bit skeptical when we saw the registration numbers in the past days, but I must say I'm really happy how it went today. So the next session and the last session is about the internet governance within the system of the United Nations, and the question, is the IGF on a good path? You all are possibly aware of the discussion going on with the expert working group that met recently, how we contribute to the Global Digital Compact and all these processes. And we thought it would be a good idea if we just give you an update on these processes and engage with you, because during the next 2 days, we will of course also pick up on those issues. Just mentioning the stakeholder consultation process that is going to start. We will inform you about the details tomorrow. And Anja Gengo from the Secretariat kindly agreed to take the responsibility on this session, and we have quite a number of speakers. But before, let me repeat our rules for online participants. It would be great if you switch on the camera when you speak, say your name, unmute yourself when you are asked to, and don't share the links with anyone else. So with this, I hand over to Anja Gengo. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and good afternoon, everyone. We're almost through this first day of EuroDIG, and I'll dare to say very successful. We'll do our best to confirm that in the next, I think, 90 minutes that we have in front of us. But thank you so much for coming back into this room. We're here to reflect a little bit on the past, see where are we standing now in the present moment, and look as much as we can into the future in terms of the internet governance as an ecosystem, in terms of the internet governance forum as part of that ecosystem. You probably will know that many calls have been around us for some time now for the IGF, particularly to adapt, innovate, and reform. To quote exactly, the community has been doing its due diligence for years now, and every taking stock process of the IGF really results in an excellent overview of what the community advises and suggests that should be done in order for the process to fit more the requirements of stakeholders from around the world. And the Secretariat, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, were trying to respond as much as that's possible to all those requests and suggestions. So what has been done so far and what is going to be done, that's what we are going to discuss in the time that's in front of us. I am really privileged to have with me here on the stage and also online a lineup of excellent speakers. Those are really senior stakeholders. I have to say, I personally was learning a lot from when I stepped into the internet governance ecosystem, and I'm sure that many of you can also say that. And the reason why we wanted to have this particular composition of the panel of the busy colleagues, and I'm thankful that they've agreed to be here, is because they are in a very good position to bring us back maybe 20 years before where we are standing now, and to speak about where are we now. And I think they're also in a very good position to speak about what we might see in the months and years to come, just because I can surely say that all these colleagues, as much as they're practical, they're also having a very clear vision of what the ecosystem should be like, and they're, I think, very much united in the notion what kind of internet we all want to see for ourselves. So in that sense, let me just say very quickly who is with us today. Online with us is Velimira Nemiguencheva from the European Commission. On site on the stage, we have Thomas Schneider from the government of Switzerland, Andriette Eysterhusen, the former MAG chair with the Association for Progressive Communications, with the African MAG, so too many, I think, always for Andriette roles. Then we have Nigel Hickson from the UK government, and we have Adam Peake, who's with ICANN and also a member of the MAG. And online with us is also Jason Munian from the Office of the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. So with that, I said at the beginning, we're gonna now stop a little bit and go in past, maybe 15, 20 years back. And sorry, I actually missed one name, who will open this session, Mr. Marcus Kumar, as former also MAG chair, leadership of the Secretariat, now with the IGF Support Association. And I would like to ask maybe Marcus to set the stage at the beginning. Marcus has been with the IGF or with the Internet governance as a term that's been coined by the Working Group on Internet Governance from the very beginnings. He's been the one shaping all those processes. He's been with the leadership of the IGF Secretariat for years. And he's very fortunate that he is also a huge contributor now to the ecosystem. So Marcus is online with us from, I believe, Switzerland, from Geneva. And I would like to ask Marcus just very briefly to bring us back maybe 15, 20 years in the early stages of VISSIS and just reflect on, when he reflects on his time there, what has changed looking at the present time in terms of Internet governance, but also in terms of Internet Governance Forum? I think, Marcus, you are muted.
Yes, now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. It would be a pleasure to be interested, so it's a pleasure to join you online as an online participant. I agree, it's maybe not a bad idea to look back and take from before we actually move forward to where we head. And 20 years was the first PrepCom of VISSIS, and 20 years is a long time by anybody's standards, but in internet time, that's almost light years, I'm tempted to say. Then VISSIS, as you obviously will remember, was supposed to be about bridging the digital divide, but soon internet came to the fore of the discussions, and internet governance a year later was, I think, the most controversial issues. And then we had a clash between two visions of the world. On one hand, there was a vision that was more government-led, top-down, where people felt that governments ought to be in charge, whereas the other side was more hands-off approach. They felt the technology should be left to develop, and that too much government influence would actually harm the technological development. And let's also take a further step back and let us remind us what the time was then in the early days of the 90s, after the end of the Cold War. There was a prevalent optimism, a belief in the benefits of globalization. There was talk about the end of history. There was a triumph of free market economics. And on the whole, the general mood was optimistic, and it was felt that free markets would actually be the best way to deal also with new technologies. And this vision was shared by more or less all Western democracies were grouped in the OECD, and there were many conscious decisions not to take a decision in order not to harm the development of the internet. And that was also reflected in the way the internet had evolved as a technology based on sort of utopian beliefs in free collaboration among technologists. And that was the internet as we know it, the free, open, interoperable internet. And in the end, in 2003 and 2005, there were big discussions. There was a first decision in Geneva that actually set up a working group on internet governance. And between the two summits, there was a lot of discussion, and there was clearly a new mode of operation in the UN context, and that became later known as a multi-stakeholder approach, a free discussion among all participants, among the technologists who actually led the technological development, the private sector who funded and financed it, and also civil society who played a huge role as watchdogs of the technology. And in 2005, it ended, as you know, with a compromise. On the whole, the prevalent vision prevailed that the existing arrangements worked well. That was nailed down in the Tunis agenda, but there was also a but. Yes, there was room for improvement, and that was known as enhanced cooperation. And what is more, in the middle of that, there was the compromise to set up the Internet Governance Forum as a forum for deliberation. It was designed as a non-output oriented body, as a platform for dialogue. And again, the link to the UN Secretary General, the mandate was given directly to the Secretary General of the United Nations to convene a forum for policy dialogue. That gave credibility to the IGF. It gave credibility to those who believed in an intergovernmental or in a government-led approach. But because of its very open nature, it also gave credibility to the internet institutions, the technologists, the private sector, and civil society, because there they found a space where they could participate as equals with governments. So that was, in a way, the beginning of the IGF. That was where we came from. And now, of course, times they have changed since. There is a strongly held belief that regulation is inevitable, and governments have started regulating. And the question is now not whether or not they will regulate, but how they will regulate. And there is obviously within the IGF family a strongly held belief that regulation should involve all stakeholders, should be done in a multi-stakeholder mode, and that the Internet Governance Forum should play a strong role on the way forward. And also that the call for more regulation, for more outputs, is something the IGF has to live up to, and look also how to live up to the expectation that now it is called upon to provide more outputs. And with this, I hand the microphone back to you, Anja, and thank you for your attention.
Very much, Marcus, for reminding us. I think we should all really be grateful to the fact that we are living with generations that were changing at that time the processes, such as Marcus. And of course, one of the persons that I know was also very much active and in person shaped what we know today as Internet Governance and Internet Governance Forum as well, is Henriette. So Henriette, can I just ask you, building on what Marcus said, to reflect on, are you happy what you see around yourself today, given the hard work invested in early 2000s?
I would be a very poor civil society person if I answered yes to that question. But just as a reflection, I would have been probably classified as youth when all of this started, maybe not. But just to build on what Marcus said and to respond to Anja's question, I think firstly we have more internet, but we still have the digital divide. And I think this is very important. Inequality in access, inequality socially and economically in many parts of the world still shapes how people relate to the internet. We have more internet governance, much, much more. And I don't just mean here in the context of the IGF, but internet-related policy is now being made everywhere. In fact, we heard earlier about agriculture. Agriculture is an area that involves internet-related public policy. We have space, we have artificial intelligence, which spans lots of different spheres. So this notion that there's one terrain of internet governance where we all come together to talk about internet-related policy in a multi-stakeholder way. It just doesn't really operate anymore. I think this is a kind of fragmentation of internet governance. We often talk about the fragmentation of the internet, but I think there's also a distribution, but it can also fragment the discussions. We have national internet governance. Marcus just talked about regulation. So we're no longer in this moment where we were for the first 10 years of the IGF, where we had one forum where we talked about should there be regulation or shouldn't there be? If there is regulation, how should we go about it? Now the internet is highly regulated at national level all over the world. In Europe, more so than in many other places, but in Europe at least it's a multi-country approach. Many other parts of the world, governments just introduce regulation without really effective consultation. So we also have good things, really good achievements, I think. The national and regional IGFs are a very profound achievement, and I think we sometimes underestimate them, or we look at them as they come and go also. They have their strong moments and their weaker moments, but they have, I think, in many parts of the world actually created relationships at national level between governments, policymakers, regulators, companies, the technical community, and civil society. That matters. And I think those relationships often do make the national policy environment more inclusive. The IANA transition, I think, is another achievement that probably would not have taken place in the way that it did at the time that it did without the IGF. And then I think another one, just to mention one more example, the Human Rights Council's recognition that human rights apply online as well as offline. Again, I think the IGF was a very important part of that. But Anya, I think what we have lost a little bit is this notion, and Marcus touched on this as well, this sense of the internet belongs to us all, and therefore we should all be part of the governance of it. I think there's more formality in many ways at the IGFs. There are more tracks, a track for youth, the gender focus here, security focus here. I think sometimes we have lost the sense of this internet belongs to us all, and we all want to be involved in its governance, and it should be accountable and it should be global. I think that intensity has been lost to some extent. I think companies no longer come to the IGF because they want to prevent regulation that they don't feel is in their interest. They lobby national legislatures. I think that's a loss. I think civil society activists no longer come to the IGF to fight against shutdowns, for example, because the IGF has become much more polite than it used to be in the past. So I think it's, and then I think that finally, and this touches on the Global Digital Compact, I think we are at a juncture where we need to use this human capital, this community that we've built up through the IGF, because it still exists. And I think that's probably its greatest achievement, are all these people, all these institutions that are here, that are at other NRIs, that come to the global IGF, to focus on what really matters to us. What do we not want the internet to become in the future? What do we not want internet governance to become? What do we want it to be? How can we again reclaim this notion of an internet that is public, that is open, that belongs to us all, that's good for business, but that's not controlled and taken over by business or by governments? And the Global Digital Compact, maybe that is the opportunity for us to get those basic principles back on the table.
Thank you very much, Andrea. These are important reflections, and I thank you primarily for recognizing the human capital, which I think probably was the key idea. In all these concerns, there's that hope that at least there are those that will stand and fight for a free, affordable, and accessible, secure internet for all. The IGF in 2017 was hosted by the government of Switzerland, and Ambassador Schneider here was directly part of all the issues and all the opportunities that go with the organization of the IGF. Since then, things have changed. Things have changed also in terms of the norms and advices we are referring to now. We are not anymore speaking just about the Tunis Agenda for the Information Society. There are different documents which are taking our attention, such as the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, now our Common Agenda. Henriette mentioned the Global Digital Compact as a potential hope to return where we want to be. The VISIS Plus 20 review is coming very soon. We will need to report on what do we report there, and would this be the year of a change that we want to see, especially in the context of the IGF and its hosting in Ethiopia, in Addis?
Thank you. Oh, it works. And hello, everybody. It's good to see you physically and hopefully also, yeah, and I see you also online. To hook on a few things that have been said, I think the discussion has developed, to put it simply, and it has been referred to also earlier today. We started with a discussion on the governance of the internet, of critical infrastructure, domain names, whatever was, let's say, the center of the power, or the perceived center of power like 15 to 20 years ago. There was who controls the infrastructure, the core of the internet resources. That has been, to some extent at least, depoliticized mainly by the so-called Diana transition, with the US government ceding its unilateral control to a private, to this so-called ICANN community. And other issues have risen. It's much more the governance on the internet, data, AI, applications, what have you. It's become, on the one hand, more of an economic issue rather than a technical issue in terms of who controls markets that are based on the internet. At the same time, the internet and digital sphere has become so much more fundamental for the functioning of every aspect of our daily life. So it has also become a security, resilience, whatever issue that it wasn't at the time where we started this. And relevant for the IGF, I think we were, when the IGF started after WSIS, that was the only place that existed where people were going. And first of all, politicians or government representatives like myself, to try and understand what is actually going on, what is happening, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges. So, and I think, of course, there are new issues coming up, and we still keep trying to understand. But we do know a little bit. We've learned a little bit in the past years. So, but one thing that has remained is that we still do not have an international space. We do have an international space for dialogue, or some space. The IGF is one, probably one of the most important ones, but we do not have international mechanisms for setting rules. Some people may like that fact, others may like it a little bit less. Normally, this has pros and cons. In some cases, it's good that there are no rules. In other cases, it would be good that there be rules, in particular to protect the ones that will lose in the Wild West or Wild East or whatever we used to call it at that time. And so I think the big question that we need to ask ourselves is what kind of rules do we want to give the digital space of today and of the future? And if we think that is fine, that we continue to have no global rules and let the US and the EU and other national or supranational bodies make their own rules, and then we see to what extent this all works together, or whether we would like to set some international standards, and whether it's actually, given the current geopolitical situation, whether it's even feasible at all to agree on international standards, because this seems to be less likely than ever in the last 20 years. We used to think that normally through economic cooperation we can at least agree on technical and economic standards, but also that is not necessarily a given for the time being. Hopefully we'll come back. So I think there's a number of questions we need to ask ourselves, like what is the situation that we are in right now? What are the most burning issues? Fragmentation of the internet, is that the same issue like it has been a few years back, or is it a new issue? What digital world do we want to live in? Do we still share, or do we think that we globally share a common vision, or has that fallen apart since the WSIS times? And then once we know what we want, we should think about, do we have the right institutions to actually get there, or do we need to modify or enable institutions or create new ones to get there? So the questions are not necessarily new, but some things have changed in the last 20 years that we may have to ask us, the questions in a new way. And in particular, as people that care about the IGF and have been part of its development in the last 20 years, we also need to think about, is this still the right thing to do? And personally, I would say the open, inclusive, bottom-up approach is the only way to go. The question is, how do we get this organized so that the world actually cares, that the world takes note, including our political leaders, our economical leaders in our own countries, but also the ones in other countries. And our attempt as the Swiss government, we basically contributed to giving a new dynamic to the IGF in 2016-17, where we were also a little bit at the turning point where some people were fed up with discussions and dialogue for 10 years, but not seeing any consequences. I think we managed together with a number of other stakeholders, including the host of the next IGFs, to bring it higher on the political agenda, also with the high-level panel. And then, of course, the pandemic came and things changed again. And now I think we also need to understand, what has the pandemic changed? We see it in the way we work. It's difficult to go back to just having a physical meeting without the expectations that we will in parallel do 20 things like what we were doing in home office, because you could just use a coffee break and did not have to talk to other people, but actually send 5 emails in the meantime, or while others were speaking, you could do something in parallel. So I think we have to readjust on many levels and understand what is the situation that we're in, and then see what we do about these so-called big events that will come up, like WSIS 25 plus 20 in 25. We also need to see what we will do with upcoming IGFs and host countries. I will not go into detail. It's like there will be some critical issues that we need to discuss, and hopefully at least we have a coalition and a rough consensus among the constructive groups, among all stakeholders, that we want to use these technologies for a peaceful and fair world. And then if we agree on this, I think we'll find a way to agree on the procedures. But first of all, we need to agree on the basics, I think, currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Thomas. You really brought a lot of aspects, and I think a lot of food for thought for everyone. You mentioned EU a couple of times. You also mentioned the importance of the regional processes, the values, which leads me to Velimira from the European Commission to come in, maybe to comment on what Thomas said in terms of the values that we are adhering to when it comes about building the internet governance ecosystem that we all want to. And in that sense, how do you see, coming from a place that indeed really comes up with new rules and norms, which are coming from a regional process but are impacting all of us, and you're part also of the IGF ecosystem from the beginning of the IGF. How do you see today's internet governance state of affairs, and also the Internet Governance Forum, and in preparing for the 17th IGF upcoming in Addis later in the year? What would be your advice? What changes are necessary through the IGF for better conditions for all of us on internet governance?
Thank you, Anya, and good afternoon from Brussels. I think there is an echo. I hope you can hear me well.
Hear you well on this side.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Thomas started by introducing the WSIS plus 20 review process and what are the different topics and many challenges that we have in front of us in order to see how to protect the global internet, and also the bottom-up and multi-stakeholder nature of the internet. I think take the questions that you have asked by having a look into how actually the Internet Governance Forum can fit into the upcoming 2025 review process. And from that perspective, I think that the IGF and thereby all the issues that it deals with can contribute to setting both the state of play of implementation of the different WHO's outcomes, but also the post-2025 agenda. And I think here I mainly refer to the different very interesting Thomas raised. I believe that the IGF can contribute with substantive analysis on where we stand today, but also where we want to go and what has worked in terms of internet governance, but also what are the existing and emerging issues that are now, including the international rules and how we ensure that there is no fragmentation of the internet that Thomas was referring to. I believe that many of the issues around internet governance are cross-cutting. And I believe from that perspective, we when looking at the challenges ahead of us. I think that the IGF can contribute a lot into the upcoming 2025 discussions by presenting outputs from the different intersessional work and annual meetings, but also into inputting on how we can organize ourselves, the IGF community, in order to make this IGF contribution realized. I think that one important question is also how we see the information society, so the internet governance world, and how we approach this vision that was set years already ago with WHOIS on the people-centered, inclusive and development-oriented vision that we would like to have of internet governance and information society. And I believe that the IGF as a best practices platform and also a laboratory of new ideas and also of clearing these ideas can contribute a lot on the variety of topics of major social importance. I also think that the IGF 2022 can be the change maker and indeed address some of the challenges that we have when it comes to internet governance, starting with issues such as inclusiveness. Having IGF in Addis Ababa, I believe is a true possibility that we put the focus on the need for inclusiveness, not only from African countries, but also from the entire global south. And here I believe what is very important are the points that Henriette raised in her intervention about the different aspects of inclusion and how we make the linkages between the different actors that are involved in internet governance. I also believe that what would be very important for us is to show with IGF 2022 that we can contribute to the Global Digital Compact discussion. And I think that this will be very relevant in order to show that the IGF community is effectively having value added to the digital cooperation and how to further enhance it. And here probably I would like to stop and say that in order this year, for instance, IGF potential to be realized, a number of points are important. One of these points are to effectively implement the IGF structural improvements. Here I refer to the need of making the leadership panel effective as soon as possible, so that this panel can work effectively with the MAG, effectively with the Tech Envoy office and enhance IGF relevance, but also bring influential participants at the IGF platform. Finally, I believe that it's important that the IGF further the coherence within its own ecosystem around the intersessional work, but also the NRI's Duty Initiative. And I believe we're also working here at EuroDIG from that perspective in order to contribute to this. I think that one important challenge for IGF from now up to the quiz review in 2025 would be how to bridge the different dimensions that the different colleagues on the panel mentioned, and also Marcus, and how to bridge these different approaches, the multi-stakeholder, the multilateral, the private sector, governments, and ensure that on the one hand, the enhanced cooperation on internet governance remains truly bottom-up and multi-inclusive, and on the other hand, that the IGF process delivers influential outputs linked to the needs of international organization decision-making bodies, and that's also enhancing cooperation with these bodies and organizations. And I believe this is an important aspect also to look at with view to the upcoming review of IGF in 2025. I also believe that this is very much linked to what Thomas said on the need for global internet and how to preserve it, while at the same time, nationally, the challenges it raises. And to finish, I just want to say that indeed, regulation may sometimes be taken by the private sector as something that is intrusive, but I believe that the internet is also a public space, and we can ensure that it functions effectively, and we raise the different challenges that we have there only if we look into this fully internationally and building upon transparent views on what regulation can bring to the openness of internet. Important. And I believe that what definitely matters is that in the forthcoming IGFs, we remain very conscious of this responsibility that we have to keep the global and open internet. And I believe this is also important in terms of setting the agendas of the forthcoming IGFs and also in selecting the different hosting countries. Thank you, Anya, and thanks to everybody. Nice to see you all being online and on the stage.
Thank you very much, Velimira. I really appreciate your time and your valuable remarks. In everything that you said, which is very complex and very important, you also spoke about the structural changes for the IGF before the VISSAS Plus 20. And I use that as particular part to approach Jason, who's joining us online from New York, to speak a bit about the concrete vision and plan for the Summit of the Future and Global Digital Compact as concepts that emerge from the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report. And just also in that sense, because especially Velimira mentioned the structural changes, one of the structural changes already happened. We have the leadership panel whose appointment we are awaiting, building on the roadmap for digital cooperation. So I'm gonna just ask you to also build on that. What's the vision going forward also in the work of the IGF in this new structure?
Sure, thanks a lot, Anya. It's great to see everybody here from New York and to see you virtually. So it's a shame I can't be with you over in Italy, but I hope everything's going well. So yes, I think it's been helpful to hear the overview from Marcus and others in this session. Marcus discussed WSIS and the history of looking at different ways of improving the IGF. I'd just like to go over some of the more recent developments and how they relate to these efforts to strengthen the IGF. So one was this high-level panel for digital cooperation. And if you look back at the report that the panel produced called The Age of Digital Interdependence, it includes some recommendations specifically on global digital cooperation. One was we recommend that as a matter of urgency, the UN Secretary General facilitate an agile and open consultation process to develop updated mechanisms for global digital cooperation with as a starting point. And it says we suggest an initial goal of marking the UN's 75th anniversary in 2020 with a global commitment for digital cooperation to enshrine shared values, principles, understandings, and objectives for an improved global digital cooperation architecture. And it also said, as part of this process, we understand that the Secretary General may appoint a technology envoy. So obviously, we've seen several of those things implemented since then, just a couple of years since that report. The other recommendation was we support a multi-stakeholder systems approach for cooperation regulation as adaptive, agile, inclusive, for the fast-changing digital age. So if you recall from that report, there were three proposed models to look at for possible architectures for global digital cooperation. There was one called the Internet Governance Forum Plus, there was distributed co-governance architecture, and then digital commons architecture. And so the relevant recommendation group convened a series of virtual roundtables and consultations. We're very grateful to the champions of that group, the governments of Germany and the United Arab Emirates. They convened all these discussions. And as they continued to consult and get ideas, there was overall there was momentum in favor of Internet Governance Forum Plus. And so already in the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, there are a series of recommendations along that line to strengthen the IGF. And so one of those was to create a strategic and empowered multi-stakeholder high-level body. And with many of you, we had a number of consultations and over the past months, even years, over what that body should look like and the composition. And as Anya mentioned, any moment now we expect that to be announced, and we do expect it to be put in place as quickly as possible to be able to support the organization, to support the MAG and IGF community for this upcoming global IGF. So that's one, and then there's already been progress on the other recommendations from the roadmap on, such as the more focused IGF agenda, the high-level segments, ministerial parliamentarian tracks, and so on. So after the roadmap was issued and there was work to already start implementing the recommendations, if you remember the timing, we were also commemorating the 75th anniversary of the UN. And so as was mentioned in the high-level panel for digital cooperation report, there were a number of consultations held, over 1.4 million voices from around the world, challenges, looking ahead to the future for the next 25 years. And so we heard from a lot of people about what they were concerned about, and many of these voices prioritized digital transformation as an issue that warrants cooperation among countries and all stakeholders. The UN Secretary General himself compared digital transformation with climate change as an example of a challenge that is something that we need the international community to cooperate on. And so, following these various consultations, then we heard from member states in their declaration, which did include a paragraph on improving digital cooperation. And so with that declaration and building off the high-level panel reports, the roadmap, then last year, the Secretary General issued the Common Agenda. And that report noted the potential harms of digital technologies and that they can risk overshadowing their benefits. It also noted that governance at national and global levels has not kept pace with an internet that is dominated by commercial interests. And it also listed some of the concerns that have been seen, such as lack of accountability, gender bias, digital surveillance, and manipulation. Now, so the Common Agenda proposals, one of them is to have a summit of the future next year, as you all know. And the technology track of that summit is expected to result in agreement on the Global Digital Compact. Now, this is just, the technology track is just one of several tracks of the Summit of the Future. So it's not just about technology, but it's about these other challenges that I mentioned, such as climate change, such as youth, education, and so on. Now, for the technology track and for this Common Agenda, the report, the Common Agenda suggested that this compact can outline shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. And it suggested some issues that could be covered, like digital connectivity, avoiding internet fragmentation, providing people with options on how their data is used, application of human rights online. But as I think we've said before, these are just suggestions. In approaching the compact, we start with a clean slate. So we could include all of these issues, but we don't have to. And we're also not limited or restricted to those issues. And so this is where we look to you, to the international community, to the IGF, the national regional IGFs, to provide input on what the compact should look like and already start proposing the themes and text to consider for the compact. And so we, in the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, we have a platform that has been created to receive input from entities and individuals for consideration for the compact. We are seeking to make this as inclusive as possible, so all regions and different stakeholder groups. And I'd like to acknowledge and with appreciation the Swiss IGF, which concluded recently. It was the first national IGF to already submit an input for the Global Digital Compact. And so we've already posted that, I believe, on our platform. And so we encourage other national IGFs and regional IGFs, such as EuroDIG, to also take advantage of this platform to provide input for the compact. I think to Anya's other question, over the next couple months, as we continue to receive inputs, we will make them available and we'll synthesize them for consideration. And then early next year, as modalities for the negotiations for the compact are clear, then they can inform those that are negotiating the text for its adoption by the Summit of the Future in September. But that's really where we stand. That's kind of the trajectory we've taken since the high-level panel reports and since the roadmap. And as you can see, a number of key to implement this vision for the IGF Plus and different means of strengthening IGF. And any time now, you will see the announcements of this leadership panel. And we are optimistic that it can complement the work that the MAG and others do in the IGF community to really strengthen the visibility and the long-term sustainability of the forum. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jason, for joining us. Thank you for bringing this clarity, I would say, on all these processes that I think we needed. These processes already have, to an extent, impact on the IGF. And I don't speak just about the processes that Jason referenced. I think Thomas made also a very important point that just our lives overall, our lifestyles also changed because of the pandemic and how it impacted our dynamics. That also certainly impacted the IGF internally, but also externally speaking. The work of the MAG, the way how we organize the process, the way how we want to organize a forum, the way how people participate. So a lot has been happening, Adam, and you are at the heart of it because you're also a member of the multi-stakeholder advisory group. So can I ask you to comment on that part especially and tell us what is changing?
Yes, I'll try. And first I should say that these are very personal. They're personal comments and most definitely not from the organization I work from. So I've been involved in this since, I guess, 2002, which was the first PrepCom, so we're quite a way ahead in this process. Cheat a little bit and actually answer a question you asked Henriette, which is, I think, as a civil society person, how do you feel about where we are now? And I wouldn't be so definite about the I'm not happy. I would say I'm pretty pleased with where we've gone. Not entirely, there are a lot of problems, and the reason I would say that is because today I have a voice and I am heard. Not entirely, but this is probably one of the most important things that the Internet Governance Forum and what we've been doing has given us. It's given us as stakeholders a voice which is heard, and those two things go together. There's no point shouting in a room if no one's going to write down your comments and consider them in later consultations. And these were arguments we went through very much in the development of the World Summit and work that created the IGF. So I think that's important, and that's something that's also very important when we come to the Global Digital Compact. We seem in some ways to perhaps be regressing back to days of 2004 and 5, where we will be arguing about modalities and shall I, as a business representative or civil society or technical community, have a voice that is heard. And that is something that we essentially have to have in this, or I suggest that the Digital Compact will be less useful than it should be. So I hope that as we think about modalities, Jason mentioned early next year, this is something we really have to get right. Multi-stakeholder processes and multi-stakeholder approaches, they are everywhere today. Organizations, intergovernmental organizations that 10 years ago may have prided themselves on being multilateral, today will present their processes as multi-stakeholder. They may not be as multi-stakeholder and bottom-up and inclusive, as Thomas referenced, as the IGF, and something that we must maintain. But this is something that is almost prestige. You don't have a meeting these days unless you can say that you're multi-stakeholder, and if you do, you will spend the first 2 to 3 days of your meeting discussing modalities about how other stakeholders will participate, as we've seen in UN processes this year. So what we have today, what we've learned over the past 20 years from that first PrepCom, we were not allowed in the room, by the way. We stood outside for a week waiting to decide what the rules of procedure would be. We've progressed a really long way, but I don't really disagree with you, Henriette, because if I did, I'd have to leave the stage and run away. I know that. So that is sort of one point. And And Marcus mentioned, you know, in 2005, 2006, existing arrangements worked well. And I think they still do, because we're talking about, well, think about the pandemic. The existing arrangements we're talking about are, well, it's your names resolve, the DNS resolved, your email flowed. It didn't matter how many people went on, packets flowed across the internet. You went to the website you needed. If you were on Zoom, you had access. There would have been congestion, but the basics of the internet worked, and that is extremely important. At the same time, we also have to recognize that the pandemic also highlighted many harms, words that the UK government uses a lot. And these are very real, and these are things that we should be thinking about addressing, whether it's a consolidation of competition within the technical industry, whether it's fake news, whether it's harms towards privacy and data protection, and so on. So these are issues that I hope we will be addressing in multi-stakeholder discussions going forward. I suppose, just touching on the Global Digital Compact and some of the issues there, I agree very much with Valamira that we really do need the leadership panel and other structures in place so that we can maintain the bottom-up inclusive process, but at the same time add some more structure. This is not the full structure we need, but it's something that's essential. We were at a IGF retreat, so-called expert group meeting not too long ago, and we were giving tasks to the leadership panel, not least around funding. And if we don't have it, the IGF will just continue as it is. We have far too many unfunded mandates coming out of this. And when you have a recommendation, it doesn't matter how good or interesting and fun it is, if it's not funded, it's only a wish list. It's only a glossy document. And we really do need more funding to make these things possible. So I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adam. And I would like to invite you all to start preparing in the room and online, of course, if you would like to ask any questions or comment on what we've heard so far. While you are preparing, I would like to ask another person that I know for sure was also shaping those business processes. Nigel, I don't know if you were in the room or outside of the room with Adam, but in any case, how do you see where we are today? And do you think the IGF and the IGFs around the world, in terms of their sustainability, have a bright future, or we should be concerned?
Yes, thank you very much. And I was one of those nasty governments, keep them outside the door. So I'm an optimist. You know, is the glass half full or is the glass half empty is a question that is often asked. You know, how are we progressing? Have we improved since 2005 and 2010? Have we got better at doing this? And I think the answer is yes. And it's yes because of a number of reasons, many of which have been laid out before us this afternoon. The world has changed. We all know that. It's very easy to say. But what's very interesting about some of these changes, and Adam reflected on this as well, is that, you know, we as governments now, when we announce policies or when we introduce initiatives, we love to do it with stakeholders. We have changed as a government. The UK government has changed. 25 years ago, we used to have consultations. People used to write in, and we just used to bury them under piles of paper. I shouldn't say that, but then, you know. Today is so different. We're not perfect. Governments aren't perfect. Institutions aren't perfect. But no one, if you like, produces policies anymore without doing it in consultation with stakeholders. And I think, you know, this optimism has come through the pandemic, where governments have worked with stakeholders, with the medical community, with businesses, with scientists, with many other institutions to get through the crisis together. And we're doing it in many other ways as well. So I think if we look towards the WSIS plus 20 process, which has been touched on, we do so in some optimism to an extent. And that optimism to an extent, is based on the IGF. It's based on what's happened at the IGF and what's happened in national and regional initiatives. This ability of people to come together, as Henriette and others have said, has just been so important. And it's been so inspiring. It's so inspiring to listen in, and I don't do it enough, to some of the national IGFs that take place all over the world. And you're so good at flagging this to us all, what is happening. Uruguay, West Africa, Paraguay, whatever. They're IGFs that are happening, there are consultations that are happening, there are people that are standing up, there's civil society that's standing up, and governments listen to that, and that's inspiring. So, what are we going to do then in the next few years? How are we going to take this forward? How are we going to retain, if you like, this optimism? Because we do have challenges ahead. And if anyone witnessed what happened in 2015 in terms of the WSIS Plus 10, where the process was very streamlined, it was very cordial, it was very, reflective, if you like. We'd been through this bump in 2012 when we had that dreadful conference in terms of, the debate on the future of the internet at the ITU, And to an extent, the debate in 2015 was much more cordial, and the UNGA extended the mandate of the WSIS. But this is not going to be the case in 2025. We are in a completely different environment. And to an extent, let's welcome that environment. Let's welcome the opportunity to argue the multi-stakeholder approach. We shouldn't be fearful. This isn't a political issue. This is a pragmatic, well, it is a political issue, but it's a pragmatic issue. It's a sane issue. Let's argue from where we come from. Let's argue with our comprehensive discussions. Let's argue the difference the multi-stakeholder has made to so many decision-making processes in so many different bodies. So as we look forward to WSIS Plus 20, yes, there are going to be issues. We are going to go back and discuss perhaps what was in the Tunis agenda. We are going to have to perhaps discuss enhanced cooperation and some of these other terminologies. But let's do this in a spirit of moving forward. Let's take this opportunity of the WSIS Plus 20 review to move forward from the WSIS mandate, not to throw it away and get rid of it all, but to work on what we want to see in the future. We do have challenges ahead. We have challenges at the ITU plenipotentiary, perhaps, in the autumn. We have challenges at the UN, the processes at the UN that Jason described. It's excellent what's happening on the Global Digital Compact and the way that the UN is reaching out to stakeholders and allowing people a voice. But it's not always the same in all parts of the UN, and it's not the same at all parts of the ITU. We do have improvements to make in many of our processes. So I'm going to stop there. I remain an optimism, and I'm really glad to be involved in this discussion, so thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Nigel. This is also very valuable, and I think you've probably prompted some thinking among our participants as well. So I would like to open the floor now. If anyone from the room would like to ask any questions, I think this is a good opportunity to take the mic and ask. Of course, this also goes for the online participants, including the chat function. And I turn to Sandra to also see if there are any online interventions.
Yes, there's indeed a little bit going on in the chat. And first of all, I would forward a comment or question from Monika Ermert. She's a journalist, so looks critical on the things. She asks, how far does the voice of the IGF community travel? Do we see two parallel spheres, those exercising multi-stakeholder discussions and those just going off to legislate and govern with no real link between the two spheres, creating sometimes bad policy on the one side and frustration of the governed who are kept busy reforming their processes? And there is a reply from Bill Drake in this chat as well to Monica. Yes, there are two spheres. So that's possibly something that you could take up.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I know that Henriette would like to intervene, so I don't know, Henriette, if you could maybe also reflect on the questions.
Thanks, Anya. I will. I also do want to respond to Adam, the very happy civil society activist now working for ICANN. I think, firstly, to respond to Monica's question, I think it is quite challenging, actually, and I don't think we should feel glass half full, although in South Africa, a full glass of wine is approximately 10 times bigger than a full glass of wine in Europe, where they fill it up only to just above the bottom. But I think we have to be realistic. I think we cannot just rely on this, on multi-stakeholder having got sort of the kind of legitimacy and widespread uptake that Adam is talking about. I do think that the bottom-up inclusive governance that we talk about and that we want, we have to actually define it. We can't just use jargon anymore. We have to define it, and we have to make sure that it exists and that it really works and that it really is inclusive for different sectors of society, different industries, etc. I think the UNESCO Internet Universality stakeholders that we discussed this morning is a way of doing that. I think that we need to be realistic and look at the UN itself. The open-ended working group of the UN First Committee, which was established to deal with international cybersecurity, established to be a multi-stakeholder forum, never really became fully multi-stakeholder because member states couldn't agree about including non-state actors. The Secretariat, the chairs of this committee is doing its best to create spaces for non-state actors to have side meetings or special consultations, but it's not really inclusive. And Nigel, I'm not sure how frequently you attended CSTD in 2014 and 2015. It wasn't all that civil. Ask Thomas, he was there. And I think that we're now dealing with the IGF. I mean, the strength of the IGF is its amorphous, distributed character. The weakness of the IGF is that it doesn't have institutional or political clout. Maybe the leadership panel can give it that, but I think it really needs that. If we look at the roadmap on digital cooperation, we see the ITU, we see UNDP as very strong agencies in that process. We don't see the IGF as prominent enough. And I think the IGF's identity is as a platform, and that's its strength. But then I think this touches on the idea of the two spheres. It's not a policy-making space. It doesn't necessarily need to be or should be a policy-making space, but then we have the roadmap on digital cooperation and other critics of the IGF challenging because it is not a policy space, when in fact it was never set up, it was never intended to be a policy-making space. So all I'm trying to say here is, yes, let's be positive, but also let's be vigilant, because if we want to keep the IGF as a platform for bottom-up and inclusive debate and deliberation on internet governance, we're going to have to work bloody hard to do so.
Thank you very much, Henriette. I think Sandra is signaling we may have somebody online.
Yes, Wisdom Donkor contributed a lot into the chat, but I wanted to keep that all together. His concern is merely about the rule and poverty areas, and he says, and I just summarize a couple of his comments now and also forward this to the people here in the room. The major problems that have been identified are poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, homelessness, crime and violence. These problems, I think, are far from being reduced, taking into consideration the failures of political systems in the developing countries. My question is, what can we do differently within these falling political systems we have in the developing world? And he adds a concern, IGF in its present time can only be more meaningful if we channel more of our energies towards developed and rural, urban, impoverished communities. And the future without rural, urban, without these communities will be basically meaningless. So that's possibly something.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for summarizing this. I think if I may add, from the perspective of the NRIs, digital inclusion in terms of the inclusion in the processes primarily is very important, and I think we can really learn from many of the NRIs. I can tell you, for example, because we are in Italy, so I'm going to reference the Italian case just because they really piloted that strategy, that the process is not hosted in the capital if it doesn't have to be in the capital, but they're moving outside in the cities. That's why Italian IGF was really hosted in several areas of the city, and I think it helps to reach those that are not part of the processes, not necessarily obviously rural and remote areas. I think that really requires a lot of careful strategic planning to engage those that really need to be engaged in all our processes. But that could be one of the examples I hope that we can take from this panel as an idea for the NRIs to implement going forward. With that, I think Nigel has his hand raised, please.
Yes, just very briefly, thanks, Wisdom, and thanks, Monica, for the previous question. Just two very brief points. First of all, as Jason and others said, the leadership panel could make a difference in this. We had an excellent session this morning where we talked about the IGF messages. We talked about the importance of taking these messages into the policy-making arena. And certainly the leadership panel can help with that. And the second point is that, of course, many of us are in this game because of the need for development, because we see the linkage between an open and a global and an innovative internet and economic growth and prosperity and reduction in the digital divide. And you might say, well, governments always say that. But it was inspiring listening to the ITU's Partner to Connect program last week, or the week before, actually, in Kigali. I mean, it was, I wasn't there, but I listened to some of it, and because I wrote our minister's speech, but but it was so many people coming forward to make those pledges. And we must keep those pledges. We must make sure that those pledges become a reality. And it's the same in the IGF. We can make a difference if we really not just talk, but do the walk as well.
Thank you very much, Nigel. I think Adam will be the next one taking the floor. And just a heads up, maybe before Adam speaks, I see very interesting comments and discussion happening, prompted by comments from Mike Nelson. It would be good and I think useful for this room as well to hear from Mike. So if Mike will be able to speak, maybe after Adam, he could take the floor.
Okay, I was just going to say that in 2006, one of the other outcomes of the IGF was a digital solidarity fund. It wasn't just the one of the outcomes of the World Summit was a suggestion, for the IGF, which has gone forward and we're still continuing, and the other was a digital solidarity fund, which was meant to provide a mechanism for funding all of the issues that Wisdom mentioned. And as often happens with funding, it doesn't come forward. And it's unfortunate. I don't have an answer to that at all. Actually, I was going to say, let's wait for Mike, and I'll stop.
Thank you, Adam. Maybe to hear from Mike online. I think he's ready, and then we'll go to Thomas.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to zoom in, and thanks for a great discussion. I particularly enjoyed hearing Marcus describe the history of 25 years of internet governance in 5 minutes. But my question is about the role of the IGF in influencing national governments. And particularly, I wanted to ask, why is it that we don't see national leaders stepping up and describing a better internet and what they're going to do to make it happen? 20 years ago, when WSIS was in the process, we had national leaders. I went with Vice President Gore to Buenos Aires for the first World Telecommunication Development Conference. You had national leaders speaking at IGFs. Today, they all just complain. They don't talk about how the world will be better. They just complain about the present. And a whole bunch of them just seem to be interested in tweeting and doing TikTok videos. So is there any way we can motivate more digital leadership from the top leaders of our countries? Too many times we have 3 different agencies claiming they're in charge, and they're all pursuing different agendas. And without the prime minister or the president saying, this is what we're going to do, nothing happens, or we get mass confusion. So how's that for a challenge?
Sounds like a challenge, and let's see who will take it. Thank you very much, Mike. Thomas, we're going back to Thomas, yes, and then I ask our panelists to prepare response to Mike's difficult question.
Thank you. Before responding to Mike's difficult questions, just one word about the so-called Digital Solidarity Fund. That was actually Geneva 2003, and it was a voluntary fund that was set up. There were 2 cities that gave some money. It was Geneva and Lyon. It was like $1 million or so, and basically they ended up nowhere because there was no governance of that fund that was trustworthy, and no one had really had an interest to actually make it work apart from those 2 cities, but they were not strong enough to do it. So just I was part of the whole discussion at that times. But I think, yeah, Mike raised one of the key issues is how to get the community's voices to the leaders. I mean, we've been struggling with this, what is actually supposed to be the outcome of the multi-stakeholder approach is fine that we meet and have some beers in the evening and meet, but the goal of all of this would be that the leaders would hear what the people want, what SMEs need in India, in, I don't know, Sicily, whatever, not just in Paris, Rome, New York, and maybe Delhi and Beijing. And it's somehow difficult to make this work. And we've heard some answers because not all politicians, even the ones that say it, do actually have an interest, because it's work for them to listen to everybody. It's easier to listen to a few big industry lobbyists that do the shortcut and go and see them in a dinner. That's much more efficient for the industry and for the politicians. I mean, this is a reality. It's not necessarily badly meant. It's just the way it is. So I'm with Henriette and with Nigel there. What we have is better than nothing, but it could be much more. But that would need much more work of all of us to fight for it to be more, because there's enough reasons for this to exist, but we don't really care type of situations because it's just more comfortable. It's less work. I mean, inclusiveness means work. I know this. I live in a country where we have to vote about 1,000 things 4 times a year. It's hard work to be part of the decision making. And I think this is one of the key struggles. And as long as we keep fighting about whether the leadership panel should be 15 people or 16.5 people or 12.5 people and meet twice a year or 3 times a year, and we are not able to concentrate on the big political vision and the big lines, like what do we want to achieve with the leadership panel and things like that. Of course, we are also ourselves not that efficient, but that's also part of the reality, because there's some cultural diversity and different expectations and different histories with all of us. But I think the big thing, the key thing is we need to keep on fighting for a shared vision and say, okay, this is what we want. And fortunately, some governments and some civil society and business organizations try to move on, try to get a coalition of the willing. And whether we like everything that the EU is producing in terms of regulation for the time being is something to discuss, but at least they try and do something about problems or issues that most of the people agree that they somehow need to be dealt with. And I think we can learn from each other and have to learn from each other, but it is work. The easiest way is not listen to nobody and do whatever you can on your own. And multi-stakeholderism is hard work, and that's something that, of course, not everybody is looking forward to.
Almost everyone are nodding to that motion, so I think we all fully agree with you. I know that we have Marcus and Velimira online that also would like to come in. They're probably sitting in the comfort of their homes, so Sebastian is standing, so I'll give priority to Sebastian here, and then we're going to Marcus and Velimira online.
Very much. Thank you very much. Sebastian Bachari speaking. First of all, about Mike's suggestion that to involve top governmental leaders, why not? But just to give you an example, in France, we don't know for tomorrow, but In the last 3 weeks, we have a new government, and no one is specifically in charge of the digital. There is no anymore minister in charge of that specifically. The only thing, it's digital sovereignty. Well, it belongs to me, but not to belong to the rest. And that's a pity, both for internet governance, but also for the image in France in general on that topic. And the other reason, I guess, is that you are the very few who can follow everything who is happen in this field. And if we had the Peace Conference and a lot of other conferences, there is no people who are willing, able, or who have the time to follow what is happening. And therefore, I think we need to decrease the complexity of the overall system about the internet governance. I don't know how, but it could be a very good objective, because each time you have an idea, or the General Secretary get an idea from somebody, he creates a new group, he creates a new function, he creates, and to what? Complex system like that. You know, but I can't know, because I can't follow everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. I think we have just one more intervention in the room, so let's hear from the room, and then we're going to go online, Sandra, if you agree.
The discussion in the room, in the Zoom room, is in the chat quite lively, so I would really urge also the participants here in the room to join our online participants, because you just get half of the fun that they are having. So let's get to Velimira first, and then to Markus Kummer. Velimira, I think you're co-host and can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Sandra and Tanya. Still echo?
Hear you.
Okay, I still hear echo, but I hope you can hear me, however. I wanted to come back to a number of points that were raised both in the chat and on the stage. Probably I start with the comment that was in the chat, or read a question about the 2 spheres, about initiatives, regulations, and bottom-up and multi-stakeholder. I think with the experience that we have in European Union, and that Thomas was referring to, I want to come back probably to the approach that we have in the European Commission today, and also to our link with the Internet Governance Forums and the national and regional initiatives, and EuroDIG in particular. So the first point is that I don't believe that policy making, the way we conceive it and make it in the European Commission, is a top-down approach. I believe that we have a very heavy impact assessment process, during which we're taking into considerations the different visions of the different parts, not only of the private sector, who is usually regulated in order to address some specific issues that they're encountering from societal perspective, but also trying to include the civil society. And I believe that the fact that we are so present in the Internet Governance Forum, in the annual meeting, but also to try to do so in the intersessional work, is precisely because, from our perspective, the Internet Governance Forum is really a platform where we hear a lot, and where basically we have the different parties of the society who are very open about issues that are at hand. And this definitely helps when we are shaping a legislation or a policy initiative. And I think nothing can really replace this, because we hear things that we could never heard if it only comes, you know, being waiting for sometimes overloaded organizations to come and give in their position on a given issue. So this is one point that I wanted to make. Then another point, somebody suggested and focused on the role that the leadership panel should be playing in terms of outreach and bringing IGF messages out in the political arena and international organizations arena. I believe this is important, but I believe that in order to save this bottom-up and multi-stakeholder approach that we have in the IGF, and that both Thomas and Andriette were saying this is valuable, we need to save it. I believe that what matters that also political leaders come and attend IGF, because usually the messages we hear there are given in a given context, and this context is important also in order for the top leaders to hear what is at stake and to reflect upon it. And then just final remark on what Mr. Bachelier said. I truly believe that indeed there is a variety of platforms, forums, groups. I tend to think that indeed some simplification may be helpful, but on the other hand, how to ensure that this simplification happens in a way which means to grasp this multidimensional and challenging aspect of internet governance and all the digital issues that are related to it. So I don't have a response to this, but I just wanted to echo on this. Thank you.
And then let's go to Markus Kummer. Markus, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. It's a great discussion. I enjoy being part of it. And I don't have the answer to all the questions, but there are many good questions raised as well. I would just like to circle back a little bit to what I said at the beginning, and also thank Elimira. She provided a nice segue to what the Internet Governance Forum actually was set up to. It was not set up as a policy-making body, but as a policy-shaping platform. And as such, it can shape policies. But the world has changed since the beginning. At the beginning, the private sector, the technical community was dead against any kind of regulation. They said self-regulation is best. We know best what to do with. And there has been a paradigm change since. Now, the private sector, the big tech, they are actually themselves calling for regulation, and there are calls for the IGF to provide solutions. But the IGF, as also others have hinted at, Henriette mentioned, it was not designed to be a decision-making forum. And now we have this paradox that we are here called upon to turn out to change our ways of proceeding to produce outputs that can be used by policymakers. And that is almost, it's a difficult task, shall I put it that way. It's a conundrum, how to move from one mode of operation to another, where we actually produce outputs that can be used as binding outputs. And also, the point was made, I think Thomas made it, that the current environment is not particularly conducive for global outcomes. And there we face increasingly the problem that at the national level of actors like especially the European Union go ahead with shaping regulations that in fact then become global standards. I mean, the GDPR now is de facto a global standard, and the DSA and DMA will presumably become also something as a global standard. But again, the positive side is the European Commission goes to the IGF and listens to the what the voices there. So there is definitely a future role for the IGF, but we have to really think hard about how we can fit into the new environment. These are my concluding thoughts, and thanks again for organizing an excellent panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Markus, especially to you for walking us, as Mike said, through basically 25 years in 5 minutes of complex history. We have one colleague, I can't see from here who is it, but you will introduce yourself to take the floor. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. This is Rachel Pollack from UNESCO. Great to see many of you on the stage and also by Zoom. So my question, I have 2 questions, but I think we're out of time, so maybe they'll more be food for thought than actual discussion. One is about, so we talked about in the multi-stakeholder model that we need civil society, we need academia, but of course also the private sector. And I have the impression that the tech companies, social media companies, may actually be less engaged now than 5 or 10 years ago in the IGF. And they maybe are only paying attention to regulation and not governance discussions. So I wonder if you have, if the MAG, the High-Level Leadership Panel, and the Global Digital Compact have ideas about how to engage the tech companies and for them to take this exercise seriously. First question. The second question is whether you're looking at Web 3.0 and blockchain, cryptocurrencies. It strikes me that there are many interesting governance models that are coming out of that with decentralized autonomous organizations. And so that maybe is one area to look at where governance is still being shaped and there isn't yet regulation. So that might be something to take on board. Thank you.
Much, Rachel, and thank you also for waiting and being patient. Is there anyone that would like maybe to reflect on these important points that Rachel brought up now?
Thanks. Do you want to go first, Adam?
Well, I think one of Rachel's questions relates to what Mike Nelson mentioned, which, first I should say the Digital Solidarity Fund I will discuss later before I slander one of the leaders that Mike wants to bring to the IGF. Anyway, we sort of tried it, and President Macron was very interesting for about 90 minutes, and that was important, but I don't think it really led to discussion at the IGF itself, but it was interesting. We also had an experience in Sharm el-Sheikh where the security for leaders actually disrupted the whole conference quite significantly. I'd rather see, and this really goes to Rachel's point, I'd rather see the people who shape the policy for their ministers, people like Nigel and a whole team of them, people who are shaping the strategy for a country, rather than the minister participating or pretending to participate for 4 or 5 days. The same for CEOs. I think we can encourage people to attend by giving them a role, and it may not be the CEO, but it may be the people who are working on the strategy within the tech company who understand and have the opportunity to discuss with people who are closer to being their peers and perhaps don't have the schedule that conflicts that would arise. So I'd look to bringing the policy shapers from within government, the policy makers and strategists from within technical corporations into the IGF. How we do that is something that we have to discuss. Is it introducing some top-down program-making process without losing the bottom-up inclusiveness, which we cannot do? It's very complicated, but those are the targets that I think we need to look at, is the people who make policy within companies and governments.
Thanks, Anya. So just to respond to Mike and then to Rachel, Mike Nelson, not all countries have presidents that are as adept with using social media as some of yours have been. So just keep that in mind, not that they're the only ones. I actually see a lot of presence from governments in spaces, maybe not in the IGF, but if you went to last year during the 75th anniversary celebrations of the UN General Assembly debates on digitalization and digital transformation, the discussions that Jason was referencing, leaders were very active in talking about the importance of the internet and digitalization more broadly. I think at the same time, governments feel quite exposed. I think we underestimate the difference in being a government participating in a multi-stakeholder space and any other stakeholder. I think they are quite cautious about being held accountable, about being quoted, about what they're committing to. And then in my experience of working with developing country governments, they find it extremely difficult to know how to deal with companies. So there's enough distrust between governments already. We know that, particularly in the area of cybersecurity. It's difficult for governments to agree on things. And it's difficult for smaller, less powerful governments that don't host large internet companies to know how to deal with internet companies. And for many of them, they see the multi-stakeholder platform as a way of giving in, of giving up, and multi-stakeholderism for them equals an approach to internet governance where the companies get their way. So I think we have to look at this complexity and how governments actually are responding to this. Of course, we have to challenge them as well, but we also have to look at the fact that it's quite challenging for many governments to really navigate the space. But then just quickly to respond to Rachel. Rachel, I think you're absolutely right. I think companies are now focusing much more on national processes, because that's where regulation is being made, or regional, as in the case of Europe. I think Europe has shown a lot of leadership in this in terms of commitment to the open internet. The EU's Global Gateway, recently launched as well. But I do think companies are also shifting how they have to be pragmatic. So I do think, but how to respond to that? I think we have to make our multi-stakeholder spaces, our internet governance forums, more active, more challenging. Bring the controversial issues back to the floor. Make it talk about regulation in a way that actually makes it necessary for companies to be here, to be part of that discussion. I think we've become very polite, and we sort of almost avoiding controversy rather than being what we are best at, which is a multi-stakeholder platform for dealing with complex, controversial internet governance issues.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Sandra, I know we're 8 minutes over time, and I promise we'll conclude soon, but I want to give just 30 seconds to Thomas, and I know there's been also a comment here in the room.
Sandra wanted to close up. I told her I'm very short. Of course, you're right about governments, but it's not the same for all. But let me tell you one thing. The most hardest life are representatives of big tech industries. We need to really feel sorry for them, because they are treated so badly and so unpolite in these fora, so they have probably the hardest time of all. So thank you very much. That was a joke.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Sandra, do we have maybe a minute just to cover these 3 requests we have, each 25, 30 seconds?
Actually, Wout as well as Jason have raised their hand for quite a while already, and since we want to put our remote participants in focus, I think they should get the floor. And also I like to read a comment from Laurie. She is giving a comment on the private sector. It would be great to go beyond tech and social media to businesses from all sectors. However, they don't find value given in the uncertainty of outcomes when speaking about the IGF. This goes to the point of the lack of enabling mechanisms. It's always about avoiding regulation. It's about getting the appropriate regulation. So that's the difficulty on getting involved the private sector. And let's give the hand or the floor to Wout, as well as to Jason, and with the kind request to be very brief.
Yes. Thank you all. Sorry that I can't be with you, but nice to see you all. We've been discussing this morning and now on how to get the messages across. And from what I've heard you all say, I've got 2 ideas. The first one is there's a lot of intersessional work being done all through the year. We have all sort of ideas that we can share. Why not present these outcomes on the day that the important people are present? So let's present them on day 1 of the IGF and not on day 4 or later in a report that hopefully some people read. The second is that once we have these messages, we need to select where to share them. So that means that these messages come across again with the people that need to hear them and who can actually start working with them. And that could be high-level people, it could be mid-level people, the assistant and policymakers, as was mentioned by, I think, by Adam. So let me leave it there, but it has to do about shaping the IGF perhaps a little differently than we've ever done before. And I wish you good luck with that, and good to see you all, and stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wout. And Jason, you are co-host, you can unmute yourself. And then after Jason, I hand back to Anja.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just be brief, just in response to Rachel's question about the private sector involvement. Well, one thing is this leadership panel, when it is announced, you will see that the two slots for the private sector will be occupied by CEOs of companies. And so we're very, we appreciate that they have accepted the invitation to participate in the panel. So, so you'll see that, and we do hope that that will help with the visibility and connecting with the private sector. And as far as the compact and so on, the recommendation groups, they continue the recommendation groups for implementing the roadmap, they're continuing to be active, and they include a number of companies. And as Nigel mentioned, the Partners to Connect with all those pledges, a lot of those came from companies. And so they are involved in a number of ways. And also on our platform for the Global Digital Compact, then that is open to companies as well to provide inputs. And we do understand that ICC Basis has expressed interest in convening consultations among the private sector as well. So there's a number of different ways in which companies can contribute their views throughout this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jason. I think with that, we exhausted our sign-up list. I know you've been waiting for quite some time to ask a question. Do you still want to ask in like 20 seconds time? And I'm ready to sacrifice my concluding remarks in your favor.
Oops. My name is Jacques Begelinger. I am co-chair of the Swiss IGF. And I just wanted to share with you two quite interesting observations we had in our national IGF just 2 weeks ago. Namely, we had a huge participation by state officials, which was actually great for everybody to see and to talk directly in a direct conference. So from this side is already one horizontal aspect. So it's not just a vertical aspect, and this is my point. So the national IGFs, they have a very important role to just horizontally to bring people and busting bubbles. And the other one was, we also had tech company and other companies inside, which were refreshingly open, taking questions, sitting there on the floor, not on stage, but in floor, and just discussing with everybody. This was extremely helpful, just inspiring trust in a way. And well, tech companies may be good or bad or whatsoever, at least they were present and were just holding their ground.
Very much, Jacques, and with that, I think we conclude this panel. Just a huge thank you to our distinguished panelists. Thank you also to Sandra as the online moderator. Thank you to all of you for staying here. It could have been somewhere at the coast of this beautiful Trieste. You've chosen to be here, and I really thank you for that. I think you've given us quite a lot of homework to do, and let's continue, please, discussing. I will be certainly going to the Secretariat back with a to-do list, and we'll see what's in the capacity to do. I'm sure Adam will do the same with the MAG. In any case, we'll continue discussing. It's good that we have a lot of opportunities also thanks to the NRIs, and I think thanks to the IGF and other forums. Once again, thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.